wasn't supposed to be like this. The Knicks, the team that beat, battered, sometimes bullied their way to the best record in the East, now stand just 48 minutes away from watching the struggle, the hunger, the passion come to an end. Now the man whose sheer force of will drove this team so far, so fast, must inspire them once again.
Maybe this is the most defining moment of this team's life.
Just moments ago, in one locker room, you know Pat Riley hammered home what's at stake. In another locker room, the Chicago Bulls heard a message much the same. We're about to find out whose words ring true.
This is the NBA on NBC. The 1993 NBA playoffs. Tonight, Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the New York Knicks and the Chicago Bulls.
Welcome to GOAT James Kingdom. Welcome. I am A. Johnny the Exposer, and y'all have now been exposed by the Exposer. I appreciate it. And enjoy. I am called A. Johnny the Exposer. You guys are being exposed today.
Your opinion, I guess.
Move on from it. It was the 90s. That's it, bro. Move on from that. You don't know history. You don't know basketball. You just told me I'm stupid. But look how stupid you look because you don't know
I know all this
basketball. You don't know history. You don't know jamming. You don't know schematics. You don't know coaching. You don't know scouting. You don't know drafting. You don't know nothing from that Michael Jordan's great because the media said do that. So told you to say that. I know how this recorded, and you are officially being exposed by the Exposer, and you're going to sit there like a man and take this just like Buddy did 2 weeks ago.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Hey, get your numbers out. I had to get my numbers out.
Here's A. Johnny. Peace and blessings, y'all. Welcome to another Friday night exposure with the Exposer. I'm your host, A. Johnny the Exposer, coming live and direct straight from the GOAT James Kingdom channel. Also multi-streaming on the FYF Sports Debate channel. Y'all know what to do. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, become a member of both channels because as you can see, we are the best channel when it comes to talking the game of basketball. And that's all we do here in GOAT James Kingdom, especially me. I only talk basketball. I don't got time for none of that other stuff with you guys. But every Friday night, I bring it like I'm supposed to because you guys know what to do when it comes to GOAT James Kingdom. And you know when FYF and GOAT James Kingdom come together, it's going to be epic. It's going to be what y'all want and what y'all expect from us because we do it better. So y'all make sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Also check out all the other shows on FYF. You know, you got Friday Night Exposure right here on a Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern. You got the Full Court Press. You got the Crossover. You got True Sports with Hollywood Herm. You have In the Zone. All of these great shows, not to mention Lamont and all of his 10-hour lives that he does. But we are here to have a great night because tonight's show and tonight's topic is basically the birth of the Zesty Jeffries. I'm about to take you guys into a time travel machine, and we are going to go back into the 90s so you guys can see the womb that spawned the Zesty Jeffries. Okay, we are going to have a great show tonight. Now, I know y'all saw that intro. We all know NBC is about to take over. They about to actually show us NBA games on NBC again. And trust me, if anybody knows NBC Sports and NBA on NBC, they know the nostalgia that goes along with it. So we're going to have a great show talking about how the 90s was and what we're about to see in the future, because again, we are the GOAT James Kingdom platform. I'm A. Johnny the Exposer. I am here to expose any zesty Jeffrey who doesn't understand the game of basketball, because they can't break the game down for us. We know they cannot do that for us. That's something they cannot do. But I'm not going to break down no games for y'all today, because I know y'all were nervous. Y'all saw that highlight clip to start off the show, and y'all was like, oh my God, A. Johnny found the 93 film. What did he do? What is he going to bring up? But again, thank y'all again for joining me on another great Friday night. As y'all know what we do best. Shout out to you, Ishmael, and all the GOAT James Kingdom members. We see y'all in the comments as usual. Peace to all of y'all. We about to have fun. We are going to definitely enjoy ourselves. So y'all strap up. Get a chair. Get some popcorn. I am going to take you back to the 90s, because a lot of you guys don't understand why the Zesty Jeffrey nostalgia is so big. The NBA in the 90s was a new thing. It was a new form of entertainment. And David Stern was very, very intelligent, and he was very, very keen on how to market his league for the broad of the league, because the NBA at that time and prior to that were surviving off of a few teams. The Lakers, the Celtics, the Sixers. There was only a few teams that was able to stay alive throughout the NBA history before the 90s. But we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna do that. So y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. And when y'all ready to get to this conversation, we're gonna have some fun. So again, y'all saw the intro to the NBC. NBC is now going to be taking over. As we all know, TNT lost the bid to actually produce NBA games. So now what we're gonna be seeing is NBC, Amazon, and ABC, which is basically ESPN, after this next season. And they're going to provide us. This is a whole new thing. But what was it like in the 90s? How did we watch basketball back then? How was basketball watched in the 90s? As a basketball fan, does anybody remember that? Does anybody understand what we're about to go back to now? Remember, y'all, I was born in 1981. All right? So I was a teenager throughout the 90s. But I do remember a lot about the 90s and watching the game. Right? But a lot of these Zesty Jeffreys don't remember too much, because as my man Twin Man says here, like usual, it was highlights. It was highlights. And I used to have a phrase when I started GOAT James Kingdom. I used to call, before I used to call you a Zesty Jeffrey, I used to call you an ESPN NBC fan, because those were the two major networks that had the rights to the NBA games. Right? And then you had TNT. TNT was a growing channel back then as well, right? So those were the channels where you could actually watch NBA basketball. But like I said, I'm going to take y'all into a journey. Join me as I take y'all back into time so that y'all can sit here and watch the 90s for yourself. I'm not going to sit here and do nothing like I do. Listen, this is what we do here in GOAT James Kingdom. Y'all say it's all about the eye test, because every time we show y'all numbers, y'all don't see the numbers. Y'all only see highlights and film. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to show y'all. We're going to take y'all back to the 90s and let y'all see what we know is real. Shout out to you, Ruddy. Appreciate you. Thank you for joining me. RIP to the 90s narratives and nostalgia. Hey, listen. You're going to see for yourself. Shout out to you, Leslie. 1960. That's what's up. So you and I are what I call before crack babies. If you were born before 1985, you were born before crack. So that would make you a before crack baby. We drank water out of water hoses. We didn't have microwaves. We used to heat up food on the stove. Y'all don't know about heating up food on the stove. Y'all never heard of that, because y'all was used to microwaves. We didn't have McDonald's. McDonald's was a luxury if you was growing up in the 80s. But come and join this journey with me. Shout out to you again, Ruddy. Appreciate you. Thank you again for your support. Right? So y'all come take this journey with me as we are going to go back into the 1990s, and we're going to see what birthed the Zesty Jeffreys, y'all. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Friday Night Exposure with the Exposer. I'm your host, A. Johnny the Exposer. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Welcome to GJK.
My calculations are correct. When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, You're gonna see some serious shit.
Watch this, watch this. The city of brotherly love, it is a one-man affair. Charles is in charge. Each time he walks on the court, he knows the team, the fans, and the city are looking to him. He has had his moments. A city of brotherly love, it is a one-man affair. Charles is in charge. Each time he walks on the court, he knows the team, the fans, and the city are looking to him. He has had his moments. Dominated games. But Barkley's Sixers have never made the finals, and Charles may be feeling the frustration. At times, he has alienated his teammates. Sir Charles has carried this franchise on his back, but he too will have to shoulder the blame if the Sixers don't turn it around soon.
Okay, Ishmael, you get it. See, that's why I like Ishmael. You seen that? You seen what they said? They were actually saying Charles Barkley just got to make the finals. Now, mind you, that's 1992, 1991. NBC got the rights to broadcast NBA games nationally in 91. So I believe the first year was 91-92 season, if I'm correct. It might have been the year prior to that. But this was about 92. This is the beginning of NBC. And see, this is what people don't understand. NBC at that time had one of the highest rated shows on television, like Cheers. They had the Cosby Show. They had Seinfeld. They had the Golden Girls. See, you guys don't understand what was going on back then. But they gave you the drama. Just like you just said right there, they gave you the drama, but they broke it down. They didn't just talk to talk. They actually were objective about it. They weren't one-sided. They were still talking bad about Charles Barkley while still praising Charles Barkley. They said Charles Barkley alienated his teammates because they wasn't winning. Now, have y'all ever heard that narrative about Charles Barkley with all of these zesty Jeffries when they tell you about the 90s and how great Charles Barkley was? Did they ever tell you what Charles Barkley was doing and when he was a Philadelphia 76ers and how he got to the Phoenix Suns to become the league MVP, right? But that was what you were seeing, right? Again, let's go to another one, y'all. Let's check this one out.
Shaquille O'Neal is perhaps the most imposing player in the NBA. In just his third season, he has raised his game to great heights, leading Orlando to the league's best record. And against the elite big men, the 23-year-old giant has stood tall. But there stands one man O'Neal has yet to defeat, David Robinson. They have met 5 times, and while Shaquille has had his moments, it's Robinson who has reigned supreme. 5 meetings, 5 victories. Today, the Admiral leads his troops into Orlando with thoughts of yet another victory over Shaquille. You think Shaq will be ready?
This is the NBA on NBC. Today, it's the San Antonio Spurs versus the Orlando Magic.
So you hear that? It's epic, and it's a Saturday afternoon, right? If like me at that time, that's 1995. I was either 13 or 14 years old. On a Saturday afternoon, what was I doing? I might have been home watching the game. I might have not been home watching the game. I can't guarantee that. That wasn't a playoff game. But you see how they talked about Shaq. Shaq was winless versus the San Antonio Spurs for his career. but they still found a way to praise Shaq and actually give you the game. They presented the game like nobody ever did. NBC was the best at it. They were the best at it. You hear it in the comments now. I mean, hear it in the comments. You can. The reason I say you can hear it in the comments, that's what nostalgia does. It taps into all of your senses as a human being. It brings back stuff. That's like when you smell a certain smell of a food, it takes you back to like when you was with your grandma's house or something like that. Like, this is what this is doing to NBA fans. This is the birth of the Zesty Jeffries. As you can hear, everything is narrative-based. Let's continue because this is actually great. I love this. This is bringing me back to the 90s. I love this.
10 years ago, Ewing and Olajuwon met in the NCAA championship game. Hakeem outscored Patrick 15-10 that night. But when the final score was tallied, Ewing and Georgetown had fulfilled their dream. A decade later, the circumstances are different, but each is again on the verge of a championship. The question, whose team will have the skill and not incidentally the heart to ascend to the vacant NBA throne? It begins tonight with this trophy and all it represents at stake.
This is the NBA on NBC.
Oh, man. Listen, I'm ready to see Patrick and Ewing go at it right now. My God. They knew how to present the game. Now, mind you, back then, there was no round table circle. There was no first takes, no that early morning show with Nick writing them. None of that existed back then. This is how you was able to watch sports. You had to go and physically watch it at that time. If not, you were reading the papers. That's how you found out what was going on. So when you now were able to watch nationally televised NBA games, and it was on NBC, like I told you, they had a slate of shows. So imagine if everyone in your household, somebody's watching The Cosby Show, somebody's watching Seinfeld, somebody's watching Cheers, somebody's watching The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Trust me, your aunties and your grandmas was watching the Golden Girls. What do you think NBC was advertising while those programs were on the top-rated shows like Cheers? They were advertising, hey, on Saturday afternoon, come watch an NBA basketball game. Sunday afternoon, come watch an NBA basketball game, right? And this is the crazy thing. As y'all can see, we haven't really seen too many West Coast games, right? But they did it too for the West Coast. But it was weird because, again, I found a lot of footage and we're going to have some fun. Again, I'm taking y'all back in time. We are in the 1990s. We got roll-up windows. We're allowed to smoke in elevators and in restaurants. This is the 1990s at its best.
If you got any competitive blood in you, come and play. If you don't, you just try to get it over and go home.
But Jerry Sloan's Jazz refused to die. Instead, they rose to the occasion. And in Game 5 in hostile Seattle, they delivered an intense, gut-wrenching effort, battling for every point, contesting every play, overcoming not only their opponent, but a history bereft of such heroic stands. For the Sonics, the triumph that seems so certain now appears tenuous. Do thoughts of past failures fill their minds? Can the unthinkable really happen again? Utah seeks to muscle a Game 7. Seattle hopes for a Game 6 celebration. With the season hanging in the balance, they do battle again tonight.
Man, that is epic. Again, that was how we were watching basketball in the 90s. That's right, Brian Gumble. I always said this. A lot of these Zesty Jeffries know the game of basketball based off of a Bob Costas intro on NBC and a Sports Center highlight. That's how they know the game. But again, that's what they were doing. They were selling a product. NBC paid the NBA a lot of money to have the rights to show their product. Remember, Mike was at the height of his career at this time. This is the 90s. This is big-time basketball. We're talking about big-time basketball, big-time TV on top of that, right? So they get the nationally televised deal with NBC. They already have a cable deal with TNT and TBS with Turner Television. So they're able to show a couple of games during the regular days during the regular week. And then on the weekends, you have prime time, number one, NBC showing your games for you. It was epic. It was epic. That's how we had rivalries like the Heat and the Knicks. It was big time because they were doing stuff like this.
Miami's Pat Riley, the teacher, and New York's Jeff Van Gundy, Riley's prize pupil. On the court, another teacher-pupil story unfolds. Patrick Ewing and Alonzo Mourning, whose rivalry was forged at Georgetown University. In Game 1, Ewing bested his protege. And Allen Houston provided firepower as the Knicks taught their former coach a lesson. But in Game 2, Mourning turned the tables with an emphatic statement. And school was out when Tim Hardaway took control. Now Game 3 with the Knicks and Heat, teacher and pupil on even terms. Who will pass the test today?
That is it, man. Listen, those were epic battles. Oh, those were epic battles. Those Heat and Knicks games were great television. It was great. And I'm going to explain to you in a minute why those things were so great. But you see how they showed us, how they showcased the league to us. All objective. Everybody is brought to you in their greatest light. Even with the flaws that they would highlight of any particular player, team, or circumstance, they still highlighted the idea of people overcoming, rising, ready for the challenge. There's no negative talk. There's none of this zesty Jeffrey talk that we see now that we don't let kids of today be able to appreciate. When I was 15, I didn't have no one telling me that Patrick Ewing was choking game in and game out. Patrick was brilliant. This is the nostalgia that was built. This is how the zesty Jeffreys were born. This is why they think everything was great in the 90s. Because every time they watch an NBA basketball game, this is what we got. This is what we got. And that's what they don't understand. It didn't matter. This is late in the 90s.
A warrior who has endured so much. This time, the pain has become too great to overcome. So now the Knicks look to Latrell Sprewell for his speed and versatility. Marcus Hamby for his fresh young energy. And Allen Houston's pinpoint shooting to keep Ewing's dream of a ring alive. Reggie Miller has been unhappy with his performance thus far against the Knicks and has been unsuccessful from three-point range. But he's earned the reputation of a Knick killer here at the Garden. Can they stop his assault? The Pacers and Knicks are next.
Epic. That's just epic. That's how NBC used to introduce us every NBA game. It didn't matter if it was November or if it was April or June. They told us, get ready for a real battle. You're going to see greatness all over the floor. They praised everybody. That's why everybody think Reggie Miller's all of that when Reggie Miller only got, like 3 All-NBAs in his career, who could hardly dribble the ball without making sure he looks down for the ball to come back up. Like they put a lot of emphasis on presenting the game so that the fans could appreciate it. And mind you, it created a lot of casuals because, like I said, all of these shows that were highly rated shows at that time were being advertised that, hey, there's an NBA matchup too that we do as well. So if you're already in NBC, and see, this is what you guys don't understand about the 90s. If you were watching NBC, you was watching NBC. You were barely watching ABC or CBS. Now, mind you, the reason I'm saying these names, it wasn't that many channels. There wasn't that much stuff available on television. In fact, they used to tell you everything that was on television in a book. It was called the TV Guide. The TV Guide will tell you everything that was showing on television available to you by the time itself. If you look at this, we're going to break this down as well. As you can see, look at the cover. That's Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. That's an NBC show. This is 1993. The cover is 1993, but what you see here as far as the inside book is May of 27th of 1995. You look at the top right corner. They're telling you everything that was going to be on television from 6 p.m. to 12 midnight. That's everything that's on television, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna get closer. We're gonna zoom in. I just want you guys to see this. This is what we were doing in the 90s. This is how you got television. This is how you were entertained. You're right. Twin man, you ain't laughing. TV had some respect. It used to go off at midnight. You see what I'm saying? Like, hey, again, welcome. I brought y'all back to the 90s. Today's show, again, is about the birth of the Zesty Jeffries. So I had to take y'all back to the 90s. Come with me now. We're in the 1990s right now because the NBC gave us the best NBA product. And it birthed the Zesty Jeffries. Originally, they were known as ESPN NBC fans because I'm going to break it down to you where the ESPN part comes in at. But at the end of the day, the Zesty Jeffries were birthed because of how great NBC showed us the game of basketball. And at the time, there was nothing for us to watch. This was on television. I can tell you this right now. There's probably 30 channels available to you right here, right now. You guys don't understand how limited television was and how prime time it was to have a good show. This is a Saturday evening a program from the TV Guide. But like I told you guys, this is why that David Stern was so smart, because his deal with the NBC and to turn his back on CBS, which was a part of the NBA since the 60s. CBS Sports have been showing and playing NBA games since the 60s. He turned his back on them and signed a deal with NBC because NBC was going to give the NBA product due justice. They were going to showcase the league. The league had a bad reputation. Y'all say it all the time. There's nothing but cokeheads. Y'all only think it was on Jordan's team, but there were cokeheads throughout the league. It was known for being a league of drug addicts, of alcoholics. That was what the NBA was known at throughout the 70s and the 80s, and that changed with the 90s and how NBC broadcast the game to us and made stars out of regular players like Reggie Miller. So when you had a TV Guide, you were able to know what was on television at a certain time. It was automatic. You knew what was on TV. So that was the 90s. You had to go back into the 90s to see this. You guys have to see this because, again, the Zesty Jeffries have been lying. So only here in GOAT James Kingdom and FYF Sports are you going to get the truth. Because we have no reason to lie. We have no reason to fabricate anything. This is what you guys need to understand. Let's look at this program a little bit closer, y'all. It's there. It says Saturday evening. So on the top left corner, right under Saturday, you see it says that's 6 p.m. And even right adjacent to Saturday evening, you see what they give you the prime time slot. Prime time TV slot was 7:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. Let's look what was on television at the time. First off, let's look at the channels. These are the channels that were available to everybody. You guys see the channels? Channel 2, that's CBS, CBS News, NBC, Channel 5, Golden Girls, ABC. These were the national broadcast syndicated TV channels. These were the main TV channels available to you. Now, this is a New York TV Guide. So as you can see, they got the baseball game with the Yankees, right? Because that's regional. Right? But look what's on television. Look how many channels are available to you. Then they tell you, here is the cable channels. Here is cable TV. Now we get the cable TV. You get A&E, BET. You got Discovery Channel. You see that? You see the things that they have. Here you have ESPN. Look what ESPN is showing from 5:30 to 7:30 or 6:30. America's Horse on a Saturday afternoon. Look at this. WCW Wrestling for all the wrestling fans out there. This was all, and this is the premium channels. This is if you had the money and the extra money for Showtime, HBO, and the extra shows like Cinemax. This was all that was on television, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing else. This was all that was on television. This is all you can watch if you turned on your television in the 90s. There was nothing else available for you unless you had satellite. And with satellite, the only difference is that you just got more regional channels. There wasn't like extra HBOs. There was no HBO 2. There was no Cinemax 2, Showtime Max, and all these other extra channels. There was no ESPN 2s. There was no ESPN Classics. There was no Discovery Extra. None of these channels, there was no BET Plus. There was none of these extra channels. All these channels were just one channel. As you guys can see, look, Cops getting prime slot, Cops. That was a big-time show in the 90s. If we move over to the primetime slot at 9 o'clock, this is what's on television on a Saturday night, ladies and gentlemen. You tell me if you see anything interesting for you to watch. You tell me if you see anything interesting. So this is... See, I'm glad that y'all are back. And see, I took y'all back into time. I see y'all in the comments. Y'all understand this. I can see I got some before crack babies in the building. I got some before crack babies in the building. But this was what was going on, ladies and gentlemen. This was the 90s. This was what was on television for everybody to see, was these type of shows. It wasn't like there was a lot of stuff on TV. So again, if you were watching Golden Girls at 6 o'clock, because NBC had it, then you had Night Court, then you had Cops on NBC. They had a lineup. And mind you, this right here is the date. As y'all can see, it is May 27th of 1995 of this TV guide. Look, they got Texas Ranger Walker. Anybody know about that? Y'all know that this is what TV was. This is what was available for you to watch at this time. That was it. That's why we used to play outside, because there wasn't that much stuff on television. So, and matter of fact, on May 27th, 1995, the Orlando Magic played against the Indiana Pacers in a game 3, but that was on at 2:30 in the PM, which was more likely on NBC, and I don't have that available on here because, again, this was just one of the things that I found that I was able to bring up. But again, this is showing you how we were able to watch TV in the 90s. That's what this is. So again, I'm taking y'all back into a journey. So mind you, if you wasn't in your crib at 2:30 watching the NBA playoffs, the Indiana Pacers down 0-2 versus the Orlando Magic and Shaquille O'Neal and the Anthony Hardaway of Magic versus the Reggie Miller Pacers, if you were not home to watch that game, you missed it. You didn't see it. So that eye test shit that y'all love to say was bullshit, because if you were not at home or anywhere where you could turn on NBC at 2:30 p.m., you were not watching the game, unless you had a VCR and somebody was recording the game for you. Then you had to go home. You wasn't watching it live. So you got to ask, hey, Johnny, how did you guys see the games then if you didn't watch them all the time, if they weren't on TV all the time? Because now, another thing you guys didn't notice was this, right? There were no West Coast games. The West Coast games that I showed you for NBC was a playoff game. The reason why is because they didn't show NBA games during the regular week. During the Monday through Friday, there was no NBA games on NBC because they had their slot of shows. They had Cosby Show on a Monday. They had Cheers on Tuesday. They had Seinfeld on Wednesday. Those were the shows that were taking prime slots. You remember the prime slots that I was talking about here, ladies and gentlemen? The prime slots that we're talking about here. Remember, I was telling you that. Look at the prime slots. These are the prime time slots and television. That was 7:30 to 11 p.m. So Monday through Friday, NBC was not showing you NBA games. You had to go to TNT or TBS to watch those games, and they only give you games and on a Tuesday night or a Thursday night, just like they do now. So you didn't get a chance to watch games, and you were not up at 11, 12 o'clock at night watching West Coast games on TNT. Not too many people had cable. So the reason you hear the talk about the East was so tough in the 90s is because majority of the games we watched were Eastern Conference games. Just like I just showed you All of these things that we were just showing you from these intro games were Knicks games, Orlando Magic games, Chicago Bulls games. They rarely showed you games from the West Coast. So that's why they tell you, oh, the 90s was the toughest era, and the East was tough in the 90s. You had Reggie Miller. You had. That's what they'll tell you. Y'all heard it. They got Patrick Ewing. They were dominant. Alonzo Mourning. This is the birth of the Zesty Jeffries. This is where they get all their narratives from watching a Bob Costas intro. And if they didn't get a Bob Costas intro, they got ESPN. Because let me tell you something about ESPN, ladies and gentlemen. All right? At that time, like I told you, there was only ESPN. There was no other extra ESPN channels. So if you wanted sports on a consistent basis, you went to ESPN. And if you look here, let me find ESPN again, right? If we look here for ESPN, here's ESPN. Right here, you guys see it, right? ESPN at 5:30 was showing American horses. Then SportsCenter came on at 6:30. Then they had the Stanley Cup playoffs. After the Stanley Cup playoffs, then they would have a SportsCenter. Now, this is how ESPN worked. They would have a 6 a.m. SportsCenter. That 6 a.m. SportsCenter was an hour program. That 1 hour program went all the way till 12 noon. They played the same SportsCenter at 6 o'clock in the morning in a row till 1 o'clock p.m. Then at 1, they would have another program or another show. As a matter of fact, I think they had a 12 o'clock ESPN SportsCenter to update you what was going on from whatever happened from the night before and all that other stuff. So that's what it was. It was from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. It was the same ESPN. So if you woke up, no matter what time you woke up in the morning and you clicked on ESPN, you were watching SportsCenter. The same SportsCenter that aired at 6 a.m. in the morning. And it was a repeat every hour. Then at 12, they would have a noon ESPN SportsCenter. And then after that, they would have whatever programs that they would have having. Then at 6 p.m., they would do an ESPN SportsCenter, which would show you highlights of what was going on in the sports day. Then at 9 p.m., they would give you a SportsCenter. That was the Eastern SportsCenter. That would end the night. That would tell you everything that happened in the East Coast at 9 p.m. Then they would repeat another SportsCenter at 12 a.m. Now, mind you, that 9 p.m. SportsCenter would repeat till 12, midnight. And at midnight, they would do a West Coast SportsCenter that would air at 9 p.m. on the West Coast. And that SportsCenter will legitimately go until 6 a.m. in the morning until they did another SportsCenter. So basically, 16 to 17 to 18 hours of ESPN's entire programming was all SportsCenter. SportsCenter was a highlight reel show. All they did was show highlights. That's all they did. But they had great announcers like Rich Eisen, which you guys know from NFL Network. Guys like Keith Olbermann, who ended up being on I believe on NBC or CBS. You had guys like Dan Patrick. You had Stuart Scott. You had John Buccigross. You know, we all know about Chris Berman and Chris Jackson when they were doing their thing with the NFL. But we're just talking about SportsCenter broadcasters. You had Linda Cohen. They had a good slew of SportsCenter broadcasters that would do a great job showing you the highlights. They did a great job showing you the highlights. They did a wonderful job showing you the highlights, right? So when we're talking about the birth of the Zesty Jeffries, it's because, again, they watched NBC basketball. But after they watched NBC basketball, or if they didn't get a chance to watch NBC basketball, like, again, they don't read, right? And they can't count. We all know Zesty Jeffries don't read and they can't count. So where else can you find out anything if you're an NBA fan? You had to go to ESPN. You had to wait till the 9 o'clock ESPN, and that's what you got. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to play for you what ESPN was doing when we're talking about SportsCenter. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go again, y'all. I'm taking y'all back in time. Join me. We are here in the 1990s. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Become a member of the channel. If you are a Zesty Jeffrey, you should know what date this is. Since y'all always say, oh, I watched it. I synced it. Hey, Johnny, I synced it. You wasn't there. You don't remember. I synced it. If y'all don't know what 3/19/1995 was, then you are a disappointment to the Zesty Jeffrey fan base. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give y'all how the Zesty Jeffries learned basketball.
Warm greetings. Welcome to Sports Center alongside tag team partner Keith Overman and Dan Patrick.
It's just in, Michael Jordan has retired. No, not really. Coming up in the next 60 minutes, a deja vu day in the tournament. A baseball manager calls replacement ball a travesty in all the NBA. But first, guess who?
Baseball's lost, basketball's gained. It was back in January in Scottsdale, Arizona, when Michael Jordan, prior to his Arizona Fall League game, told me, "Don't even ask the question. You already know the answer." His basketball career was hermetically sealed forever. But during the next 20 minutes, Jordan spoke of nothing but the NBA, including how his old team Michael, 0 for 6 from the floor. Indiana, ready to play. Reggie Miller, the pull-up for 3. The touches. No! Bottom net, Indiana by 10 at the break. Then the old Jordan would finally emerge. And
all right, let me rewind that. I'm sorry about the sound, guys. Let me rewind that. My bad. Let me put the sound back on. Again, y'all, we are taking you back into the 90s. We're going to let you hear how we all learned the game of basketball in the 90s.
Welcome to Sports Center alongside tag team partner Keith Overman and Dan Patrick.
It's just in, Michael Jordan has retired. No, not really. Coming up in the next 60 minutes, a deja vu day in the tournament. A baseball manager calls replacement ball a travesty in all the NBA. But first, guess who?
Baseball's lost, basketball's gained. It was back in January in Scottsdale, Arizona, when Michael Jordan, prior to his Arizona Fall League game, told me, "Don't even ask the question. You already know the answer." His basketball career was hermetically sealed forever. But during the next 20 minutes, Jordan spoke of nothing but the NBA, including how his old team would fare, why the Suns wouldn't win the title, and the outrageous salaries of rookies. 2 months later, and 9 days following his baseball retirement, Michael's hoop dreams were on the air once again. To Market Square Arena we go. The last Chicago player to wear number 45, Ed Neely. Michael, a little bit nervous, trying to live up to Ed Neely. Put his pants on backwards. He struggled early, trying to shake off the rust, the 18-month layoff, and it showed. Michael, outside, inside, get it to go. Then the patented drive. Michael, Rick Smith gets a piece of it.
Get that shit out of here.
0 for 6 from the floor.
Use your left hand, Mike.
Reggie Miller, the pull-up for 3. The touches. Yeah. Bottom net, Indiana by 10 at the break. Then the old Jordan would finally emerge. MJ the steal for Rick Smith. And takes it the distance. And he wanted to throw this one down in the worst way. Mark Jackson got out of the way. Pacers on the run. Mark Jackson and Reggie playing the two-man game. The Pacers would lead by as many as 18. Even in slow motion, nobody could block Mark Jackson's shot. More problems for Jordan. MJ on the drive. Can't connect. Jordan 7 of 28.
No left hand. Right hand bandit.
Scottie Pippen. 19 seconds to go. We're tied at 92. Pacers last chance. And they look to Reggie Miller. Jordan and the Bulls have fouled a give. And he gave it. And we go into overtime. In overtime,
Bush League play by MJ.
Goes inside.
Here we go. This is the MJ y'all know.
Advantage over Byron Scott.
Ooh, look at him.
Still feeling the effects of the collision with Miller. The Pacers would get the last word. Byron Scott, 2 of his 17. Not quite a Disney ending for Michael Jordan, but he's back. Your final 103 to 96. The division-leading Pacers have won 3 in a row. Mike's numbers, 19 points, 6.
Yo, did y'all see that? They gave us an entire highlight clip of Michael Jordan bricking, brick after brick. But they still talk good about Mike because they were objective about the game. That was their job. That was a journalist's job back then. It wasn't to be Skip Bayless. It wasn't to be Stephen A. It was to actually broadcast the game and give it to us as it was. As you can see, they didn't even mention how good Scottie Pippen played. He scored 31 points in that game, but they understood how to market the league. Michael Jordan had just returned. This was big-time news. And he went out there and gave them a crappy-ass game. 7 of 28, looking horrible. Everybody going to blame it on Russ, blah, 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 blah. Bullshit. Mike was playing pickup games well before he joined the Chicago Bulls back in 95. He was practicing with the Chicago Bulls weeks prior to joining the Chicago Bulls when he played that game in March. He didn't have a left hand. I know that. I saw it. He didn't have a left hand. That's what I saw. This man went to the lane and he literally tried to go up with his right hand, got that shit sent. Get that shit out of here. It was a tough 90s, right, y'all? That's why I got that shit sent. But this is what birthed the Zesty Jeffries. No, they don't do that for LeBron. And you know that, Gil. They don't do that for LeBron. Every day we get on the media and all they do is criticize LeBron James. Not just LeBron, the entire NBA. They do it to all of them. That's why they're a bunch of Zesty Jeffries, because to them, this is how they got the league. This is how they were introduced to the NBA. A lot of these dudes were born after 1985. They crack babies. So in the 90s, they're 10, 11, 12, 13, just like me. I was 12, 13. And this day right here, 1995, I was 13 years old. What the hell do I know about the game of basketball? Not too much. I probably couldn't even dribble with my left hand back then. So all I know is that when I came home and found out that Michael Jordan was playing, I had to go see this. This is how I found out how Michael Jordan played in 1995, because I didn't see that game. I don't even remember if that game was on television or not. I don't even know. That's what I'm saying. That's so long ago. But we're back into the 90s. That's how the game was presented to us. That's how we were able to understand the game. That's how the game was introduced to us as fans. That's why the Zesty Jeffries tell you everything about the 90s was so great. It was so illustrious. Everybody was a baller. Everybody was a dog. Because they never really watched the games. They only watched the highlights. Oh, y'all think I'm done? I'm not done. Y'all know what I do best, man. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Become a member of the channel. This is the Friday Night Exposure with the Exposer. I'm Johnny the Exposer. I have the luxury to sit here on a Friday night with true wonderful gentlemen and ladies, true basketball fans, to talk the game. So I'm taking y'all back to the 90s because I was there. I was old enough to see it. I'm older than LeBron James. He's the oldest player in the NBA today. So I'm able to bring it back to y'all to let y'all see what it was. So let's see how Sports Center used to let us know about the game of basketball, because again, we missed it. We were out playing. We were having fun. We were kids.
Sunday's New York-New Jersey meeting was dripping with playoff implications. The Knicks in a race with Indiana for the second-best record in the East, a position that would bring them the home court advantage through the first 2 rounds of the postseason. The Nets, who have lost 3 straight, and forward Derek Coleman trailed the Celts by a game for that final playoff position. To the Meadowlands we go. Patrick Ewing going for a rebound. Rick Mahorn gives him an elbow to the ribs. Ewing goes down. 2 possessions later, Ewing still upset and goes for the jugular.
Well, normally you don't.
Mahorn and Ewing ejected. Meanwhile, Coleman an innocent bystander. The Knicks down 15 in the second half. QB Davis brings him back. Then it's Starks, fakes, fires, and touches nothing but the bottom of the net. 7 threes for Starks, 12 for the Knicks, and they win it. In a game that featured 4 ejections, 8 technicals, and 1 flagrant foul, the 5th time in Ewing's career he has been ejected.
Yo, see how they love the 90s? They were fighting. Them dudes were getting rough. That was a regular season game. That's again. Now, I don't know if y'all noticed something, right? When ESPN shows you the highlights, they got to tell you the affiliates who gave them the film. And then you can see there when they put down the Knicks versus the Nets, they put courtesy of the NBA and NBC Sports. So that game was on NBC. Like I told you, the Knicks were on NBC a lot. They showed a lot of Eastern Conference games on NBC. Because NBC was not playing no 10 o'clock Utah Jazz game, no 10 o'clock Laker game. They didn't do that. Their programming did not fit that type of broadcasting. They didn't have time for that. So they only showed you 1 game. And that was usually, again, on the weekends. And then they would do it during the weekends, during the day. This is all real shit I'm giving y'all. So let's pay attention. Again, I got more. And the link will be up shortly for all of you Zesty Jeffries, because I know y'all love this. We're back into the 90s. You can't be mad at me. We're in the 90s. I'm showing you where you came from. I'm showing you your mother. I'm showing you the way your womb. I'm showing you your mother. I'm showing you how you were born. I'm showing you how you came about. Because I was there. I witnessed it. I watched the doctor slap you in the ass. I seen it. The doctor slapped you in the ass. Welcome to Earth. Well, for y'all, it was welcome to Fantasyland. That's what that was. But like I said, I got more. That was Dan Patrick doing his thing. Let's let Dan Patrick continue.
The Cavs hosted the Nugs at the Gund. Big night for Dikembe, who messed around and had a triple-double. Sent out a few rejection letters early in the first half. This one on Hot Rod. Then at the other end, they looked for Dikembe, a rarity. 18 points, 18 rebounds. Cleveland stayed close thanks to Terrell Brandon. 16 points for Brandon. 53-51. Nugs at the break. Second half, Mark Rauf.
Bills came to double.
You can even leave out the Abdul.
The triple.
Didn't have time. 13 points in the third. 32 on the night. Nugs by 9. Mark Price got it. Jalen Rose, spin, grin. Good. Nuggets win by the final. 104-101. Cleveland shoots 44% from the floor. Denver, as I tabulate this, is now 14-7 under Bernie Bickerstaff. First win in Cleveland since 1989. Keith?
When they out. So y'all see that there, right? Again, they're doing a great job introducing the game to you. If you're a new person that never seen an NBA game and you like, wow, the Denver Nuggets must be good. They got some ballers over there. Mutombo's a stud. This is how they introduce the game to you guys. You see what I'm saying? Shout out to you, Ruddy Hood Sports. Truth getting dark for these Zesty Jeffries. It's dark like before they saw the light. Then they were born into the 90s. They were born into the 90s. They saw the light. It was dark for them for a long time. They had coke heads everywhere. They had alcoholics everywhere. They had dudes with George Jefferson balds. I mean, they had some funky looking dudes, man, back in those days. But lucky for them, they had SportsCenter.
Del Curry and Michael Adams just watching. Injured. Hornets worked the pick and roll. Larry Johnson did it so well. A halo appeared around him. Percy Hawkins finds him. LJ had 19. And now it's Mourning's turn. Alonzo Mourning on the roll. Brought to you by Percy Hawkins. Mourning had 22. Hornets by 19 at the half. Then off the Johnson pick, Muggsy Bogues takes it himself to the hoop. Get out of the way. You don't want to get hurt. Hornets 105-92. Hornets keep pace with Indiana. 2.5 back. Hawkins and Mourning had 22 apiece.
Woo! I don't know if y'all saw that. Because remember, the Zesty Jeffries claimed they got the eye test. They love the highlights. But did they see that when they were talking about Glenn Rice scoring 30 points in that game, how he finally reached 9,000 points for his career? They were praising his totals. Y'all always claim that it's us LeBron fans that only talk totals. I see it prime time on SportsCenter. And again, if you guys didn't notice it, again, let's just pay attention to this. Just look at when it says the Miami Heat versus the Charlotte Hornets. See where SportsCenter is actually getting this footage from.
Del Curry and Michael Adams just watching. Injured. Hornets worked the pick and roll. Larry Johnson did it so well. A halo appeared around him. Percy Hawkins finds him. LJ had 19. And now it's Mourning's turn. Alonzo Mourning on the roll. Brought to you by Percy Hawkins. Mourning had 22. Hornets by 19 at the half. Then off the Johnson pick, Muggsy Bogues takes it himself to the hoop. Get out of the way. You don't want to get hurt. Hornets 105-92. Hornets keep pace with Indiana. 2.5 back. Hawkins and Mourning had 22 apiece.
So if y'all look, you would see that it said it was by the NBA and some local regional channel, some here in Miami, where I don't even think it exists anymore. Because I don't know where WJVK is at, because that doesn't exist in Miami anymore. So if you were not in Miami or Charlotte, you did not see that game. The only way you were going to be able to see that game is if you lived in those two regions and you were at home at the time that game was being played, which probably was around 7:30. So if you were not home at that time, you didn't see it. So the only way you knew what was going on as far as visual evidence of the game, besides looking at the box score and looking at the newspapers, the next day to tell you everything that happened in the game by the stats and whatever beat writer was talking about the team. Because, again, the sports section of the newspaper was a big thing back in the days, just like TV Guide was big for any TV fanatic. You bought a TV Guide and you bought a newspaper. So that's how we all got the game. So you found out about how the Heat played by watching SportsCenter. So I put the link up for y'all. If you want to argue with me, you can argue with me all you want to. But we in the 90s, and we're enjoying the game of basketball. I broke down to you the birth of the Zesty Jeffries. I broke down to you why they talk only narratives and don't actually talk the game, because the game was introduced to them by narratives, dramatically, by an NBC intro and a SportsCenter highlight reel. So that's why I used to call them ESPN NBC fans. They're not even real NBA fans. They don't even have an NBA team. They don't like a team. They like players. They'll tell you this. They're Kobe Bryant fans. They're Michael Jordan fans. They're not fans of a team. They don't have a team that they root for. So they're not real NBA fans. They don't have a vested interest in watching the game unless they have a player they like. And in this case, a player they hate, which is called GOAT James. But what up, Twin Man? Thank you for joining me on another Friday Night Exposure with the Exposer. As usual, the Zesty Jeffries are going to be running in the comments, but they don't want the trouble. What you got for me today, brother?
This is an excellent presentation, bro. My hats off to you for the presentation. Because I don't think they really understand how much, and you're not even doing, like, if it was me and I did this presentation, I just would have been on how they glazed Michael Jordan in the media all the time. But I like how you're doing it. Even if the player didn't play bad, even if the player played bad, they didn't sit here and would just destroy him in the media like they do to the players now. Like, if a player went 7 for 28 now, they would destroy him, bro.
No, hey, could you imagine LeBron James quitting the game of basketball, coming back, and the first game he goes 7 of 28 for 19 points, while Scottie Pippen goes off for 31 points and almost brings the team back in a victory
with the
24-hour
news cycle, with the 24-hour news cycle, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and podcasts, bro. That would be the talk of the town for at least 2 weeks. He could come back the next game and drop 40. It wouldn't matter. That 7 for 28 would reign supreme. Like, they don't realize how the media glazed Jordan. Then they had to, you can't forget about the commercials they ran for Jordan. It was so bad. People were wearing Chicago Bulls jerseys in New York.
Listen, you don't even want to know. Listen, when Michael Jordan came to Miami in 2003, that last time in the Washington Wizards, I went to that game with my family. They retired Michael Jordan's jersey in Miami. Everybody knows that. The Zesty Jeffries always like to throw that out in the air. Get done. I'm going to get you up shortly here. Just be patient, please. I went to that game with my family. My entire family were wearing Washington Wizards jerseys. I went with like my cousins, my aunts. I had my uncle, my aunt, my cousins. It was like a good 10 of us. I was the only one in my family wearing a Heat jersey. And I had a Caron Butler jersey then. That was when we had Caron Butler. And I was like, Caron Butler. But Jordan old Zesty's self was out on that floor, and there were so many people wearing Washington Wizards jerseys for no reason at all other than Michael Jordan. They were not even Washington Wizards fans.
I really, like, you, like, I'm gonna be honest, you took me back, because like I don't think people really realize, like, TV went off at midnight. It was nothing but static. You could only get the newspaper. If you didn't, like you said, watch besides SportsCenter, the only other way you got the highlights was the nightly news at 11 o'clock.
And you didn't get you got local. You got local. They didn't show you, like, they showed you what was happening in New York.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, they would go through your local game, show you the box score. That's it. So for all these people like, yo, you are exposing so much shit right now, bro. Like, this is crazy just thinking about it. Like, they don't realize the way they talk about the media glazes LeBron. Absolutely not. They didn't have a Stephen A. Smith, like you said, a Skip Bayless, Rob Parker sitting there being the contrarian to Jordan. Absolutely not. They just glazed him.
But he was great, though, Twin Man. It wasn't like he wasn't great. The point was that whenever he
went
wasn't
7
great,
for 28, and they made it seem like, he knocked the rust off and became back his old self, and he gave you 19 points.
They gave us a highlight of bricks. They didn't show us nothing. They showed us one Reggie Miller jumper, a Mark Jackson layup, a Scottie Pippen 3-pointer, and a bunch of Jordan bricks.
And but they ain't killing them. They ain't killing them, though. They're
not killing them. The same way they didn't kill Shaq for being never beating David Robinson. They were then everybody would have said Shaq is not. He doesn't have it. He can't even beat David Robinson. They didn't do that. They said they were like, can this be the day that now you want to watch it? You want to see them? Is this the day Shaq gonna beat David Robinson or not?
Right.
They talked about
like
Charles Barkley,
like
all of that.
Patrick Ewing,
all of that, man.
When you played that Houston Rockets, New York Knicks intro for the finals, bro, a tear almost came down my eye because I remember that. I watched every last one of those games, bro. I watched every last one of those games. I was so sad when the Knicks lost. And
we had no choice because, again, like I said, the East Coast games were the prime games. Those were the prime time games. It had to be between 7:30 and 11 p.m. So no game starting at 9:30, 10 o'clock in the West Coast is ever going to get prime time on NBC. And mind you, at that time, NBC is bigger than TNT. They're getting more views on NBC than anywhere else. They were not getting no more views. So, again, if you wanted to watch the game, you had to go to NBC, and they did the most
You couldn't even watch TNT and TBS unless you had cable, bro.
They did a great job. But, yo, let me bring up Get Down. I'll bring you back up if you want to still speak. Any last words, though, Twin Man?
Thank you for exposing this shit. Because all these people talking about they watched all these games, y'all full of shit, bro. And y'all knew y'all was full of shit. Y'all need to stop capping, bro. The glaze they put on Jordan to make the propaganda machine was behind Jordan to make this man the GOAT, bro. The media push to make this man the GOAT was insane. And until y'all can just sit here and admit that, bro, I have no respect for you. I can't take you serious no more. I just can't.
The link is up. The link is up. Thank you so much, Twin Man. I appreciate you, brother, man. Let me bring up Get Down. What up, Get Down? Thank you for joining me. It is a Friday night exposure with the Exposer. Y'all know what to do. Y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Check out all of the shows that are available on FYF. Okay, you know, you got the Friday Night Exposure with me, the Exposer, right here tonight. We also got True Sports with Hollywood Herm. We have the Crossover. We have the In the Zone. We have the Full Court Press. We have Lamont's Show. Those are all great shows on FYF. And then, you know, right here on GOAT James Kingdom, you have the Friday Night Exposure. And also you have the real show, which is the GOAT James Kingdom Show, where we go live every Sunday noon. So y'all make sure to check us out on Sunday for the GOAT James Kingdom Show. But we are collaborating. It is FYF and GJK. What you got for me, Get Down? Thanks for joining me.
What's going on, brother?
Nothing much, man. I'm enjoying myself. I'm back in the 90s. I'm actually 15 years old today.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Respect. Hey, but was it all Chicago games on WGN? What it was back in the day?
Yeah, WC. This is the thing. WGN is a local channel. So just like I was telling you about the channel that was showing that Heat game, that's a regional channel. But because Michael Jordan was so popular, other regions took WGN and added it. Like, and let's just say whatever cable subscriber you had, they made WGN available for you, even if you went in the Chicago region or the Midwest region.
Yeah, because
of Michael Jordan.
I remember vividly because I'm in South Carolina, man. But I remember we had WGN who played the Cubs. It was the Cubs and the Bulls, right?
Yep. Yeah. And the White Sox too. I think even the White Sox. But I know. I know WGN. Not the White Sox.
Yeah, not too much the White Sox.
Okay. But yeah, that was it though. Yeah. So like you say, you from South Carolina, you got whatever region was probably more than likely probably the Atlanta games or maybe the Washington games.
More Charlotte.
Okay, so you got more of the Charlotte games, whatever, right? That was kind of your regional games. That's what you could watch. But then you had the bonus of watching Chicago as well because WGN was also available to you if you had cable.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So shout out to you, Ruddy Rudd. Let me go ahead and give Ruddy Rudd his shout out right quick. Thank you for the super chat. He said MJ went 7 of 28. Under his stats, Scotty had 31 points. Yeah, Scotty went off that game. They disrespect Scotty like a bum. Scotty has MVP. Scotty was MVP worthy without MJ. MJ needed help like everyone else. That's all facts. That is all facts. And every time we keep showing y'all highlights of the Chicago Bulls games, If for some reason Scottie Pippen always get brought up as Scottie Pippen is a part of the run to bring the Bulls back into a game. They were down 18 in that game, and they claimed Scottie Pippen was a part of that run. As you can see, Jordan wasn't doing nothing but bricking. He was just taking shot after shot. So
it's some truth to that, though. Like, it's some truth to that. Like, but all real basketball fans know the importance of Scottie Pippen. 94, he should have won DPOY in my opinion.
He could have. They could have gave it to him.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, they could have gave it to him.
Yeah, that's my opinion. So it like with the everybody discredit Pippen narrative. No, man. Don't nobody. Michael Jordan said it himself. He said it himself. So for people to discredit Pippen, that's not real, man.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's not really to it's not really to give Pippen credit to take away from Jordan. It's just to recognize, like I said, these zesty Jeffries, they never really watched the games. So when Jordan is glorified as he is, the conversation isn't is Pippen better than Mike. We all know Mike's better than Pippen. Nobody's ever saying that. Whenever you give Pippen praise, for all of a sudden they turn versus a Michael Jordan and Pippen thing. It's not. That's not the argument. The argument is that Pippen was great. He contributed a lot in helping them win, and he was phenomenal. Like, you know what I'm saying? But again, they didn't see that, because when Pippen was phenomenal that game, guess what they showed you? His 1 3-pointer. But they showed
back and watch that
20 bricks.
To go back and watch that 93 series against the Knicks. And that'll change their opinion on what Pippen brought to that team.
Matter of fact, if y'all didn't know about that 1993, let's watch it right quick. Let's watch the intro to the Game 6 of the 1993 Eastern Conference Finals, New York Knicks versus the Chicago Bulls.
Wasn't supposed to be like this. The Knicks, the team that beat, battered, sometimes bullied their way to the best record in the East, now stand just 48 minutes away from watching the struggle, the hunger, the passion come to an end. Now the man whose sheer force of will drove this team so far, so fast, must inspire them once again.
Maybe this is the most defining moment of this team's life.
Just moments ago, in one locker room, you know Pat Riley hammered home what's at stake. In another locker room, the Chicago Bulls heard a message much the same. We're about to find out whose words ring true.
This is the NBA on NBC. The 1993 NBA playoffs. Tonight, Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the New York Knicks and the Chicago Bulls.
See, that was epic. The Bulls were down 0-2 that series. That's that famous one we talk about in Game 3. Scottie Pippen went off. Michael Jordan still struggles. And mind you, this was the time that Michael Jordan got scrutinized because the first 2 games were in New York, and Michael Jordan was found to be gambling and enjoying himself in Atlantic City before Game 2. And people were questioning how Michael Jordan took the game serious. Now, mind you, not in the actual television media, but in the papers. That's why Jordan didn't like the media in the papers, because they would talk about him. Because and again, zesty Jeffries don't read, so they were never going to open up a paper and find out Michael Jordan was hanging out in Atlantic City, blah, 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 blah. But this is the star of your league. He's in Atlantic City having a good time, just doing what he's supposed to be doing. He should be able to do that. But he was scrutinized for it. Jordan didn't like that. He played bad in Game 2. Then he came back and played bad in Game 3, but they still won. They won Game 4 and Game 5, which I believe was that crazy play where Charles Williams –
he missed like 4
layups, like right underneath the rim, and that's what they were talking about. But you see how they were still talking about how the Knicks had a chance, that these was two great teams, and they were about to fight and build and do something great. This was going to be a great game. Watch it. And that's what it was. It was epic. So even if the Knicks lost, you still took it as, man, they gave us a good fight. That's a good team. Not like how it is today where people come in the next morning. Remember, because like I told you, the next morning, it was Sports Center, just the highlights. Not Skip Bayless or Stephen A. Smith or Max Kellerman or Nick Wright or any one of these idiots on television telling us, oh, man, this guy, he was just looking horrible. Or Brian Windhorst saying, oh, maybe Jason Tatum is going to collaborate and be on another team. He's going to leave Boston. Like all of this bullshit that have nothing to do with the game of basketball, just because now there's so many things that capture our attention because we don't have the little 20, 30 channels like I showed you on the TV guide here.
Media.
Yeah, exactly. Now you can go elsewhere to watch stuff. So they gotta catch you with stupid, silly shit. And Zesty Jeffries loves stupid, silly shit because they don't have to think.
Oh man, that man got a TV guy. I remember that.
So, but let me bring up Hollywood Herm because Hollywood Herm is here to represent for all the true Kobe Bryant fans and Michael Jordan fans. Any last words? Get down.
No, man. Respect, brother. Respect, man.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you, man. Make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, check out the perks and GOAT James Kingdom membership, and also FYF. Appreciate you. Get down. All right, let me bring up Hollywood Herm. Shout out to Hollywood Herm in the building. Y'all make sure to check out Hollywood Herm. He has his show called the Truth Talks, right? Two Sports.
Full Court Press with Young Africa Hollywood Herm on Saturday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And, of course, the crossover on Wednesday with Drew the King, age 30, Marius Knows Best, man, Zeno, and yours truly, Hollywood Herm on Wednesdays, man, you know.
Indeed.
Shout out to GOAT James Kingdom, man, getting people in their feelings today once again tonight, man.
Listen, I warned him. I said, listen, you're going to hop into this time machine. You're going to come back into the 90s with me, and you're going to see what we saw as NBA fans. Because remember, it's always important for us to know about the 90s and why we have to compare everybody to the 90s. Well, hey, let's go back and watch it. So I was able to collect some film because, you know, NBC is now going to be taking over the NBA. And we're going to be in kind of trouble here, Herm.
They're going to make a lot of stuff now.
Yeah, no, but first of all, I think they're going to do a great job. I think they're going to do better than TNT did for the last 30 years, right? But I also know that they're going to make it tougher for us to create content off of the games that they actually show us and broadcast, because you see how they're doing us with the Olympics. It's going to be the same for the NBA games. They're not going to let us really make too much content based off of their stuff. So we're going to be in trouble because a lot of NBA games will be shown on NBC. I believe the NBA is planning on the 2025-2026 season to have an NBA game on every night of the week.
Yeah. And people, here's the thing though, brother, that I think a lot of people don't get when they do defend the 90s, and they don't understand why they consider the 90s the golden era. It was more than just the game itself. It was how the game was globalized. It was how they pushed the game, which you were shown already, how they sell the stores. They sold those rivalries that they did have in the 90s. They knew how to grab the attention of the people. So when you got everything that the 90s had for us, the globalization, they're getting the proper push. They got the right people pressing the right buttons for us, selling the game to us. You go get basically a good overall decade or era of basketball, no matter what sport it is. It wasn't just about the play. We know basketball has been improving each and every decade that we have seen. But the 90s get the nostalgia argument not really directed towards the play, but because how the game globalized and because how, like you say, NBC was selling the game. And now you got NBC back in the forefront. They will know how to push these storylines. We are going to start seeing rivalries. Like, I think the NBA, they need to capitalize off this, push the rivalry of John Moran and Ant-Man. If they do that, NBC gonna do a hell of a job pushing that rivalry. They gonna do a hell of a job pushing it. They gonna sell it to us. It's gonna be box office of how they sell it to us. So you gonna start, because NBC back involved, you gonna start seeing the push of the rivalries which they did in the 90s. That's why the nostalgia of the 90s did elevate to the level it did, because they was pushing the Knicks and the Bulls. Even though the Pistons wasn't the same after the expansion draft, they still was pushing the Bulls and the Pistons in the early 90s. Then you had the Reggie Miller in the fold, the Knicks and the Pacers. They pushed the hell out of that rivalry as long as they could. So with your Miami Heat and the Knicks in the mid 90s, they pushed the hell, and which it was a great rivalry. It was great fun as hell to watch the Heat and the Knicks. That was no matter how sorry the players was, them motherfuckers made it entertaining somehow.
And they did a good job. They created narratives. Like, so let's just go this way, because this is epic, right? Because we know they had some epic matchups between the Heat and the Knicks in the 90s. Let's go to an NBC intro to a Heat and Knicks game.
Miami's Pat Riley, the teacher, and New York's Jeff Van Gundy, Riley's prize pupil. On the court, another teacher-pupil story unfolds. Patrick Ewing and Alonzo Mourning, whose rivalry was forged at Georgetown University. In Game 1, Ewing bested his protege. And Allen Houston provided firepower as the Knicks taught their former coach a lesson. But in Game 2, Mourning turned the tables with an emphatic statement. And school was out when Tim Hardaway took control. Now Game 3 with the Knicks and Heat, teacher and pupil on even terms. Who will pass the test today?
Hey, you know my wife's a Knicks fan. That's the only video she let me show her, because she know that the Knicks beat the Heat. But when I was showing her the one with the Bulls and the one with Indiana, she was like, "Man, get that shit out of here." She remembered because she remembers. You know, she remembers sitting at home watching these games with her father. Her father's a big-time Knicks fan. Her brother's a big-time Knicks fan. She's the baby of the family, so she would sit down and watch the game. She was younger, I think, my wife's a little bit younger than me, so back then she was a child watching it. But she loved the late 90s Knicks. Like, Sprewell was her thing. By that time, she was in high school. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, but that's how we were introduced to the game. Yep. Because none of us are, I mean, like I said, I'm 43. I don't like to ask people their age, but not too many people I talk to are older than me, especially on Go James Kingdom. You know what I'm saying? But these dudes, they lie. They say they were watching the games, but like I said, you wasn't watching it. The games were not on television. It was not available like that. So you had to go to Sports Center. And when you went to Sports Center, this is what you got.
Sunday's New York-New Jersey meeting was dripping with playoff implications. The Knicks in a race with Indiana for the second-best record in the East, a position that would bring them the home court advantage through the first 2 rounds of the postseason. The Nets, who have lost 3 straight, and forward Derek Coleman, trailed the Celts by a game for that final playoff position. To the Meadowlands we go. Patrick Ewing going for a rebound. Rick Mahorn gives him an elbow to the ribs. Ewing goes down. 2 possessions later, Ewing still upset and goes for the jugular.
Well, normally you don't.
Mahorn and Ewing ejected. Meanwhile, Coleman an innocent bystander. The Knicks down 15 in the second half. QB Davis brings him back. Then it's Starks, fakes, fires, and touches nothing but the bottom of the net. 7 threes for Starks, 12 for the Knicks, and they win it. In a game that featured 4 ejections, 8 technicals, and 1 flagrant foul, the 5th time in Ewing's career he has been ejected.
See, now y'all know why they think being physical meant nothing. Look how he talk about being physical back then. Like, that was just nothing. That was really like nothing back then.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like, people don't understand that back then you used to be able to say certain things you couldn't say. So, as another example, right, Fox was a channel that was actually spawned during the 90s as well. How did they become popular? By being raunchy. Shows like Married with Children and Living Color were shows that were considered on the edge. You see what I'm trying to say? So the 90s was that era, bro. And everybody I'm seeing in the comments now, every time they hear that NBC intro, it's nothing but nostalgia. It makes you feel good because, again, they just did a great job showing us the game of basketball.
They knew how to sell the
best product. Yeah, they knew. They gave us the best NBA product ever. They gave us the best NBA product. And I can't wait because I know they're going to do the same.
We're going to see some rivalries, y'all. We're going to see some great
it's going to be great. Oh, it's going to be great. There's going to be a lot of great
new rivalries. NBC going to make sure that the NBA understand that this is what you guys got to get back to doing. We got to get back to that. We got to push these old rivalries. We got to get that. Now you can bring back the Heat and the Knicks rivalry back. You can bring that back.
For what? We stay whooping on the Knicks. Get out of here.
Y'all do.
Get out of here, man.
Y'all do, but here's the thing: the Knicks been getting better and better. They got better again by getting Mikal Bridges. They basically formed Villanova over there. Hey, the New York Knicks got storylines. You can create storylines off the Heat and the Knicks. This is Pat Riley. This is supposedly gonna be his last year again. Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of different things you can sell.
Yeah. But I don't think they're gonna have the rights this season. I think it's the season after this.
Yeah.
It's gonna be them, Amazon, and obviously ESPN and ABC. So you're gonna have games on NBC and you're gonna have games on Peacock, right? Because this was another thing I wanted to bring up to Herm. All right, so going into the 90s, cable television was on the rise, right? So they didn't have a national television deal, but they already had a cable television deal with TNT. So getting that national deal with NBC helped them. But going into the 2000s, cable television overseeded national television broadcasts like NBC, ABC. So them leaving NBC for ABC was actually a great idea as well. That was another
at the
time. But again,
the satellite era came into fold.
No, and plus cable was already big. So now you have ABC who has ESPN, which is already now a big network, and they're big on cable. So now you can branch away from television, which people are not watching TV no more. NBC was no longer popular. Again, the shows like the Cosby Shows, Cheers, those shows were all in the wayside. I think by then it was just like Seinfeld.
They just had Seinfeld was the only thing carrying.
Exactly. So cable television was taking over. There was more cable television channels. It just got more cable TV. So them going to ESPN was smart, but the way ESPN was giving us the game was kind of bad. And I know we kind of like Mark Jackson and Van Gundy a little bit, but they didn't really teach us anything. They didn't really give us the game. Then we got those little stupid roundtable discussions before the game, and they weren't even breaking the game down. So we never really got what we got with NBC. So for the last 20 years, we just got hate talk when it comes to the game of basketball. And that's why we have a lot of haters now and a lot of Zesty Jeffries. So that's what birthed the Zesty Jeffries, was basically the NBC, ESPN era, the 90s. That's it, bro. That's what they're stuck on. That's the nostalgia. We get it. We understand it. But we're grown now. I was 15 then. The type of shit that I was falling for then, I ain't falling for that shit now.
But though, people don't realize though, it was a mixture, it was a combination of a lot of different things that made 90s basketball what it was. It wasn't because of the product itself, it was because of everything surrounding it. And a lot of people got to realize that. So that's why a lot of people do tend to roll with the 90s in general for all the major sports. It was great. It was a great products all around. Even baseball was exciting to watch in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? Due to how they sold the game, due to how they was pushing, especially once they recognized, hey, we need to start promoting the home run, pushing the home run. And baseball elevated by pushing that home run. When you had guys like the Griffiths, the Bonds, then McGuire and Sammy Sosa came out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? McGuire resurrected his whole career based off of them pushing the home run. So football, of course, football was on in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? So
forget about it. I saw something, the top rated shows from 1991, right? And in the top 10 was Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
So the football, but again, see, football had prime time because it's Sunday. Who has Sunday? Only God and NFL. Like that.
And I think the only show that it was showing consistently was The Simpsons.
Exactly. So at the end of the day, there was really nothing being on television on a Sunday. So that's why football was always great. And you got all the games all on one day, and that was it. Then you had Monday Night Football, obviously, after that. But again, the game was great too then. You know what I'm saying? So like this guy, Brandon Katz, Mr. Wall Street, was saying, I'm trying to diminish Michael Jordan, or I'm trying. GJK is implying Jordan is overrated because of narratives. No, I'm implying that you Zesty Jeffries don't know the game because of narratives. The game was great. The 90s NBA was great for the 90s, the same way the 60s NBA was great for the 60s. But it just can't compare to today's NBA. It's just a better game. It's more fluid. It's more beautiful. The players are more athletic. They have more skill. They do more with the basketball in their hands. Shout out to Travis. Thank you, Travis. Appreciate you.
Shout out to
Herm.
T Perfect, man.
Oh, yeah. Y'all check out the debate between Hollywood Herm and T Perfect. It was, who was you guys debating again? It was
Bob McAdoo versus Karl Malone.
Versus Karl Malone. Oh, big time. I got to finish watching it. That was actually a good thing. Y'all make sure to check that out. Any last words, Herm? Because I'm about to really get the zesty Jeffries upset.
I know one for to come on the panel to go try to ruin the show. Brandon Kent's ass.
He ain't hit the link. I've been put the Brandon don't want to know because he know he gonna end up in the dugout. He already know because he not gonna let me speak. He not gonna let me cook him. Because he was lying about the 2011 odds for the playoffs. But again, like I told you, I got proof. I always got proof. And this is what we do best, man. Shout out to you, Blue Boat. Thank you for joining us again. It is the Friday Night Exposure with the Exposure. Yeah, man.
But this is what I'm going to tell guys like Brandon Katz and other Jordan fans that really don't catch on to what you do. He's not disrespecting Jordan himself. He just doesn't respect the fan base of Michael Jordan. He doesn't respect the fans of Michael Jordan as a whole. That's his premise of everything he do. And end of the day, if you guys don't understand that, and you guys can't respect that for him calling out particular fan base for how they view the game, for how they call the game, and the hypocrisy that it takes, you guys are idiots. At the end of the day, that's all he basically doing. And he tells you. He actually tells you that's what he's doing, but you guys think that he hates Michael Jordan. You guys think that he's hating on how he played the game. No, he just try to get the casual fans that basically use hypotheticals on their takes when it comes to LeBron or other greats of the game. He just using it against y'all and flipping it. All they doing is flipping the shit on y'all. That's all Goat James Kingdom is doing. But you guys hate the man. Y'all hate the man for doing something that I typically do to LeBron and any other fan base myself. So me and Go James relate in a lot of ways.
Yeah, man. Listen, and I implore real Michael Jordan fans and real Kobe fans to step up and go up against these zesty Jeffries as well, because they make it bad for all of us. We should all be able to appreciate the game just like we were able to do it during the 90s. Because, see, if they were doing this in the 80s, y'all would probably like Dan Issel more, Billy Cunningham more. Y'all probably would love Bob McAdoo more. Y'all probably would love Adrian Dantley, Alice English more. All these guys would be praised way much more because, again, you guys didn't watch it. So thanks, Herman, for joining me, man. You always great, brother. I'll catch you tomorrow night, man. I can't wait to see what you and Africa got, man. I can't wait. I'll see you tomorrow night, brother. Peace and blessings.
Most definitely.
All right, y'all. So we got again, before I bring you up, Brandon, because we got Brandon in the building, y'all. Yay. Right? I'm going to bring you up, Brandon. But just to help understand what Herm was saying again, yes, we don't hate Michael Jordan. We think Michael Jordan's a great basketball player. He's just not the GOAT. LeBron is the GOAT. That's just it. And because we say that, we get all the zesty Jeffrey lies. We're about to hear it tonight, ladies and gentlemen. You guys know what this is. This is the Friday Night Exposure with the Exposer. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Become a member of the channel because it is the FYF and GJK collaboration every Friday night. And don't let the Sunday afternoon end up on FYF. I don't know if Lamont can handle all the hate that's been going on since I appeared with the Friday Night Exposure. But we're having a great evening tonight, y'all, because we're talking the game. I took y'all back to the 90s. Let me bring Brandon Katz up. Let me, first of all, watch this, y'all. Let's let Brandon come up. Brandon, good evening, sir. Thank you for joining me. What do you got for me today?
Yeah, I got to cook you. Wait, so first I'm going to cook Herm. I would have cooked Herm on the show, but he ran away like a girl. So Herm was arguing that Wemby's going to be the best player in the NBA and France is going to be the second best team in FIBA. No, Herm. Wemby's 20. He's not ready. He got shit kicked by Germany. France has been embarrassing at FIBA most of the tournament. France isn't winning shit, and Wemby's at least 2 years away. That's why Herm ran away. Now, I'm going to cook you. So here's the big difference between how people looked at basketball in the 90s versus how they look at basketball now. You're lying when you talk about narratives because narratives have always been part of the game. LeBron was being promoted as the GOAT in 2007. Kobe was clearly better than LeBron in 07 and 08. LeBron was a flawed shooter. He only got to the finals in 07 because Detroit didn't have Ben Wallace and the East was trash. But in the 1990s, people based their opinion based on watching the game and seeing who the best players were. Now, most people are just about numbers and analytics. So now when people debate basketball, they just say Allen Iverson wasn't good because some people will say Allen Iverson wasn't good because he shot 41% from the field. They don't understand that Iverson was playing in a system and an offense where his efficiency was going to be lower. But people today are obsessed with analytics, with numbers. They don't talk enough about how players play the game. They don't talk about matchups. They don't talk basketball. So in the 90s, it was a pure game. And people in the media talked about basketball based on who was the most dominant player. They didn't break games down just to field goal percentage and true shooting percentage. They actually talked about the game as a game, more of a pure, true basketball game. And Jordan was the GOAT because he won 6 finals and he was the most dominant player in the league. Jordan was the most dominant offensive player. He was the best clutch scorer. And in the 90s, it was a half-court game. Most playoff games in the 90s came down to the final 5 minutes, and Jordan completely took over and dominated those games. The view in the media of basketball in the 90s was far better than now because in the 90s, people talked basketball. They talked about how people play. Now most people in the media are just reading spreadsheets and going to Basketball Reference. And while analytics have value, the overemphasis on analytics has really hurt, and it's really destroyed the value of conversations people have about basketball. Media coverage of basketball was better in the 90s. There weren't as many numbers or analytics. It was more about how players played the game, not just a stupid spreadsheet. And Miami was favored against Miami was favored against the Bulls in 2011 in Dallas in the finals that year too.
That's it. That's what you got for me.
Yeah,
that's what you got. Herm, you can come back if you want to take a part of this because obviously he calls you out, and I'm going to start allowing y'all to take fort when somebody calls you out.
No, Herm's going to hide in the chat. He's not coming back.
He's not going to hide in the chat. So first off, you are late to the program just like you normally are. And I already took people back to the 90s and showed them how the game was introduced. So everything you just said was all lies. I don't even have to debunk you. I'll let Herman do that. Go ahead, Herman. Have some fun with the other.
Hey, first of all, Brandon, it's on the video short that Trudy King dropped on the shoulder on the other shoulder crossover. When I said that Canada was going to win silver, and I had Germany win third, get bronze. I mean, that's for one. 2, when it comes to Wemby. What he did last year on restricted minutes, still averaged a 20-point double-double, 3.8 blocks, and a steal and a half a game on restriction minutes, that lets you know that he's the real deal. The Spurs will be a threat to actually have a chance to make the playoffs. They most likely be a play-in team. But Wemby is going to elevate. Wemby is going to get better. End of the day, France don't have the guard play. That's why they go get their ass kicked. They got the size, they got the athleticism and length, but they don't have the guard play. So it's not all about because of Wemby. So when you
the Spurs don't have the guard play either.
Now the Spurs actually are solid. They are better than what people realize. They have gotten better. They probably gonna have the next Rookie of the Year again this year by getting the guy from UConn, getting the elite two-way guy from UConn. That just
He's a
won
12-point-a-game player at UConn. He's 19 years old.
Yeah, but in college, nigga, nobody really scoring big points like that. John Wall was still the number 1 pick. His ass didn't average 20 points per game in college because he had a great team.
Don't compare John Wall to Castle. That's absurd.
No, but I'm just saying. He didn't average 20 points in college because he had a great team.
But the Spurs guards are Devin Vassell and Trey Jones. That's not good enough to be a playoff team in the West.
Brandon Katz, man. You go see. You will see, brother. Wemby is that special. Wemby is next up, basically. He's going to be the next real, legit superstar in the NBA after you get to the LeBrons, the Currys, the KDs out the way. He would take over because, unfortunately, Ja Morant has issues when it comes to controlling off the court. Anthony Edwards, he displayed a level of immatureness this past season to let you basically know that he's not ready to be the face of the league. So, end of the day, if I got to look at it, if I got to look at who's going to have more impact branded catch, Wemby, Victor Wembanyama. It's going to be better than those two players.
Yeah, but I mean, Wemby will be the best player in the NBA or 3 or 4 years, but Wemby's not going to be a top 5 player next year, like you said. And when you say Wemby had 20 points a game, Wemby's efficiency was trash. He needs to get stronger. He needs to develop. He's not going to be a top 5 player next year. And it's interesting, you cooked the French team because you said they have bad guards. Well, guess what? The Spurs have the same issue. Devin Vassell and Trey Jones aren't good enough to make the playoffs in the loaded West. The Spurs are not a playoff team. Wemby won't be top 5, and this French team at FIBA is not going to do shit.
Didn't they just pick up
overrated Wemby? Wemby is not ready
Paul
yet.
Would be the starter point guard.
Chris Paul is going to be. Chris Paul is a better chance of starting Rich James in retirement than being a starting point guard.
This is a perfect example of, again, this guy was born during the 90s. He is what I would call.
I was not born in the 90s.
Again. Your basketball takes are born in the You are at ESPN.
My
NBC
basketball takes
fans.
shit on yours.
You learned the game of basketball off of Sports Center highlights.
Shout out the big
from John Bruce Gratz and those guys, and a Bob Costas intro on NBC. That's exactly how you learned the game. You were sitting there. Okay, let's start here, Brandon. Are you a before crack baby or after crack baby? So that means were you born before 1985 or after 1985?
Before.
So you're a before crack baby. All right. So you say you was a before crack baby. This is how you know everything you said was a lie. Because again, all they did was talk narratives. You're right, they didn't talk numbers. And first of all, there was no analytics in the 90s, so there was no analytics to talk. So only thing they talked about was getting your ass to sit here and watch this TV program because your ass was probably outside.
They talked basketball.
In the city of brotherly love, it is a one-man affair. Charles is in charge. Each time he walks on the court, he knows the team, the fans, and the city are looking to him. He has had his moments, dominated games. But Barkley's Sixers have never made the finals, and Charles may be feeling the frustration. At times, he has alienated his teammates. Sir Charles has carried this franchise on his back, but he too will have to shoulder the blame if the Sixers don't turn it around soon.
And actually was telling the truth in that, though.
I asked you, Brandon, what part of the basketball game did you learn watching that intro?
I mean, that's entertainment. Entertainment's part of the game. That has nothing to do with the media coverage.
Again, I asked you, what part of that intro did you learn the game?
That's entertainment. That's not about the game.
Okay, so where were you learning the game at then? You said they were talking about the game. When were they talking about the game for you to learn it? In the 90s? Where?
Well, no, but that's not how people learn the game. Here, you're missing my point. What I'm saying is in the 90s.
I don't want your point. I want you to answer my question. If you didn't learn it from NBC, where were people learning the game of basketball?
By watching players play. Now people listen to
Wait. Where do you watch players play? It's only on NBC and TNT. And that's it. Where else are you watching the game? That's NBC telling you the game. This is what NBC was doing right here. There was nothing else. What are you talking about? This is NBC right here.
Shaquille O'Neal is perhaps the most imposing player in the NBA. In just his third season, he has raised his game to great heights, leading Orlando to the league's best record. And against the elite big men, the 23-year-old giant has stood tall. But there stands one man O'Neal has yet to defeat, David Robinson. They have met 5 times, and while Shaquille has had his moments, it's Robinson who has reigned supreme. 5 meetings, 5 victories. Today, the Admiral leads his troops into Orlando with thoughts of yet another victory over Shaquille. You think Shaq will be ready?
This is the NBA on NBC. Today, it's the San Antonio Spurs versus the Orlando Magic.
No, Great Tone. What I believe is that 30-second clip is how you talk the game of basketball. You talk the game in replication of how NBC introduced it to you. You didn't know the game. That's why you say the 90s was so great. That's why Brandon comes in with all these lies and narratives about Michael Jordan. Because at the end of the day, I just showed you how they showed Michael Jordan bricking, and it was still like he was the greatest player on the basketball court. Because nobody was going to go on television the next day and say Michael Jordan doesn't have it anymore. He should have stayed playing baseball. Because he showed up last night looking like a dud and cost the Chicago Bulls a game. Scottie Pippen was playing better than Michael Jordan. You're not going to get that in the 90s.
Hey, go James.
So let me ask you a question.
Why you
Hold
want
on,
to
let
show
me ask you a question,
NBA?
Go James.
Why you want to show NBA inside stuff? Why you want to show NBA inside stuff?
I'm glad I couldn't find it because remember I tell you this is what NBC does. It's NBC is going to keep it hard for us to show what they're going to show us. I couldn't really find too much stuff on on inside stuff. Now, mind you, I could have probably did a better job, but I couldn't really find nothing. But that's a great point by you, Herm, because that was
Inside
another
Stuff was
place.
only on once a week.
Exactly.
Yeah, but they do it before the game. That was your pregame show.
That was a Saturday afternoon. Saturday afternoon when you woke up as a kid after watching cartoons or whatever you were doing, you would wake up and you would watch Inside Stuff. That was a part of the programming. That's what I'm trying to say.
It wasn't that good of a show. That was the Ahmad Rashad show.
That was the NBA we were getting. They were introducing us to these players that you
No.
Players play the game, how they overcame this, how they were doing this. You're not talking the game. You're talking narratives. They fed us narratives. So you feed us narratives. That's why the analytics became important, because Zesty Jeffries took the whole idea of talking the game out to just talk narratives throughout the 2000s. So now analytics people said, nah, man, we got to talk about the analytics because all you guys do is lie. Like you lie on Joel Embiid, like you lie on Joker, like you lie on Jason Tatum, like you lie on Trae Young, like you lie on Jaylen Brown, like you lie on Ja Morant, like you lie on Arvidas Sabonis. You guys are liars.
I said Jaylen Brown should have been Finals MVP.
You're just lying. On Bam Monte, because Bam Monte's great, but y'all praise Anthony Davis for stats.
Okay, wait. So go James. Okay, go James. I'm going to respond to your court take because let me explain why you just cooked yourself with that take. So you said the only show in the 90s was Inside the NBA, which was on once a week. So now there are shows. There are 6 shows every. Let me finish. There are 6 shows a day every day. There's First Take. There's Undisputed. Now there's talk shows all day, every day, and most of these talk shows are spewing narrative bullshit. Harm. Let me finish. And so in the 90s, there were not talk shows every day. You cooked yourself when you said the only major show in the NBA was Inside the NBA. Let me finish. I didn't interrupt you.
No, there's no need for you to finish because you're lying. You didn't watch the show. I explained that.
I did watch the show. You're not letting me finish.
If you, I'm not gonna let you finish because if you would have sat there and watched the show,
you're not getting my point.
You're not getting my point. You didn't understand the show. I showed how back then it was different.
No, I got your point. You cut me off.
No, you don't. You did not get my point. Stop unmuting yourself. It's my show. I'm speaking.
I did.
Stop unmuting yourself. Stop it. Stop it.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
Sit your ass down.
Shut the fuck up, Brandon. Again, I showed you guys how back then there was nothing on television. We stated this. There was nothing available for you to watch. That's why Inside Stuff was so important, because guess what? You didn't get a chance to watch the NBA throughout the week. So when Saturday morning showed up, it was great to watch Inside Stuff because you got NBA news and information. It wasn't available like you said now. Now they talk bullshit. They don't talk the game still. I've proven this show after show. You can go back and watch Friday Night Exposure. I did a whole show showing how Charles Barkley admits to not even watching the games that he is supposed to be talking about at halftime. He said he was in the back sleep. And how am I supposed to learn about the game of basketball if Charles Barkley, who's at a halftime show, doesn't even watch the game and gonna spit some bullshit narrative to me? This is why you get put in the fucking dugout. Because you don't let me speak, and now you're going to say, I cook myself. You cook yourself. No, I didn't cook myself.
Shut up, bitch.
Sit your ass down.
Now go ahead and do your
hold on. Okay, you're missing my point because you cut me off 2 sentences in. What I'm saying is in the 90s, there were very few shows, which you agreed with. You said there was one show once a week inside the NBA. So now there's 6 shows every single day. There are shows on ESPN. There are shows on Fox Sports. There are shows on YouTube every day, just like the one you are doing right now. So in the 90s, people based their opinions on basketball by watching the players and the teams. In this era, most people just repeat what they hear on YouTube from talk shows and what they see with stats. So the view of most people of players and basketball in the 90s was better. It was more pure. It was based on watching the game, watching the players, and most people did watch the games. When you talk about NBC and NBC, people watch the playoffs. Let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. Let me finish. What I'm saying is, in the 90s, inside the NBA, which was a good show, but that was once a week.
What the fuck you doing here? If you can't take it, sit your ass down.
Bruh, you can't come up here lying and tell me shut the fuck up when I'm telling you you're lying. You didn't fucking watch the game. You watched a Bob Costas intro. You watched a Dan Patrick highlight. You watched a Stuart Scott highlight. I proved it. I took everybody back to the 90s. There was no basketball on television. NBC was the main one showing you the games. The NBA was not that big in the 90s. These are the lies you zesty Jeffrey said. You were born out of this fucking lies, the narratives. Because all you got in the 90s was bullshit like this being told to you, because that's all they can fucking do is tell you this, because at the end of the day, that's all they knew about the game of basketball.
Miami's Pat Riley, the teacher, and New York's Jeff Van Gundy, Riley's prize pupil. On the court, another teacher-pupil story unfolds. Patrick Ewing and Alonzo Mourning, whose rivalry was forged at Georgetown University. In Game 1, Ewing bested his protege. And Allen Houston provided firepower as the Knicks taught their former coach a lesson. But in Game 2, Mourning turned the tables with an emphatic statement. And school was out when Tim Hardaway took control. Now Game 3 with the Knicks and Heat, teacher and pupil on even terms. Who will pass the test today?
So after if your ass wasn't home watching that game, Brandon, you didn't get a chance to watch it, unless you one of those guys that say, well, I was recording it. I had my uncle recording it for me, blah, blah, blah. But you wasn't home to watch it. You didn't see it. So you know what your ass had to do to find out what happened in that Knicks game? You had to wait till Sports Center showed up at 9 p.m.
Sunday's New York-New Jersey meeting was dripping with playoff implications. The Knicks in a race with Indiana for the second-best record in the East, a position that would bring them the home court advantage through the first 2 rounds of the postseason. The Nets, who have lost 3 straight, and forward Derek Coleman, trailed the Celts by a game for that final playoff position. To the Meadowlands we go. Patrick Ewing going for a rebound. Rick Mahorn gives him an elbow to the ribs. Ewing goes down. 2 possessions later, Ewing still upset and goes for the jugular.
Well, normally you don't.
Mahorn and Ewing ejected. Meanwhile, Coleman an innocent bystander. The Knicks down 15 in the second half. QB Davis brings him back. Then it's Starks, fakes, fires, and touches nothing but the bottom of the net. 7 threes for Starks, 12 for the Knicks, and they win it. In a game that featured 4 ejections, 8 technicals, and 1 flagrant foul, the 5th time in Ewing's career he has been ejected.
Stop coming on GOAT James Kingdom and lying. Stop coming on here and trying to be disrespectful towards me because I'm exposing you.
Well, first of all, you have the presumption that people care what you say. They don't.
Sit your ass down.
You got to understand, you got to be able to talk the game. You got to be able to talk the game. So first of all, let me address Mr. Wiley. I got nothing respect for you, Wiley. You are an elder statesman here in FYF. But for you to tell me you remember watching the games when you don't even remember your actual medication schedule today, stop it, bruh. John Havlicek and them were on tape delay. They weren't on live television. The 1969 NBA Finals was played on CBS on tape delay, and it was only the second half of Game 7. They didn't even show you the full game of an NBA Game 7 Finals in 1969 on television. Then we have another Zesty Jeffrey again. They're upset. I brought you back to the 90s. We had local games. Again, if you were not sitting on your couch at 7:30 p.m. to watch your local television show you your local team, you didn't watch the game. Most of y'all are after crack babies. What were you doing sitting around watching NBA games at 8, 9, 10, 11 years old?
Unless they bought a whole bunch of cassette tapes. And that's really the only way you had to record those games, cassette tapes wise. And I don't think a lot of people did that.
So stop lying, Brandon. And I'm gonna let you speak because they always say I don't let you speak. But I let you speak. When I'm cutting you the fuck up, you need to cut the fuck up. Just cut. Stop. It's my turn to shut you up because I'm cooking you. There's no cooking in your kitchen. I don't know what kitchen you got. You must got like a preschool playhouse fucking kitchen because you ain't doing none of that shit here in Goat James Kingdom. That's fucking fact, especially on a Friday night with the exposer. Ain't happening. I'm proving to you that y'all were not watching the games back then. You're a liar.
Okay, so I'm going to make first I'll do what I want, but I'm going to make 4 points here. So the first point I'm going to make is that, number one, I did watch all the games because I lived in the Chicago area, and I both watched the games and I went to the games, and I remember them. And all the games were on TV in the playoffs as well. And so to cook your point that people weren't watching, and this doesn't just cook you, it barbecues you, because TV ratings were the best in NBA history in not the 80s, not the 2000s, but the 1990s. So the 90s had the best TV ratings ever, and the playoff games were on TV, number one. Number two, you can go back in YouTube and watch the games in the 90s. Number three, I watched the games, I went to them because I was in the Chicago area. But here's the point you're missing. LeBron benefited more from narratives than Jordan because Jordan established himself as the best player in the NBA in the late 80s before he was winning titles. And LeBron, and you have no answer for this, LeBron was far more hyped coming out of high school to the NBA than Jordan was. LeBron had a $100 million Nike deal before he played one NBA game. LeBron was being talked about as the GOAT before he even fucking played an NBA game. Jordan played 3 years at college. He didn't win anything his final 2 years. And Jordan wasn't even the number one pick in the draft. He was the third pick. And so LeBron benefited more from narratives than Jordan did because LeBron was literally being pushed as the fucking GOAT when the motherfucker was 18 years old. Jordan wasn't even being pushed as the GOAT his fourth year in the NBA. TV ratings were better in the 90s. People go back and watch the games on YouTube. The narratives benefited LeBron more than they benefited Jordan. In fact, when Jordan was losing to Detroit, even though Jordan put up elite numbers and your boy Scottie Pippen was choking like a little bitch every year in the 80s, they were still shitting on Jordan when he lost to Detroit, even though he wasn't the reason they were losing the series. So narratives benefited LeBron more than Jordan because the media was literally pushing LeBron as the GOAT when he was 18 fucking years old. Nobody pushed Jordan as the GOAT, as I said, his fourth year in the league. And today there are TV shows 6 times a day, all day, every day. In the 90s, as you admitted, it was just inside the NBA. So in the 90s, you didn't have analytics. You didn't have 8 shows a day. People watched the games, they watched the players, and they based their opinions on how the players played. When you say the games weren't on TV, that's a lie. People watched the local games, and they watched every game in the playoffs. They watched plenty of basketball in the 90s. What you're saying is a lie.
Hey, Big Ox, hop on the panel, nigga. You asked for the link, man. Come on and hop on, Big Ox.
Greetings. Welcome to Sports Center alongside tag team partner Keith Olbermann. I'm Dan Patrick.
It's just in. Michael Jordan has retired. No, not really. Coming up in the next 60 minutes, a deja vu day in the tournament. A baseball manager calls replacement ball a travesty of all the NBA. But first, guess who?
Baseball's lost, basketball's gained. It was back in January in Scottsdale, Arizona, when Michael Jordan, prior to his Arizona Fall League game, told me, "Don't even ask the question. You already know the answer." His basketball career was hermetically sealed forever. But during the next 20 minutes, Jordan spoke of nothing but the NBA, including how his old team would fare, why the Suns wouldn't win the title, and the outrageous salaries of rookies. 2 months later, and 9 days following his baseball retirement, Michael's hoop dreams were on the air once again. To Market Square Arena we go. The last Chicago player to wear number 45, Ed Neely. Michael, a little bit nervous, trying to live up to Ed Neely. He put his pants on backwards. He struggled early, trying to shake off the rust, the 18-month layoff, and it showed. Michael, outside, inside, couldn't get it to go. Then the patented drive. Michael, let's get a piece of it. Michael, 0 for 6 from the floor. Indiana, ready to play. Reggie Miller, the pull up for 3. three. The judges, yeah. Out on that, and you go back to the break. Then the old Jordan would finally emerge. MJ the steal for Rick Smits. He takes it the distance. And he wanted to throw this one down in the worst way. Mark Jackson got out of the way. Pacers on the run. Mark Jackson and Reggie playing the two-man game. The Pacers would lead by as many as 18. Even in slow motion, nobody could block Mark Jackson's shot. More problems for Jordan. MJ on the drive. Can't connect. Jordan 7 of 28 from the floor. However, the Bulls would come back.
No left hand. Scottie Pippen saving the Bulls, Brandon. Because you didn't watch the game. ESPN told me. Here goes Jordan. Bush League foul. Look at that. Horrible defense by Jordan.
Yeah, you still can't name one.
Jordan goes inside. Using the height advantage over Byron Scott. Jordan hobbling, still feeling the effects of the collision with Miller. The Pacers would get the last word. Byron Scott, 2 of the 17. Not quite a Disney ending for Michael Jordan, but he's back. Your final 103-96. The division-leading Pacers have won 3 in a row. Mike's numbers, 19 points, 6.
So we see that they definitely wasn't telling us nothing about Michael Jordan's game. That's not what we were learning right here. We were learning narratives. Jordan bricking, Jordan losing a game. But the highlights will make you think Michael Jordan was great. He was playing great. Those
they
are the
were
lies
just happy that he's back in the NBA, bro. For him to sit here.
Exactly. And this is the thing.
Him to
He was
sit
talking
here
about the
and
next
come up
day.
here and
The next day. Hold on, twin man. The next day, if there was 6 television programs, they would have been saying how Michael Jordan should have stayed out of basketball.
Right.
That's what they do today. But back they wouldn't have did that because you can see how ESPN presented Mike. They didn't talk bad about Mike, even though he played bad. Because that was real objective talk. So you're proving my point on how everything was based on narratives, not on what actually happened, because Jordan played bad. And the narrative was he didn't play bad. He was just rusty, and the Bulls are going to figure it out. And again, if you were watching the game, which you didn't, because you know you didn't watch the game. That game was on NBC, so it was available for anybody, didn't matter what region you was in. Because you can see on the sideline it said NBA on NBC. But at the end of the day, you guys are liars. You were not watching the game. I was alive then. You were not watching it. You had to go to SportsCenter and a newspaper to find out what happened. I have the footage. It's all available to you.
Del Curry and Michael Adams just watching. Injured. Hornets worked the pick and roll. Larry Johnson did it so well. A halo appeared around him. Percy Hawkins finds him. LJ had 19. And now it's Mourning's turn. Alonzo Mourning on the roll. Brought to you by Percy Hawkins. Mourning had 22. Hornets by 19 at the half. Then off the Johnson pick, Muggsy Bogues takes it himself to the hoop. Get out of the way. You don't want to get hurt. Hornets 105-92. Hornets keep pace with Indiana. 2.5 back. Hawkins and Mourning had 22 apiece.
The lies that they tell us, okay? That game right there, if you go look at that highlight, it said the game was given to ESPN by the NBA WJZY television network. That was in Miami. If you were not in Charlotte, if you were not in South Florida, you did not see that game. So you're a liar. These games are not available to you. All you Zesty Jeffrey keep saying, I was in Chicago, I did. You're a liar. You can't prove none of this.
How they all live in Chicago, bro?
Go ahead, Twin Man, because I know you wanted to speak. Go ahead, Twin Man.
Yo, I get so tired of him coming up here capping. He sat here and said LeBron literally benefited off of NBA narratives. What fucking NBA narrative? Who is Michael Jordan's Rob Parker? Who's Michael Jordan's Skip Bayless? Who is it?
SI.
Who sat here? Who would literally come on TV and it didn't matter how well Jordan played, they found something negative to say?
Bob Ryan did back in the day.
He did. He was Skip Bayless.
LeBron
James won a championship and he tried to turn a negative.
But for
Bob Ryan was crazy back
do you know how hard it was for you to get a Boston Globe paper in Memphis in 1988, 1989, 1990? It wasn't accessible to you that easily. You couldn't just get the Boston Globe to get Bob Ryan's take on Michael Jordan. That's the point. That's what you guys don't understand. The game that was introduced to us on a global scale was introduced to us by ESPN and NBC.
But you gotta remember, Bob Ryan was on ESPN too, though.
No, but again, that was when ESPN. That was later on in the 90s. That's past all of that. That's what I'm saying. Like that, we're talking about the 2000s now. That's what I'm saying. That's when they started covering the NBA. But what Brandon is talking about is based off of the 90s. Because in the 2000s, when he's saying they were praising LeBron as a goal, no, they were not. LeBron was the greatest high school player that anybody ever seen. Unless you was watching Kareem, which y'all motherfuckers wasn't watching Kareem neither. Motherfuckers didn't even know about Dr. J. Dr. J was incredible in high school. They didn't know about him until he fucking went to Massachusetts. And even at that, they still didn't know about Dr. J. Because the games were not available to people like that. They're lying. They're liars. Right. I was born 1981. So I'm 43 years old today. I didn't watch 80s basketball, and I've never admitted to watching 80s basketball. That's why I brought up Len Bias, Herm, because I don't know what happened in the 80s. These are all stories. Matter of fact, there's a movie that came out in the early 90s. I don't know if it was called Hoop Dreams, because I think Hoop Dreams was a documentary, but there was another like low budget film that made it was a basketball themed film. And the theme was the main basketball player was a high school phenom, but he was a coke addict. And then there was another player that was a high school phenom in the same county or the same city, but he sprained his knee. So he didn't get the praise because everybody thought he was hurt, but he was really the better of the player. The other guy was just a hype, but he was a drug addict and he died off drugs. That was the story of basketball players in the late 80s going into the 90s, that they were drug addicts. Because throughout the 80s, you had guys like Len Bias die. You had other players that were admitted coke addicts, that were getting drug tested, getting caught. It's the 80s, y'all. Club 84. Like, people don't know. That's like, they used to smoke in restaurants, bruh. Like, it's a different time. I brought y'all to this era so that y'all can see these are all lies. I even gave y'all the TV guide to show you how there was really nothing on television. There was barely anything to watch.
But yo, what's killing me is that, again, you're going to have people who's going to come up here with the bullshit narratives. I need someone pointing out, you just showed the video evidence of Michael Jordan go 7 for 28. Did they sit here and kill him in the commentary when they were going through the highlights? That's what I'm sitting here saying. How can he sit here and say that the media is in the tank for LeBron? This motherfucker went 7 for 28. 7 for fucking 28, and they just made it seem like he was rusty. Shut the fuck up, Brandon. You always come up here capping.
Watch how he lies. Watch how he lies here. Watch how he lies here. I'm going to cook you because he's going to talk about ESPN. New World, I'm going to let you in because everybody wants to hear Brandon. Brandon is the star of the show. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, so there's a couple lies here being told. The first of all, there was a narrative that Jordan was not a good team player in the 80s. There was a narrative that Jordan wasn't a team player. He couldn't make other teammates better. He couldn't play with a team. And there were plenty of people who were shitting on Jordan in the 80s and creating this narrative that Jordan couldn't win. Again, Jordan did not win at North Carolina after his first year. When Jordan started a full season, he didn't win in North Carolina. And so there absolutely was a narrative pushed by the media, people like Bob Ryan. And you said Bob Ryan was on the Boston Globe. That's wrong. Bob Ryan was on ESPN every Sunday morning on the sports reporters and the sports writers. Now, to Twin Man, who's the biggest LeBron sexual on the internet, the reason people don't shit on Jordan like they do on LeBron is Michael Jordan doesn't switch teams every 5 years.
Let's make something fucking clear. They tried to make Michael Jordan the fucking GOAT in 1988. When were they trying to make fucking LeBron the GOAT early in his career?
Nah, they didn't
You're a liar, bro.
1991, though. Really to
You're a liar, bro. They tried to make fucking Jordan the GOAT in 1988 and he ain't win shit.
Really 91, though.
This motherfucker lost. He got his ass whooped by Larry Bird, and the only thing dick suckers like you talk about is him dropping 63 fucking points. What are you talking about?
I mean, he was like in his.
They were talking objectively of Michael Jordan. They called him great, but they also said he choked against Detroit, which I already approved you. He did.
Talked about one fucking reporter. He talked about one fucking reporter. You had Skip Bayless for 20 fucking years talking shit about LeBron James. Fucking
I mean,
Ron
y'all let
Parker
him make
talking
money,
shit
man.
for 20 fucking years.
If y'all
What are you talking about? People have made their entire careers in media talking shit about LeBron James. The fuck are you talking about, Brandon? You full of shit.
Go ahead, New World. You go ahead, give your take in, brother. What you got for me today?
Oh man, my thing is, salute to everybody on the panel, Twin Man, Herm, Johnny. This is a great show. But my thing is, man,
my name, bro. Fuck that shit. He
yeah,
gonna
no, I
put my
feel
name in that fucking lie.
Yeah, no, I feel you, Twin Man. Like, these fools, they don't know what they're talking about. And I know Brandon Katz is a damn lie because, whenever he makes contrarian statements like this, he can never name his sources. He can never tell you who said this, who said that, who was pushing these narratives. We can tell you exactly who was talking shit about LeBron and who was praising LeBron throughout his entire career. Like, these guys are known figures. They're still in the media. We can tell you everything about them. But for some reason, these guys can never tell you anything about the guys that were covering Jordan when he was in his prime. So, I'm sitting here just listening to this guy and I'm just like, well, you're making these blanket statements, but you're not really providing any info as to like back that up, So I'm just wondering why they do this, why JDRs do this type of shit.
Because they have to believe these narratives. These narratives are very helpful for them, New World. So as an example, you see how he brought up Bob Ryan to try to prove a point? Bob Ryan was on the Sports Reporters, which is a show that will come on at 10 a.m. on ESPN for 30 minutes, where they bring up the top news journalists, newspaper journalists, right, throughout the show, and they talk about different topics. They're not covering the NBA. They're not talking the NBA. Now, they might eventually talk about the NBA if it's the finals or the playoffs or things of that nature, but they're not. The show's not predicated on that. They each have to talk about something. So the idea that Bob Ryan was wasting his little 5 minutes or his little one, because they used to give him an ending like I give you guys the last take, that he was spending that talking about Michael Jordan is lies. He wasn't, especially in the 90s.
I'm gonna tell you who a guy that was neutral across the boards in the 90s that criticized everybody. A guy that wasn't afraid to call out Michael Jordan, which he did a lot, was Peter Vesey. Peter Vesey was a guy in the 90s that called out all them niggas. He didn't care who.
But they were always objective, though. That's what I'm saying. But they were the same way they called out Barkley. They said Barkley alienated his teammates.
Shout out to Gilbert Arenas, man. Thank you for
Herm, do me a favor, Herm. Give me, because everybody's talking about I'm naming one person. Please give me someone the equivalent of Skip Bayless that talks shit as much as Skip Bayless did about LeBron James, built an entire career of talking shit about Michael Jordan.
If you
please give me the person, bro.
Because everything elevates at each decade. Things revolutionize. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the internet.
But hold on, Herm. I need a name. Because we're not going to pretend from ESPN to Fox News Sports. You had this motherfucker.
No, but you guys got to understand that at the end of the day, you guys are talking about beat writers. When
Peter Vesey wasn't a beat writer. Peter
Vesey was writing for like Sports Illustrated, something like that.
But he reported on all NBA news back then. Peter Vesey was bigger than Skip Bayless. Y'all think Skip Bayless was big. Peter Vesey was bigger than Skip Bayless.
He has to do it on an outlet. So somebody has to get it. It's got to be the Washington Post, the New York Times. It has to be an outlet. It has to be a publication of some sort. So he had to be hired by those publications. That's the only way to read a Peter Vesey article. He was not on NBC. Peter Vesey have a fucking
TV show?
He does exactly. He doesn't have a TV show.
He was an NBA columnist, though. He was an NBA columnist.
He have a TV show that came on.
They didn't have that in the 90s.
Where, Herm? Where?
He covered the whole league. Y'all not listening.
Y'all not listening. On what outlet? You're not answering the question. On what?
He was on NBC.
Y'all can't get mad because the media is bigger today than what it was in the 90s.
Yeah.
No, we're not mad.
It's
not about being mad.
It's not about being mad, Mac. It's about sitting here saying dumb shit like what Brandon was sitting here saying, that the media is going to take from LeBron.
Stop. I got this, Twin. Listen, Herm, NBC only showed you the NBA on the weekends.
Correct.
Yeah, he was there. He was one of the sports writers that they used, just like Bob Costas and all those guys, during the coverage of the game. I'm not saying Peter Vesey wasn't involved in that. That's not what I'm saying. That's just like they use.
And he wrote for the Washington Post.
No, but the point is that like what Twin Man is saying, they did not have a daily program showing you criticizing the players. That didn't
correct.
exist then. That's what we're
We
talking
didn't
about.
have. Hold on, you're right. We didn't have the program. We had newspapers, daily newspapers.
And he was
Now, if
writing
you want,
columns regularly.
hold.
He was the New
Yeah,
York
hold
Post.
on. That's what I'm saying. You can't get mad. Hold on. You can't get mad at the media in the 90s because we didn't have journalists complaining and criticizing players, because journalists back in the day were actually journalists. A narrative is a story.
I can't give you that,
Go
bro.
ahead.
I can't give you that,
You
bro.
cut me off. Go ahead.
No, stop. Mac, this is not an attack on the 90s media, nigga. This is an attack against you lying ass Zesty Jeffries who keep telling us you was watching the games and you fucking wasn't. You learned the game of basketball in the 90s from an ESPN Sports Center highlight and an intro from an NBC show. That's how you fucking learned it. You didn't
Can I raise my hand? Can I raise my hand? So hold on. In the season, okay, go ahead.
You didn't watch the game, nigga. There was no TV program for NBA television, nigga. I just told you Inside Stuff was the only one they had. We just said this.
Mm-hmm.
Sports Center showed at 6 a.m. That
Correct.
Sports Center went till 12 noon. At 12 noon,
Correct.
they had a noon Sports Center. Then they would have their program after 1 o'clock. At 6 o'clock, they had an ESPN. Then after that, they would play whatever they could play in between, maybe a baseball game, whatever rights the NBA ESPN had. But at 9 p.m., you got the Eastern Sports Center, which would run till 12 a.m. to get the West Coast Sports Center. And they ran that till 6 a.m. So for 16, 17 hours on ESPN, there is no ESPN2, which is where fucking Skip Bayless started at, on Cold Pizza with Woody Page in them. There is no ESPN Classics. There is no ESPN-U. None of those channels existed. So when you were watching the game of basketball, if you had a regional matchup, that's the game you was able to see. If you had cable television, you could either watch the games on TNT, which we all know only show 1 or 2 nights a week. And again, if you were not watching it at that time, you missed it. You didn't get a chance to see it. The only time you got a chance to watch the games was watching the highlights. Yes, the next morning, you would open up a newspaper and you would take the sports section out and you would look at the stats. Guess what they were talking about? Your team. They were not talking about the Chicago Bulls. And Miami, the Miami Herald did not waste a column on the Chicago Bulls. The column was about the Miami Heat, and what they gave us was the box score for every NBA matchup for that match. Just like we do now. We went to Basketball Reference. Instead of Basketball Reference, we just went to the newspaper. That's how it was. I took y'all to the 90s. Y'all fucking jumped out of the time machine and jumped back into the fucking future. I don't know what to tell y'all. Y'all some crazy motherfuckers, man. Go ahead, Mac.
Okay, so TNT had games, NBC had games, and TBS also had games during the regular season. You got to watch some games here and there in regional action. I stayed in the West Coast. Fox Sports West was cracking in the 90s as well. So I got to watch a lot of Lakers.
Bro, there was no Fox Sports West in the 90s. These niggas fucking liars. Yo, Mike. Nigga, Fox was just a born nation in the 90s. Nigga, they were just born channel. There was no Fox Sports, nigga. That shit ended up in the 2000s, nigga. That's later. That's when cable television took off, nigga. That was not available.
So I'm gonna raise my hand. So hold on. So I'm gonna raise my hand. So there was no Fox Sports West, and there was no SoCal
Mac, how old are you, Mac?
9 channel.
Hold
on. I'm asking you a question. Don't cut me off. So there was no Fox Sports West, and there was no SoCal 9 that showed the Lakers. So I didn't watch regional games. Is what you're saying? How you gonna tell me? What I'm saying is those channels.
You know, I'm gonna tell you because nigga, and May 27th.
Why I gotta be a nigga?
Because you're a liar. Niggas lie.
Okay. Now Coach James, it actually was established.
Now he want to take it personal, like I'm the nigga. And
this is a national TV guy. It's not local.
Nigga, there is no Fox Sports. That's national, nigga.
It was Fox Sports West. Fox Sports West was established in 1985.
Thank you.
Fox Sports didn't exist.
No, go, James. It did, and it was established in December of 1985. Fox Sports West was established in 1985.
Bro, again, Fox Sports was not on television in the 90s. If it was, it would be here. Y'all guys, again, this is everything that was on television at that time. I was alive then. Mac, how old are you?
That is
a very important question, Mac. How old are you, Mac?
That's beyond the point. I'm 30. I'm 38. I'm 38. That's beyond
38.
my whole
Okay.
point.
All
My
right,
whole point of this.
So you're 38. So in 1995, how old were you?
What? Not 9, 10 years old?
You remember at 9, 10 years old, you was watching Fox Sports, and that's where you got the Laker games.
Yes, I remember what. Yes, 7:30 at night.
Okay,
Laker
go,
games.
you know what?
What's
go
happening?
Ahead. I'm gonna let you.
Nick at night after that.
So,
hold on. This is my point.
Now, the reason
This
I
is
told
my
you 1985 because it was called Prime Ticket at first. Mac Def should know because he's from the West Coast. It used to be called Prime Ticket, and then it rebranded in 1996 and became Fox Sports West in 1996. But it was actually Fox Sports West in '85 because it used to be called Prime Ticket, and it transformed to.
So Mac, you got the Lakers games. Did you watch all the Bulls games?
Yes, because I had WGN. We had cable. We had HBO and all that. So we got to watch the sports.
Every Bulls game.
No, I didn't watch every Bulls game because I was a kid. I was outside. My whole narrative is this. First of all, do you think journalism is better today or in the 90s?
Definitely in the 90s.
Okay, great. So
in the 90s, they were more objective.
Correct.
So wait. Is KCal TV Fox Sports News? KCal TV is an independent television station in Los Angeles, California, United States. It is owned by CBS News and station groups alongside CBS West Coast flagship. Not even owned by Fox. You a fucking liar. That's 1991.
I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was.
They covered the Lakers all the way throughout the 90s.
Look up Prime Ticket.
Correct.
Wait. The first time the Lakers were covered by Fox Sports was 1996-1997 NBA season.
Yeah,
correct.
Wait. Here we go. Fox Sports. Here we go. Fox Sports. Okay, again, Fox Sports. Again, if we don't have that, again, that's a cable channel. The local channel, the regional channel is KCal. So for you to be able to watch Fox Sports West, more than likely in the 90s, you probably had to have satellite, not even cable television.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So that means you wasn't watching on that, Matt. You was more likely
Hold on. How you gonna tell me what I had in my household?
Because you niggas are liars. That's why.
So I didn't. So hold on.
Man,
so I didn't have. Hold on, Herm. So hold on. So I didn't have the box. So I didn't have the box with the A and B side. I didn't have that. Stop it, bro. Come on, bro. Stop it. Yeah, my whole point is this. Let me get back to the media, bro. Come on. You trying to tell me what I had in my house? That's crazy.
No,
the whole point.
Nobody was in your house but you, so keep lying. Go ahead.
You said what?
No one was in your house but you, so keep lying.
No one was in my house but me.
None of us were here was in your house with you in 1995 when you claimed you was watching the Lakers on Fox Sports when they weren't even on Fox Sports in 1995.
So it's just my opinion. I'm not telling the truth. You could take. I'll go with that.
I'm proving you're not the truth.
I'll run with that.
Yeah.
We can run with that. Come on,
you were 9 years old, 1995. Okay. And your ass wasn't.
I wasn't watching basketball.
That's fucking
all right.
facts.
My whole point is this. When you guys say narratives, a narrative is a story that's heightened. But it gives the correct details and it gives data to support its details. Journalism and what they were doing in those NBC's intros was journalism to get you to watch the game. We all agree with that. But we weren't hyped just off the intros and we didn't watch the game. We actually watched the game, and fans criticized the players in the game as well. It was real journalism. What happened today in LeBron James' era is that journalism is dead and it's TV personalities. And what you have to do as a personality is entertain and get your money how you want to get your money. I graduated college, bro, with a broadcast journalism degree. Do you know why statistics and analytics came into play? It wasn't the players. It was real journalists who had to put food on their table because the ex-NBA and NFL players were taking the jobs on TV and what you see today. All you see is players, NBA players, NFL players, MLB players, taking all the journalism jobs, taking all the broadcasting jobs. So we had to create something to come up with to have a fucking narrative so we could put food on the table. So we came up with analytics. But then the media came, podcast. I knew what podcasting was way before y'all and all this. But media came, and instead of journalists being concrete and detailed, you have a bunch of TV personalities who are not journalists. They're not journalists at their heart. They're giving their opinion. And that's what happened. And yeah, it's fucked up. And what happened with LeBron and how he has to go through all this, I agree, but it's not real journalism. Journalism was done in the 90s, and that's real. It wasn't nostalgia. Nothing is wrong with a narrative, because a narrative is a story being told with great concrete detail. That's what they were doing to the fullest.
Mac,
it's messed up now.
Mac,
Go
I have
ahead.
a question. Going 7 for 28, a bad game, bro?
Yes.
So why did they sit here in the 90s and say he was just a little rough?
I gotta say something to Gilbert Arenas though. I gotta let
So
him
why
know.
did they sit here and say he was a little bit rusty in that game? And they
shout out
didn't
to
even
No
highlight
Chill
the fact
Gill,
that
y'all.
Scottie Pippen had 31 points.
Hey, shout out to No Chill Gill, y'all. But No Chill Gill, I know you played in the league. I know you know a lot of shit. You probably forgot more basketball than what most of us know. But the first basketball games that was aired on Fox was the 1996-1997 season. So it wasn't in 2003. It was 1996-1997. The first NBA games was aired on Fox Sports. So you wrong on that, buddy.
But the main point of this stream, though, and this is what we're not getting to. Y'all didn't watch all these Jordan games, bro. And y'all know y'all didn't. So a lot of people who come up here and lie and say y'all watch these games, y'all didn't watch all these motherfucking
we didn't
games.
watch the games. And even if you watch the game, like I told you, your eyes can only see what your mind can comprehend. So imagine you're sitting on your couch and NBC starts off. Because remember, there is no roundtable pregame discussion. They go straight to this and go to the game. So now you're sitting there excited, looking for what's happening. Yes, you guys watch some of these games that happen on NBC because, like I told you, they were on Saturday and Sunday. You were not watching as much basketball as you're able to watch today in the 90s. So the majority of your memories are not the plays. It's not the game.
It's the highlights, bro.
It's the highlights and the NBC intro. I played y'all clip after clip after clip after clip showing you, and all I got in the comments was nostalgia. Because you remember, all of a sudden now you don't remember. When you want to argue with a Johnny, you remember this. And you're making up your own argument. Everything you said, I've already broke down. Everything you just said, I broke down. I just explained how NBC gave us the best NBA product. I said that because they were objective. It was real journalism then. And what we got after that was horrible. We don't know the game now. So that's why the Zesty Jeffries are able to talk the game the way they talk it, because when they were watching it, they were told the game was different then. They were told every player was great. Nobody was bad.
Right.
Nobody was, even when you played bad, you had bad games, which is normal. But y'all will take Jason Tatum's 3 bad games in the finals and say, well, he ain't a good player at all, although he's been great for over 300 straight games in his career. Like, that's the point.
That's what Jordan fans do.
No,
I mean, we just got to call a spade a spade. I mean, back in those days, like, my bad. Go ahead. Who's talking? I just wanted to.
I was talking.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Johnny.
It's the Zesty Jeffries. This is the birth of the Zesty Jeffries and what they think basketball should be and mean, because they want to go back to an era that doesn't exist anymore. We don't have the same television program. We don't have that. Now, when ESPN started with Skip Bayless, how you think they started? With him on ESPN too. Because guess what? They weren't even getting good ratings. But when they noticed that people like watching people argue, that's when it became popular. Mac, I can't take you with your condescending words in the background, bro. You're one of the worst. You have fucking Stephen Curry as your fucking GOAT, and all you want to do is argue. Like, you're the perfect idea of what the fuck I call the MJ police.
Hey, you. Where are you going? I'm going to mind my fucking business. That's where I'm going. Do you have a problem with that, officer?
Again with the questions. What is this, Jeopardy?
No, it ain't Jeopardy. It ain't Monopoly either. And I ain't going to jail.
Freeze! Freeze!
Goddamn, you all sound like a set of bookends, man.
Put your hands on top of your head. Shh. Top. Lean back.
I know why you stopped me.
Fucking stop me because I keep fucking exposing Zesty Jeffrey lies about how they watch the games. Ishmael, you can come back up, brother. I was about to let you get in. What up, Lamont? Thank you for joining me. You see these Zesty Jeffreys can't handle it, bro. It's simple math, bro. I didn't say nothing bad about the 90s other than the fact that you got the product.
He pulled up.
That's because I was just gonna be real quick. Mac Def was talking about journalism and football players taking jobs or sports players taking jobs. That's always been a lie. Like these athletes that get these jobs on these networks, that's way less than 1% of the jobs that are out there for journalists. The real journalists are the ones out there on the beat, what they call doing the man on the street work. So that's what they call the people that are actually out there doing the interviews with players, actually getting the information, the cameraman, some of the personalities behind the scenes. Then not to mention, especially in the 90s, all of the radio personalities, and the people that did the man on the street and the beat stuff in the 90s for the radio as well. I mean, the few athletes that you saw on TV, that's just the pinnacle. You know, that didn't make up the masses. So, you know, that just kind of tells you, that kind of exposes you of what Mac Def believed the media was because of what he was exposed to. He was exposed to seeing a few athletes on TV, so he thought that's what all the jobs were. And I don't know if Mac Def had cable or satellite or whatever, but the TV guide still shows what was on TV. So even if you had a satellite, the TV guide is still going to show you what's on TV. Like, that's why you buy the TV guide. So even if you have a satellite in your backyard, it doesn't expose you to new channels that the TV guide don't have access to. The TV guide, because there was another section. The only other section to the TV guide that you don't see there will be the pay-per-view section. But for the most part, this is what all the channels were. So he is right when he says that this is what you guys were watching. And if you were one of those lucky few to watch the few games that actually played and you had time to sit down in that particular moment and watch, you were just one of the lucky ones. But for y'all to say y'all sit down and watched, kind of hard to believe when the TV guy kind of exposes what you were actually watching. So, I mean, unless you guys got something different TV guide, because I know what somebody was saying something about the local guide in the local newspaper. That's not much different than a TV guide. It was actually practically the same. Because I remember sometimes when I was little, I can think back to like 97, 96, where I would pull the TV guides out, trying to see what was on TV. It was practically the same as what you see right here.
May 27th, 1995.
Yeah, so I mean, this is what was on TV, because I remember when I was little, I'm looking for Nickelodeon.
These are all the
I'm looking
cable television. When you see cable television, I don't see Fox Sports.
No, you don't see. That's how you know that they're lying. But see, the TV guide exposes that they're lying, because what games were they watching outside of? How were they getting games outside of the TV guide? How was that possible?
Now, I'm going to let Mac respond to that. Give me a second. Now, this is the thing, too. This is a funny thing, too, because like 12% of Americans have an income of over 100,000. But I seem to run across everybody that's in that 12% on the internet. Go ahead, Mac. Just like back then, like 5 to 10% of people had satellite, but we know Mac Def was one of those 5 to 10%. Go ahead, Mac Def.
Shout out to my dad that worked. All right, so as far as the media goes, as far as the media goes, the biggest conglomerate that hit the media and why we lost a lot of jobs was the death of newspapers. newspapers were one of the top. I'm just gonna say top 3 outlets for media in the country, and there were a lot of sports writers, not just one, but there was a whole bunch of sports writers that wrote for the newspaper. Once media came in, social media came in, and podcasting and all these shows, the newspaper died out because media took over.
Yeah, but that's not till well into the 2000s.
Correct. I was
We're
in
talking
the
about the
transition.
90s.
I was in the no. I understand. You just said that I didn't have a clue as far as the sports players taking over the media. Like I didn't know the other aspect. The reason that they took over a lot of the media and we had to do the analytics as stat guys in the back room was because there was no more newspaper jobs. So we had to get
But that's
into
not true, McDuff. The newspapers are still there. All the newspapers are just online. The New York Times is just online. They sell online subscriptions. The Washington Post, it was transferred from paper to online. So they actually have more writers than ever before because of they can have an abundance of writers. It's endless because now they have the ability to hire people in Florida to be writers, not just people in Washington coming into an office and for the work for the Washington Post. So it's just different. It just went from paper, print to online. But all of these newspapers still exist.
They're not making any money now.
Hold on. But y'all say that they're not making money, but all of the major news publications are still in business. The New York Times, the Washington Post, the Indianapolis Star, the Detroit Press, the Chicago Tribune, all of these, y'all can say that.
Herald, Miami
Y'all
Herald.
cannot say that they're not making money when they're still in business, thriving online.
Greg Cody still writes an article for the Miami
They're
Herald.
thriving online still.
Sir,
They're not thriving. That's wrong.
Okay, so what do businesses do when they're not making money? They go out of business. Why have they not went out of business?
Right.
When
When is the
WNBA.
When is the last time you opened a newspaper?
A great example is the Washington Post. So the Washington Post was not making much money, so Jeff Bezos bought the paper. And because newspapers can push agendas, especially political narratives, there are people who buy newspapers and keep them in business, even though they don't make much money, because they want to push narratives and propaganda. And that's exactly what happened with Jeff Bezos.
They're still in business.
There are profitable newspapers, but newspapers.
It doesn't matter how they're in business. They're still in business.
Right, but they're barely making money.
So you're telling me that every single, the Indianapolis Star, Washington Tribune, all of these papers, they've all been bought out by billionaires just to push narratives. That's the only reason why they still exist.
No, I'm saying the newspaper business is far smaller today.
No, the print business is out of the paper print business is no longer available.
Why are you overlooking what Lamont said?
The New York Times is nowhere near as
They're acting like these major. When did y'all remember? Can y'all tell me when any major news publication that used to be in print just went out of business and said, "Look, people stopped buying our newspaper, so we're out of business"? Who? Was the Chicago Tribune?
Houston.
They all went digital. And they're even bigger now. They're even bigger now because now they have access. Because now the Chicago Tribune is not just selling their publication to people in Illinois. They're selling it to the entire world. You can be in Australia and have a Chicago Tribune subscription. So this is the reason why they're still in business, because now they're selling their content to the whole world, not just the local region.
And that's what I was trying to explain to them, Lamont, was that if I'm in Miami, it was very difficult to get my hands on the Chicago Tribune in 1995.
Thank you.
You see what I'm saying? That's what they don't get.
That's how you know Herm was lying when he was talking about the Boston Globe. He wasn't getting no Boston Globe in no Memphis. He didn't know what a Boston Globe was. That's not true. There's just no way. There's just no way.
I'm gonna raise my hand.
Hold
on.
Let's let Matt go. Go ahead, Matt. Go ahead, Matt.
3,000 fewer.
So I want to address the newspaper. Then I'm gonna address shout out to I forget his name. I forget his name. But
Ayo podcast.
Yeah. So first of all, the newspaper, there was like 3 stands of newspaper. You had your regional newspaper, and then you had the national newspaper. Now,
right.
There was never a national newspaper in the 90s.
Yeah, there was the New York Times.
That was that was a New York newspaper.
No, it wasn't. The New York Times.
There was no national.
It was
That's
not by the
absurd.
fucking New York Times in Pennsylvania, bro.
Why do y'all think Yahoo became popular? Because Yahoo's really the first national publication for news, bro. Like y'all really don't know history.
Why do you think it's called New York Times?
Go ahead, Mac. I'm sorry, Mac. Go ahead, Mac.
Mac's
gonna drop. Mac's about to drop
That is
bachelor
crazy.
degree, master degree knowledge on us. Go ahead. You got a broadcast journalism degree. Go ahead.
So
This is wild, man.
There
They
was
trying to.
regional newspapers. And then
USA
there
Today was the
national-
first one.
Yeah, okay. USA Today is one though. That's a good job by you. Good job, Aswan. Go ahead. My bad. I didn't mean to stop you, Mac. Go ahead, Mac. The police is here, y'all. MJ Police. Go ahead, bro.
Like I said, regional newspaper, and there was a national newspaper. As far as what AO podcast is saying, we didn't watch every single game the way we can watch every single game now with an NBA pass. Those are facts. Okay, we get that. But when we watched the games that actually came on TV, we watched the games. When we watched the playoffs, every game was shown in the playoffs. So
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie, Mac Def.
Go ahead.
Mac Def.
Cut me off. Go ahead.
Because the thing is, because I vividly remember, especially being in the Midwest, I could never watch a West Coast game because all of the West Coast games came on at like 10 and 11, 12. Like, especially being a little kid, we got bedtimes and stuff. And on top of the fact that they weren't even on TV in the Midwest. Without cable, there was just no way for me to watch them. So the first thing I would do every morning was turn on ESPN and try to catch the Sports Center highlights before I caught the bus to school. We're talking about late 90s. So I'm talking about late 90s. I can't imagine what y'all was doing in the early 90s trying to catch glimpses of these games.
So again, hold on. I wasn't even done. He cut me off and said no, I wasn't. So again, I said we didn't watch every game in the regular season. Those are facts. You couldn't. Bet. I agree with that. In the playoffs, but we did watch the games that come on in the regular season. In the playoffs, they showed the playoff games. So we knew what was going on heading into the playoffs with the media that we had. We had Sports Center, but we also had the daily paper every single day. When the home run I couldn't watch Mark McGwire or Sammy Sosa, that home run record every game, but niggas was in the newspaper every day. What happened? Oh, he went 1 for 3. You know what I'm saying? Walked one time and struck out twice. We read the newspaper. That was our media out. That was our media outlet. As far as us watching the games, we know how to critique the games when it happened in the playoffs. There was no narrative driven behind this player and that player. Oh, we tried to make every player great. We watched the games. There was nothing to lie about. It was real journalism. You can't lie.
All right,
What is
so
y'all
can I
talking
go
about?
next?
You can lie.
Go ahead.
Can I go next?
Go
So-
to it,
Hey, I'm gonna go, James. You got it, man. I don't know how you gonna deal with it.
No, I can. Look, you know what? He said he lied because guess what? This is the only motherfucking time that he ever got a chance to watch John Stockton during this NBA season.
If you got any competitive blood in you, come and play. If you don't, you just try to get it over with and go home.
But Jerry Sloan's Jazz refused to die. Instead, they rose to the occasion. And in Game 5, in hostile Seattle, they delivered an intense, gut-wrenching effort, battling for every point, contesting every play, overcoming not only their opponent, but a history bereft of such heroic stands. For the Sonics, the triumph that seems so certain now appears tenuous. Do thoughts of past failures fill their minds? Can the unthinkable really happen again? Utah seeks to muscle a Game 7. Seattle hopes for a Game 6 celebration. With the season hanging in the balance, they do battle again tonight.
Now,
quickly,
again,
wait, hold on. hold on. One thing. Lamont mentioned the Chicago Tribune. The Tribune filed for bankruptcy in 2009. So these newspapers are still around, but they're barely making money. The writers don't get paid. They don't get raises. The newspapers are around, but they're nowhere near as profitable as they were in the 90s when they got far more ad revenue.
I'll raise my hand next, bro.
You're next to me. That has nothing to do with the conversation, Brandon. So at the end of the day, what I told y'all was this. National television was the best way to watch TV in the 90s. This is why I keep telling y'all, this TV guide showed it to you guys. You guys are not paying attention to me. If you were watching TV, it had to be on national television. Not too many people had cable. Cable itself was on like 20-30% of Americans had cable in the early 90s. Eventually it got good, and they had more people with cable in the end of the 90s, but you were not watching the games during the week. So when there were NBA playoff games on the West Coast played in the week, there was no games being showed. NBC did not stop their lineup of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and the Cosby Show and Seinfeld and Cheers and Golden Girls for the NBA. So those games never got shown. Like Max said, we had to go to the papers. So you didn't watch the games. You do what you do now, which y'all say are basically box score merchants. Dudes who go look at the box score to find out what happened. If I opened up the Miami Herald to find out what happened in the Utah Jazz and Supersonics game, I more likely got a paragraph about what happened. If I got that. Because there was
the playoff games were on.
There was nobody that worked at the Miami Herald that sat there and talked about the game, because guess what? That motherfucking press has to be ready by 5 a.m. So whatever article, whatever you're writing has to be given to your editor well before the actual games ended. Sometimes you didn't even get the box score for the West Coast game because the game ended too late. They couldn't even put it in the paper.
That's why you write as the game.
But Brandon,
Again, the person who wrote that worked for Seattle, worked for Utah. They didn't work in Compton, nigga. They weren't in Compton. The LA news beat writer was not sitting there writing anything about the Utah Jazz and the Supersonic game. You had to get the Seattle newspaper or the Utah newspaper. That was the only way to get the beat writer's description about what happened in that game. Or you can do what everybody else did, which was go to Sports
The Cavs hosted the Nugs at the Gund. A big night for Dikembe, who messed around and had a triple-double. Sent out a few rejection letters early in the first half. This one on Hot Rod. Then at the other end, they looked for Dikembe. A rarity, 18 points, 18 rebounds. Cleveland stayed close thanks to Terrell Brandon. 16 points for Brandon, 53-51. Nugs at the break. Second half, Mark Rauf.
Came to double.
You can even leave out the Abdul.
The triple.
Didn't have time. 13 points in the third, 32 on the night. Nugs by 9. Mark Price got it. Jalen Rose, spin, grin, good. Nuggets win by the final. 104-101. Cleveland shoots 44% from the floor. Denver, as I tabulate this, is now 14-7 under Bernie Bickerstaff. First win in Cleveland since 1989. Keith?
When they out. Woo, that man said the first win in Cleveland since 1989. See that? That's just great. Now, we're going to get back to the regular schedule program. I'm going to have to mute some of y'all because I got some background noise. So we're going to go ahead and let Twin Man get his word in. Then we got Avion and Gregory. So go ahead, Twin Man, get your word in, brother.
So first thing I want to say is, hey, Johnny, you stole my thunder just now because everything you said I was going to say. But to reply to this dumbass comment on the screen, I'm from New York. I couldn't watch Chicago Bulls games.
I didn't get stop Chicago unmuting yourself. You have background noise. I'm removing you. Don't unmute yourself. Don't show up on Go James Kingdom unmuting yourself. You're going to have a chance to speak. Go ahead, Twinman. I'm sorry.
So I couldn't watch Chicago Bulls games. I could only get whoever the Knicks were playing. And that's if the Knicks were at home. So if they played an away game in the West, I didn't see that game. If they played in the Midwest, I didn't see that game. So that's 1 and 2. And then Mac, you're proving the point. You literally sat here and said you had to see the paper or you got to see ESPN. So if I'm only showing you the positive highlights
and I'm not actually doing, like you said, real journalism and being objective, and I'm not sitting here shitting on the players they do now, why wouldn't you be able to see all the players in the 90s in a more positive light than you do the players now? If they're going to sit here and be fair about it. That's the whole point we're making right now. If the journalism in the 90s is objective and they're going to take us, if LeBron went 7 for 28, they would kill him. They would kill him. If Kevin Durant went 7 for 28, he's cooked. If Steph Curry goes 7 for 28, he's cooked. We already saw what they did to Jason Tatum. We saw what they did to Luka Doncic in the finals. If any of that happens to any of the players today, they cooked. They just made it seem like this motherfucker was rusty. The point is that the journalism today is so goddamn slanted, it's ridiculous. And to pretend like you motherfuckers watch the game and you're admitting yourself you had to go to the newspaper or you had to go to ESPN to see the highlights. Thank you. You proved the point. The only way you saw any of this shit was through the highlights. So if you're only getting positive feedback on a player, your opinion is going to be biased when you can see everything today. That's the point, Mac.
Mac, hold your thought, Mac. Let's let Avion in. Avion, thank you for joining me. You've been very patient. What is your take on tonight's topic, sir?
Hey, man, great show tonight.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna speak on my experience, man. Like back then, it was kind of hard to catch West Coast games. You know, I'm from Philly, you know, so I couldn't watch a Jazz game or a Sonics game. It didn't come on TV. Only thing we had was the Sixers. You know, so it's. And to his comment earlier about journalists being objective in the 90s, I would say the opposite. Because the average folk couldn't watch the game, we would take those journalists and those newspapers as word as bond. So they would troll these athletes in the newspapers, criticize these athletes, and then that's where we would get our information from. So I would say they were just subjective back then. It just social media brought more light to it. So, but the whole notion that people watch every game and stuff like that, dog, like average people like me, they have cable, bro. We were watching local games, man. It wasn't no Lakers game come on my TV. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know where people come with this notion that like I watch every game. Not back then, bro. Like we didn't have access like that. Not people in my city. So that's what I said.
My question. That's a fact. So the games that you did watch, are you able to make an honest assessment on players, on NBA players back in your day watching the games?
Yes, because
when you watch the play
more locally, our local teams, yes, because we saw them most of the times, yeah.
So when you watch and when the playoffs came, you were able to make an accurate assumption about players' abilities watching the games in the playoffs, right?
Yes, because I'm watching the game, yeah. Because so it's local.
I have a question for you, bro. Did you have Did you have? Let's be conservative. 10 different shows trying to bias your opinion on players back in the 90s, the way they have it now.
No, no,
exactly.
No.
We're overlooking that. We can't overlook that. Yes, you're going to have your assessment.
Good point.
Yes, you're going to have your assessment, but let's make something clear. We're not going to sit here and pretend like you said, MacDef, people don't use this shit for entertainment. People are actually very, very gullible. So if I sit here and show you somebody's lowlights like ESPN and they're not top 10, and I show you only their lowlights, and then I have 12 different shows that say this person sucks, what do you think that's going to put in that person's mind, MacDef? That this person sucks.
That the person that doesn't watch the game, correct?
No. That's the point, because again, your eyes can only see what your mind can comprehend. That's how magicians earn a living. They learn to keep your eyes visualized on something while they're doing something behind your back. So at the end of the day, it's very easy for you to miss something that's available to you to see. You understand? So the highlights is like this. The way they talked about the game only allowed you to see the greatness when you was watching it in the 90s. That's why we were trying to explain to you. In the 90s, the people who were NBA fans were able to watch the game and get the privilege of watching it with all of its greatness. Now they feed you the negativity because they have to, like you said, entertain-wise. They're no longer objective journalism, which you agreed and you stated. That was your words. They did it for entertainment purposes, for clickbait purposes, because of social media, microwave society. Everybody wants everything instant. They don't want to wait for nothing. So you gotta give them something now. So that it doesn't matter if it's objective, it's real, it's TMZ. Put it out, right? That's what they did. But now your mind is clouded. So now when you're watching the game, you're saying, oh, look at the turnovers. Oh, look how he shoots and misses. Look at this game. He went 5 of 15 in this game. He's a playoff dropper. This shit didn't exist in the 90s. These type of terminology, look at his gravity, didn't exist in the 90s. They talked about the game because, like I said, when you got the beat writer who talked about Michael Jordan, he wasn't talking bad about Michael Jordan. You were not reading Peter Vessey's column on Michael Jordan or Rob Parker's column on Michael Jordan. You were reading the Chicago Tribune because you were reading Sam Smith. Yeah. You were reading that guy because those were the guys that were watching the Bulls day in and day. No, Skip Bayless was watching the Cowboys. Skip Bayless was in Texas. What the fuck was Skip Bayless?
He did cover the 97 season and the 98 season.
WGN covered the Chicago Bulls from 1977 to 1985. Between 1985 and 1990, they did not cover the Chicago Bulls. That's why all those games that we've been watching from 1988 that are on Chicago home games were not WGN games. It was until 1990-1991 season that WGN got back the Bulls games as a regional, and later on that decade, they went national cable-wise. Meaning now, if I lived in Miami and I got cable television, WGN was one of those networks that was available on my cable subscription. But it was actually one of the only regional channels that were available on cable subscription. It was that and the Yankees, because the Yankees were big. So because Michael Jordan was popular, WGN was able to go on cable syndicated subscriptions. And the same thing with, I think it was SNY, which I think that's what the Yankees are on. But there was no MSG. There was no Fox Sports. That shit didn't exist in the early 90s going into that. When NBC took over, that was the best place for you to watch the game because most people did not have cable. So you only watch the games on Saturdays and Sundays, and you watch the inside stuff because they didn't show the games during the week, including the playoffs. These are all facts that I'm giving to you guys.
So based on our media outlets and how we watch the games, we can't comprehend the games back
only
then.
Only for your region. So you only were able to comprehend Laker games and who the Lakers were playing against. You were not sitting there comprehending what the Indiana Pacers were going through, what the Milwaukee Bucks were going through, what the Miami Heat were going through, what the Dallas Mavericks were going through. Those teams.
Yeah, they didn't talk about sports the same way that they do now.
They don't exist in your realm. They didn't exist.
So again, and I agree. So if we had limited media sources, which we did, and we were only able to comprehend what we the media outlet had, which was Sports Center and NBC, we did not allow fans didn't allow a narrative to how we watched and portrayed the game. False. We know what let me finish. So the dude that just talked, who's from Philly, didn't I ask you when you watched the games, you were able to critique the players? He said yes. I said when you watched the playoff games, you were able to let me finish.
Because as adolescents, I'm supposed to.
I was talking to dude. Hold on. I was talking to dude in Philly.
How old were you in 1995, Avion?
1995, I was 6.
He didn't understand shit, Mac. Move on to the next question,
bro.
Please.
Hold on, Mac. Before you continue, bro, you can't speak for everybody because we know there's a lot of brain dead casuals out there that really do
I didn't speak for everybody. I didn't speak for everybody. I did not speak. I asked dude.
Make me sick. Cuff him. You start running a respectable business, and I won't have to come in here and hassle you every night.
You are the MJ police, because what you're basically saying is that at 9 years old, you comprehended something, although NBC showed you something that you needed to see. You saw what NBC and Sports Center wanted you to see. You just admitted that. There is no other way to see it. That's why you think probably Magic. That's why you think Stephen Curry is great, because again, it's the West Coast shit, some West Coast shit. It has to be some West Coast shit. Can't be none, but it can't be national. Nobody national think Curry's the GOAT. But bro, at the end of the day, you guys were not watching the games. You guys learned the game from NBC intros and from SportsCenter highlights.
So
Because
do you think?
Remember the games? Because again, all the stuff that we hear about the '90s, I just showed it to you with all the clips that I played. All the narratives about Barkley, Ewing, Reggie, the toughness,
facts.
That all of that was being told to us. It was this narrative given to us. It wasn't.
And it was facts.
It wasn't facts. Jordan.
Yes, it is.
It wasn't facts. It was TV. It was entertainment, like you say. It wasn't factual.
That man gave you data to show. He said, hold on, the narrative said that he was undefeated versus Shaquille O'Neal, 5-0. Is that a fact or is that a blasphemy?
But Shaq was
That's
still
a
considered great.
That's
Shaq
a
was still
fact.
considered great, and Shaq was still considered great. Shaq was still considered a player, but they don't do that now. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. So my point is, and we understand why they don't do that now, because it's not real journalism. It's TV personalities.
But
you cannot get mad.
No one talks like this. That's why you
hold on.
Nobody thinks like this.
You're blaming Michael Jordan fans for the.
Nobody except Player of the Month. Nobody thinks totals matter. Those are zesty Jeffrey lies told by the media today, because the media is feeding you bullshit.
Exactly.
That's what you fail to realize, bruh.
Yeah, we got to call a spade a spade. It's mostly Michael Jordan fans in the media pushing these narratives anyway.
Because they can sit back and go back to the 90s and get all the evidence to show you how great the 90s is. Because there's nobody talking shit about the 90s. But I can wake up every morning and hear somebody say something negative about today's NBA. This is why GOAT James Kingdom exists. We can't talk the game of basketball because Zesty Jeffries has
Why is this going over his head, bro?
Lies about the 90s that are not true. Charles Barkley choked. He had to leave Philadelphia. He would have never made no finals, never would have won MVP. You don't hear that kind of talk about Barkley. You hear about how he's so great and he's better than Pippen because of 93. A season none of the Zesty Jeffries ever watched, because nobody was watching the Phoenix Suns in 1993. Nobody. I just showed you that you couldn't see West Coast games because NBC was not showing West Coast games. They were not putting NBA programming on at 10 p.m. And if you had cable and was watching TNT, if you were watching TNT, that's the only way you can watch it. And they probably only had 2 nights of showing you a basketball game on the West Coast. And at 9 years old or 6 years old, like Avion, what were you doing up at? Well, I mean, Mac, you live in the West Coast, so that's a different story. Let's let Moose Talks get in here. Moose Talks. Oh, and we got Low in the building, and we're gonna let you get. As a matter of fact, before I let you go in, Moose Talk, Gregory, thank you for joining me. You was very patient. Go ahead, brother. What's your take on today's show?
Yeah. So, I mean, my thing is this. This is why I don't really include stats in my criteria, because players today do get a lot of negative impact on their, personas. And because of that, yes, players today are more scrutinized than they were back in the 90s. But at the same time, that doesn't change the fact that, these players are all still great players.
Mm-hmm. That's true. All of them. They're all great. We always said that. But we just can't appreciate it as if you were somebody like Ishmael. Shout out to you, Ishmael, who is like 27, 28 years old. He started watching basketball early 2000s, late 2000s. He didn't get that same appreciation watching the game during his lifetime, like me during the 90s, where I was able to watch Muggsy Bogues. People telling me Muggsy Bogues.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm a 90s guy too.
You see what I'm saying? Like, that's the difference. When you were watching the game in the 90s, you were given the game at its best, at its peak. They talked about the game. And that's because David Stern, that's how David Stern wanted the league to be. He wanted to present, because they had to. Again, they're coming out of the coke-infested 80s. They had to rebrand the NBA. That's why they changed the dress code in the 2000s. You heard them say Michael Jordan was upset about the rookies getting rookie contracts and how much money they were making. So it was a lot of stuff going on in the NBA at that time, but we didn't get a chance to really watch the games like they did back then, as good as they were showing it to them. They were talking about the game incredible. All of us sit here, we feel the nostalgia when that NBC sound comes on, that theme song. We all know what it meant. It's an NBA game. That was great. Today they talk about the NBA like it's trash. Them dudes don't play no defense.
Well, I think part of the problem is this. Part of the problem is this, because you can't just apply that to the '90s. You could apply that to Magic Johnson and Larry Bird's era. You could apply that to the Bill Russell era. You could apply that to any area where you basically have this monster
But
in
they didn't watch
the
the
NBA
80s.
that
You
wins
guys
all the
understand.
championships.
People, again, you guys went again. The NBA did not go national to the 90s. They didn't show the first national televised playoff games like 1988, 1989 playoffs, bro. A lot of this stuff was tape delayed games. That's what I don't understand. That's why people back then were real basketball fans, because you only had to be a real basketball fan to go watch basketball. There was no casuals. Again, when NBC took over, they had the top-rated shows. So the casual person who was watching The Cosby Show or watching Seinfeld or Golden Girls, whatever, eventually stumbled on an NBA game on the weekend because they were NBC fans. That was the top-rated television program. It was NBC, ABC, CBS. Then eventually Fox came along, and then eventually cable came along later on in the 90s and started dominated by the 2000s. That's why I had to bring y'all back so y'all can understand, because I lived it. Even though I was a young kid, I was, again, in 95, I was 14. So, again, yeah, you guys are all doing great. Let's let Moose Talks get in here, and then we can let Lo get in. That was a great take by you.
Yeah, but my thing is this. My thing is this. Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Even if the games aren't broadcast like they were, during the NBC era, it doesn't change the fact that these players, like I said before, are still great players, though. You still have to give them respect for what happened. What Bill Russell did, he did. It doesn't matter if, only so many people saw his games. You can't just chalk it up to the Jordan era and the Nike campaign and the whole thing like that. That's just any era where you have any one player or two players for that matter, because in any one era or two era, there are sure a few eras here and there where there was no dominant team. After Kareem won his first championship until Magic and Bird came on, okay, yeah. Or now how, we had Giannis get a championship. We had Jokic get a championship. We had Tatum and Jaylen Brown get a championship. And it's more balanced now, but, there are a lot of eras where there's only one dominant team as well. And just because it's not broadcast like it is today doesn't mean that it changes the fact of what happened. Those players get the same respect because they did dominate their eras. Russell dominated his era, just like Jordan dominated his era, just like Magic and Bird dominated their era.
It's just a lie. How do you dominate his era and got his ass whooped through the whole 80s?
Because the 80s is not Jordan's era. Stop it, too, man. Okay,
I didn't say Jordan's 80s was Jordan's era. I said it was Magic and Bird's era. My point is that those guys each dominated their eras. And just because they didn't get the same, broadcast recognition as Jordan, doesn't mean that they aren't great either. It's just that Jordan's era just happened to be the so-called pop culture era of the NBA.
Jordan just was the guy that ended up in the 90s, just like Mike Tyson and Michael Jackson.
Exactly.
If we would have had NBC covering the 80s, like I told you, guys like Bernard King, Dan Issel, McAdoo, Michael Thompson, all these guys would be praised more because we would have seen more of them. We would have heard more of them because of the national coverage of the game. Let's let Moose Talks get in, and then we can let Lo get in. What's good, Moose Talks? What you got for me today? Thank you for joining me.
What's going on, brother? What's going on? I'm on Friday night with the Exposer, man. What's going on, man?
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
I wanna set the record straight on what Brandon was talking about in the chat, man.
Okay.
When it comes to national games and national TV games, especially if you were 80s baby, you was only watching a game on Tuesday nights, if that. 2 games come on. You probably only watching a 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock game. You on the East Coast. You're not watching the West Coast matchup. The next national TV game is coming on Thursday night. Same thing. You're not staying up and watching the 10 o'clock game. And you 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 years old. You got school in the morning. So that's out the picture. The only times you were really watching.
I was talking about the 90s, not the 80s.
Let me talk, bro. Let me talk.
Go ahead.
In the 90s, NBA on NBC, Saturday and Sundays, you get a 5-minute prelude before the game comes on. You get the halftime show. There was no post game. There was no showing you guys in the locker room. Maybe next week on the next NBA on NBC. And after the game, they going into the next game, the West Coast game. And when the West Coast game was over, they going right into your local news. That's it. And when you brought up WGN, yes, WGN became a national network. But if you lived outside of Chicago, you were not getting 82 games of the Bulls. You were getting 19 to 22 games. That is a fact. So all you guys running around talking about you watched the Bulls in the 90s, you watched them on NBA on NBC, you watched the 5-minute monologue from Bob Costas, you watched the halftime show that was 7 minutes with Peter Vesey and Sam Jones, whoever else was on there, Bill Walton barking at each other, and that was it. You watched the highlights on SportsCenter. That was it. There was no post game. There was no this guy missed this shot at the end of the game. This guy went 2 for 12. This guy's ass. That guy needs to be traded. There was none of that. There was none of that. So let's stop it. Let's stop the cap. You guys know when this negative media coverage started. And it wasn't in the 90s, man. That's all I got to say on this.
And on top of that was a great take. I appreciate that. He moves that. Y'all make sure to subscribe to Moves Talk Hoops. He has his own channel. He does a podcast as well. He's always talking the game. Thank you for joining me again. I appreciate it, bro.
Also Tuesdays, 3:30 p.m. right here on FYF Sports Debates in the Zone. Check us out, man.
Yes,
Appreciate
that's a
you,
part.
brother.
Yeah, no doubt. Y'all make sure to check out In the Zone. That's one of the things I got listed right here. You'll see this call right there. In the Zone, Full Court Press, also the crossover. So all these are great platforms right here on FYF. As y'all know, it is a GJK FYF collaboration. So you brought up some great points. You said some great things about how we were able to watch the games. And the thing about the national games, again, they weren't available during the week. Because, again, NBC had their shows. Those shows got way much more ratings than anything the NBA can give them, even with Michael Jordan. So they only showed you national television televised games on the weekends. The only games that we got during the weekdays were on cable television, which most people didn't have in the early 90s, but later on by the end 90s, it was more accessible to more people, which is why the NBA eventually went to ABC in the 2000s and went away from NBC because more people had cable television than before. So they can get more coverage. Now ESPN could go Friday nights, Wednesday nights, NBC's not doing that. ESPN could. You see what I'm trying to say? So that's how the game was able to grow, but we got the bad product. The way they displayed the game, the way they showed us the game, the way they talked about the players was what made it horrible. They changed everything. They changed the narratives on how we talk the game. Everything became more of a negative base because people like negativity. People are attracted to toxic talk. You see what I'm saying? So
that's not the 90s fault.
Nobody says who says it was the 90s fault. It's Zesty Jeffrey's fault.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's Zesty Jeffrey's fault.
WGN had far more than 20 games a year on their network. The other thing is, I lived in the Chicago area, so I watched almost all of Jordan's games. I actually went to a lot of Jordan's games
Colorado
too.
Springs area,
But
Brandon.
WGN was a national network in the 90s, and they had most of Jordan's games on. They had much more than 19 to 20 games,
So,
and
hey,
most
Johnny,
of Jordan's games
he's
in the
lying.
playoffs run too.
Yeah, let him go. Let him go. Let him have fun. Let him have fun. Let him have fun.
No, I'm not going to do it, bro. I'm not going to do it because he called me out earlier and he was an asshole. He put in the chat that he lived in Colorado Springs. Now he lived in Chicago. Where did you live, Brandon?
That's another thing. I'm glad that you said that because that's another thing too. That's another thing about these Zesty Jeffreys that is funny. Yes, you are a Zesty Jeffrey, Brandon.
Yeah, so
these
I grew up in the
motherfuckers,
Chicago area.
all of a sudden, all of them are Chicago. And all these motherfuckers are from Chicago now, and they probably not even from Chicago. They probably from some Bushwick.
He literally said in the chat
Illinois
that he was from
somewhere.
Colorado Springs. He lived in Colorado Springs and was watching the Bulls game.
He's probably from Indiana.
You fucking liar.
He's probably from Indiana. He's probably not even from fucking Chicago. He's not even from Illinois. He's probably not even from there. But go ahead and continue to like it. That's what you do best. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so first of all, I grew up in Olympia Fields and Flossmoor. Actually, R. Kelly lived in Olympia Fields when I grew up there. I grew up 30 miles.
You would have to be with
south
R.
of
Kelly's
Chicago.
neighborhood. That would be
I grew up watching almost every Jordan game, And I also went to a number of Bulls games. I was at the 97 Game 6 Bulls finals game when the Bulls beat Utah in the finals. Kerr hit the shot. But I want to make this point to Cook, Twin Man, and you on the difference between the media now and in the 90s.
The only thing
So
you
you
do is
guys
fucking lie.
Shut up. I'm not done talking. I'll let you know when you can talk.
You shut the fuck up. You
Shut
fucking
up,
liar.
bitch. Shut up. I'll let you know when you can
bitch.
talk.
Shut
I'll let
the
you know
fuck
when you
up.
can
Only
talk.
thing you come up
Anyways,
and do is
little
cap.
bitch.
You're a fucking
This guy's a
liar.
4-year-old
You
kid.
literally put in the
Anyways,
chat.
Say another motherfucking word and this shit is over. And I ain't playing, nigga. Sit your ass down.
Now, you're not going to come on my show, Brandon, and get upset when people cut you off. And all you do is cut people off left and right. You don't
keep my name out your mouth, pussy. Stick to the takes.
Hey, listen. This is kind of a clean show. I didn't put this as a rated R show today. So both of y'all keep it clean, please. But again, you got to behave yourself, Brandon. We're going to let you lie. We know you got nothing but lies to tell everybody. Nobody cares. But you're going to sit your ass down in this dugout and behave.
Sit your punk ass down. That old bullshit.
Now, go ahead, Brandon. Finish your comment. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just giving my take. I'm not even addressing.
Give me your
him
take.
as a
Give us
casual
your lie.
addressing.
Go
Anyways,
with
here's
your
my
lies.
point. Okay, here's my point. So you guys, you and Twin Man are talking about how the media is so negative to LeBron and Skip Bayless is so negative, and there was nobody like Skip Bayless who torched Jordan, which is not true. Sam Smith literally wrote a book torching Jordan, and there was a narrative in the 80s that Jordan wasn't a team player. He couldn't win. That was the narrative with Jordan in the 80s in significant part because of the media. But here's the point that cooks both you. Because your whole point is people weren't watching the NBA in the 90s, and everybody watches the NBA now. And everybody does watch the NBA now. Everybody watches it live. Everybody watches it on YouTube. And so because everybody's watching LeBron, everybody's watching these games, the media is nowhere near as powerful today as they were in the 90s. Because people, even though Skip Bayless has been irrelevant the last 7 years, he can't even get any clicks or views on social media. The LeBron hate is very alive and well. Because the main reason LeBron gets hate is not because of Skip Bayless. It's because LeBron switches teams every 5 years. And LeBron himself said he was the GOAT after he beat the Warriors in 2016. So if Michael Jordan had switched teams every 5 years and joined super teams, he would have gotten the same hate LeBron did. Kobe never got the same hate LeBron did. Curry doesn't get the fuck.
Shut. Did I say no? Oh shit! Say it again. Say something else. Oh, say something else. Say something else, nigga. Sit your ass down.
Brandon, you have to stop. Where are you going with this? This has nothing to do with the media. You started bringing up LeBron James, doing all this. There was the media who didn't like LeBron James doing that. A media that is majority. The good portion of them are Michael Jordan fans. They grew up watching Michael Jordan. They're the same casuals that grew up watching Michael Jordan throughout the 90s and tried to hold LeBron James to a standard that never existed before the 90s.
I'm gonna be honest.
Michael
Jordan fans don't have to hate on LeBron.
They do all
part.
day, Mac.
No,
they
we
do all the
don't.
time. Listen, Mac. It's fucking. You want to sit in the dugout as well? I call you the MJ police. I don't want to put you in the dugout. This is the dugout. This is where Brandon belongs. This is Brandon's time because he keeps lying. I'm going to ask Brandon this one simple question. I need you to answer me this question. You said Sam Smith said negative things about Michael Jordan. Did you read the book that you just referenced about Sam Smith? Yes or no?
Yes, I did read most of it, but you're missing my main point.
Okay, so you read whatever part, you said you read most of it. What part in that book did he say something negative about Michael Jordan? And can you list the title of that book? Because Sam Smith wrote several books.
I mean, I can cite many things. He talked about how Steve Kerr got punched in practice, how Jordan used to throw the ball at Luke Longley's head. The whole narrative.
Did Michael Jordan punch Steve Kerr? And did he throw the ball at Luke Longley? And was Michael Jordan a bully to his teammates?
So, yeah, no, I'm not. My point is not to defend Jordan. Jordan did throw the ball at Longley's head. He did punch Kerr. I wouldn't describe Jordan as a bully, but I would say there were times Jordan went too far. But you're missing my main point. My point is that everybody watches LeBron. Everybody watches the NBA today. So
of course they watch today's NBA. The NBA has done a great job since the 90s and the mid-80s to generate a product that will generate more fans. Yes, that has nothing to do with LeBron. It's not LeBron's fault that he entered an NBA that had 30 teams and it was an actual league that was actually popular. That's not LeBron's fault. That had nothing to do. Matter of fact, y'all give Jordan GOAT status because that's Jordan's fault. Jordan did that. Jordan created the hype around the NBA. So why are you blaming LeBron?
Right. Just let me get my take off. It'll be I
want you to answer my question. I don't need you. No, you don't have you never have a 10-second take. I don't have to deal with you. You don't get to do what you want. You don't get to do what you want. This is fucking the Friday Night Exposure with the Exposer.
Well, first of all, you have the presumption that people care what you say. They don't.
Sit your ass down.
Nobody give a fuck what you say, Brandon. They didn't come here to watch you speak. They came here to watch me put you on the fucking stove and put you in the 94 dugout because guess what? You were more than likely watching Jordan fucking playing baseball than you were watching Michael Jordan play fucking basketball.
So, hey, Johnny, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, and then go ahead because I know Mac Dev got something to say. Go ahead.
Real quick. So, he punched Steve Kerr in the face. He threw the ball at Luke Longley, right?
Jordan would have quit.
There's even stories of him with Horace Grant. They got on the team plane, and he told the stewardess not to give Horace Grant his food. And you know what they called Jordan for that? A great leader.
A competitor, yeah. Draymond Green's an asshole.
They called him a competitor.
Draymond Green's an asshole.
So for them to sit here, so even in his, again, bullshit take, the media spun that abuse of his teammates into motivational leadership. Now, I want someone to tell me I'm lying.
I want Wally to step up. Wally, why you don't want to come up on the program?
Someone tell me I'm lying right now. They didn't call Jordan a great leader for abusing his teammates.
Mac. Say it, Mac. Say he's lying, Mac. Go ahead, say he's lying, Mac.
No, he's not lying.
All right, so I mean, again, the idea again is that the 90s gave us a great product because of NBC. Because NBC was the majority of how we got the game in the 90s. And outside of that, it was SportsCenter. And like I told you, because SportsCenter was on multiple repeats, you just got a bunch of the same highlights, which basically was showing you good things about the team. They even had, they did have the top 10 worst plays of the week. I think they did that once a week, but every day was the top 10 plays of the day. There you go. Shout out to Wally, y'all. Y'all know who Wally is. Go ahead, Wally.
Let me do something
Mike
for
is
you.
yours, brother. Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I wasn't gonna come up here because my voice kind of messed up, but I gotta get you, man. You're all over the place, and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're talking about you an exposure. Now let me expose you real quick. Back in 1981, that's when you say you was born, right?
Correct, 1981, sir.
All
yes.
right.
I'm a before crack baby, but it's the 80s.
All right. Okay, that's a good thing.
Okay.
But let me tell you something. One of the most historical fights in boxing history took place in 1981. All right? You probably don't know because you wasn't born. So I ain't going to ask you who you think they are.
Listen, we are here to be educated, Wally.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm educated.
Do your thing. Listen,
you don't know basketball. You don't know basketball.
Do
and
your
you
thing.
don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because you kept saying that we didn't watch. You kept saying that we couldn't see basketball in the 80s. First of all, the two boxers that fought when you was first born was Sugar Ray Leonard, and at the time, the brother's name was the Hitman Thomas Hearns. No, he was the Motor City Cobra then. He didn't become the Hitman until later on. They fought, all right? You could watch them fight on satellite TV, if what you young people call now. I think y'all call that balling. Some people was balling back then, and you can go over their house and watch boxing. You could watch basketball and all of these sports via satellite television or TV, right? I'm trying to figure out how in the hell
do you know so much about 80s basketball and you got your information via second hand, third hand, fourth hand, fifth hand, based upon research, because you never played at no high level. I can see the way you talk. So you had to get it via the televisions, you had to get it via what you heard somebody say, or you had to get it by researching a periodical or reading a news clip or two, or what you heard somebody say about the game of basketball. But you never saw shit in 81 because you was a baby. If you add 9 years to that, that's 1990. So you was 9 years old. So you don't look like no guy that was off the porch at 9 years old. So you really wasn't no real basketball connoisseur in the 80s. Now, a guy like me, I graduated from high school in 84. I was getting ready to go to college, right? I saw Isaiah Thomas, I saw Magic, I saw Bird, I saw Dr. J, I saw Bill Walton. I mentioned JoJo Hunter, and I mentioned John Havlicek. I saw all them people on television. I was able to see who could do what. I'd have seen Shaquille O'Neal. I'd have seen Penny Hardaway. I was down there in the NBA prelim sports camp when I came out of college. I saw Tim Hardaway, who played for the Heat, live in living color. I seen Michael Jordan live in living color. I seen Len Bias live in living color. Rest in peace. I seen all of the players in the 90s. But you come on here, you ain't seen nobody do shit in the 80s. You saw it via the television set. And like I said, or a periodical you read, or what you heard somebody say. You ain't got no first-hand information on shit.
Okay, Wally. Okay, can I ask you this, Wally?
Go ahead.
Have I ever said I watched the 80s?
No, but you are very opinionated.
No, I'm not. I don't have an opinion on it. Hold it for a second. What opinion do I have on the 80s?
You are very
What was my opinion on the 80s? What is my opinion on the 80s?
You are very opinionated about the game of basketball, and I have to be critical of your analysis because number one, don't look like you played to me.
I played the game, not at your level.
Okay. Somebody in the chat say, well, Wilder, you can't keep up with your meds. Well, I got two youngins in here. One is 24 and one is 18. And I still go out there and give them the business. So the guy talking about the meds, get your.
That was me. Wait. Whoa. I don't want to hide. I don't
Hold up. Get your money together. Hold up. Get your money together.
Get money for what, Wally?
And I'll give you the bit. Look at you, man. You're light in the ass. You're light in the ass. So I ain't got to do much work.
I haven't heard it, bro.
You're light in the ass. I can look through the camera.
So why?
No. I can look at you through the camera.
You lied on my name because I never mentioned anything.
Hold it for a minute. Hold it for 1 minute. Let's get this cleared up straight. Let's straighten this up first. Let's straighten this up before we move on. I can see through the camera that you look like you're lacking about 3 steaks, a couple of baked potatoes, and some broccoli and some hot greens off the grill. That means you light in the ass. And the way we eat in my house, hey man, we serve all our meals with bread, brother.
And this is why. And this is why. Listen, this is why. This is why your medication schedule is bigger than the NBA schedule during the 90s.
You said we do drugs.
No, because you have been eating so much steak and you have been clogging up your arteries so bad, your blood pressure so high that your 24-year-old son will have to get you some medicine after coming on the Friday Night Exposure with the Exposure.
Hold it for a second. Hold it for a second.
Oh, wait. No, it's no hold up. I let you speak. I'm very respectful. I know you're an elder statesman. I will let you speak. But I did not say nothing about the 80s. Tonight's show is about the 90s. So I got a question for you. You brought up boxing. Is this true or not? In 1981, was world-class boxing more popular than the NBA? Wally, yes or no?
Well, I can say this. I can't say.
Was world-class boxing more popular than
Hold
the
it for a
NBA
second,
in
man.
1981?
Hold it for a second.
Hey,
Hold it
come
for a
on
second,
now.
brother.
Why you don't want to answer the question, man?
But hold it for a second, brother.
You
Hold
want
it
to
for a
throw
second,
dirt
brother.
on my name, but
Hold
you
it
don't
for a
answer
minute.
the question.
Hold it for a minute.
Wait, and if me getting information by you, isn't that me getting information by secondhand about what happened? So should I take your
But
lie?
hold it for a second. You asked me a question.
Boxing was. It was
Okay,
And I
go
want you to know.
Go
I
ahead,
want you
brother.
to know.
I'm listening.
I want you to know that I didn't just go to college to play hoops. I was a damn good baller, but I got a master's degree in the process. So when you ask me a question, give me some time to answer, brother, because I can answer you. Now you asked me a
I
question
apologize. Go ahead,
about which was popular, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you that the 80s, Dr. J was going out, and Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, and at the time, Isaiah Thomas, you can throw him in there. You had some Bernard King in there in that little mix.
Man, you see how you
Hold
lying?
it for a second. You asked me a question. Let me
You
answer.
lying.
Let me tell you somebody else that you had in there. You had the Iceman, George Gervin, in that mix.
Mm-hmm.
And you still had a little touch of Bill Walton and that mean nigga that he worked with that kept things right for Bill Walton. He passed away, rest in peace. I can't remember, but he'll knock your ass out. Anyway.
Moses Malone.
You had Moses Malone. There you go, soldier.
Maurice
Okay,
Taylor.
but
Maurice
hold up.
Taylor.
Here's my point. You had some Elvin Hayes and all that. But anyway,
Bobby
I
Jones.
can't say emphatically
Dan
that,
Issel.
I can't say
Elvin
emphatically
Hayes.
that boxing was a more of a draw than basketball because I like both of the sports, right? And I like a whole lot of the boxers that came out that era, right?
Like Larry
Because they
Bird.
used to come on the wide world of sports, right?
But boxing was more popular. Boxing was
No, that's an opinion.
No, hey, none of us was alive then. Wiley's telling us a lie. Let's let him continue to lie. Continue, Wiley.
What I'm saying, you was born in '81. So how the hell you know so much about basketball?
And guess who was handed an MVP? Guess who was handed an MVP when I was born in June of 1981? Guess who was handed an MVP of the NBA?
What you mean? You say MVP? What you mean?
You saying Dr. J was on his way out in the 80s when he was winning the MVP in 81.
I don't know him. I don't see. Hey, look, man, I'm not no stat guy, bro. I told you that.
That's not a stat. That's an MVP. How you don't know that Dr. J won the MVP in 1981?
What I'm saying, I'm not a stat guy, man. I can tell you who can play and who can't play.
You didn't watch the game. You didn't watch Mac. You didn't watch him, did you? Wasn't watching him.
I can tell you who could play. I can tell you who could play and who couldn't play. Just like I can look through you. Look, just like I can look at you through the screen. And see you easy work. I can see that.
Okay, what would you do to me? Go ahead. Let me hear what you.
If I want a real easy night, I'm gonna take you down. I'm gonna take you down the post and be real physical with you.
I dunked on Wiley's ass, bro.
You see what I'm saying?
Let's stop. Hold on, wait. Let's stop.
Ain't no dunking. Hey, whoever said dunking? Whoever said dunking? Ain't no dunking. Now, my man just said something about some medication. You're gonna need some medication.
You're gonna need some medication after tonight, Wiley. You really are.
Yeah, you're gonna need some medication. I'm gonna put you on your back. Ain't gonna be no dunking.
Turn.
Okay, Wiley.
This is taking a turn.
Wiley, I'm 3 steaks too light, a few baked potatoes too light. What about my height? How tall am I?
I don't know how tall you are. You look to be about. I can't even tell. You look to be about 6'1", 6'2".
6'1", 6'2".
Yeah.
Okay. So at 6'1", 6'2", you gonna back me down?
No, I'm asking you. Am I right? Let's get that first. Am I right?
No, you're wrong.
How tall are you?
See, you knew me talking crap about the 80s. I've been told I'm 6'4".
Oh, you little. I'm gonna push you around.
Wally, I'm sure that ain't him and not dunk on your ass.
Hey, you know what kind of legs you got?
Please tell me.
You got them ostrich legs, man. I can tell. You got them ostrich legs.
Hey, Wally.
You got them ostrich. I can look at you and tell you ain't got no meat on your bone. You gonna come out there with them baggy ass shorts. You gonna come out there with them baggy ass shorts. And you know what I'm hoping for? I hope you don't get no motherfucking strong ass men and your ass blow away.
Back in my day, we used to walk up both ways. We used to walk up the hill both ways, up to 3 feet of snow, up to our damn kneecaps.
I used to walk 2 miles to school every morning.
with shoes with no soles. Shoes with no soles.
Let me tell you something. We didn't
even
we didn't have water bottles back in my day. We used to
Wally.
drink water out the palm of our hand.
Listen, Wally.
Hey, we had to save up to be poor.
First of all, listen, y'all got to understand something. Wally is an aficionado in FYF Sports Debate. He is a Hall of Fame legend. He is who he is. We all know who you are, Wally. Thank you, Wally. You are the man, Wally. That was great.
You asked me to come up.
I did. I knew.
And I can't. I couldn't take it no longer. You in here trying to expose somebody, and your ass wasn't even 1 year old, and you talking about basketball, and you trying to compare and contrast basketball. You're trying to be an analysis. That's what you're trying to do.
No,
but
I'm not an analysis. I'm the exposer. I'm the exposer. I expose Zesty Jeffries and dudes who can't talk basketball. So
when
if you can talk basketball, I can't expose you. But but y'all got too much background. There's too many people with background.
Yeah, you exposed yourself because basketball didn't start in the 90s.
I know that.
Okay, so if you're gonna compare and contrast talent, you gotta know what you're talking about.
Okay, so what's the greatest era ever? Since you watched most of the eras, what's the
the era that Michael Jordan dominated.
Which one was that? What year was that?
The 90s.
He dominated because
the 90s?
There was a lot of okay. I'm gonna give it to you like this. There were a lot of players that came up against Michael Jordan, right?
Mm-hmm.
That could play in this era right now. I'm gonna name. Okay, Barkley could have played. Olajuwon definitely could have played. I'm talking about Hakeem Olajuwon.
Listen to these names, y'all.
Could have played. Scottie Pippen could have played with his skill set.
David Robinson.
Oh shit, yeah, David Robinson. David Robinson can run.
Okay. And who else?
But the point is, the point I'm trying to make is, he dominated them goddamn guys, man.
Oh, he did.
Them people couldn't win until his ass retired.
That's facts.
Once he got that nucleus together, and them young boys grew up and they matured, shit. He won 3 straight. He retired and came back and won 3 more.
He retired.
So you could conceivably say, he would have won 8 straight. Because the nucleus of the team.
He lost in 95. You don't remember he lost in 95?
He wasn't in shape in 95.
He won 3.
No excuses.
He won 3. He won 3.
Oh, wait.
They murdered his father.
No. I got to take over here. It's my turn. Brandon is such a liar. Brandon, you were on FYF Sports Debate saying that Michael Jordan was only playing for the White Sox just to stay in shape. That is recorded. I heard that from
Baseball's
your mouth,
not the same as basketball.
And I knew you were going to say this one day. When I bring up Michael Jordan losing in 95, you would say he was out of shape, although the argument about Michael Jordan being horrible in baseball and just being over there, just really kneeling his way all over baseball and taking somebody's job, like Lamont was explaining that day, you were like, no, he was there to stay in shape. That's why Reinsdorf gave him the job. You are a straight liar, and that's why we're going to let Wally back up. Go ahead, Wally.
I was trying to say is you could conceivably conclude that because Michael Jordan was in his prime, we don't really know, because we ain't psychologists up here. I don't think nobody's a damn psychologist.
Wait, you got a degree? That's not your. Hold on, your degree ain't in psychology. What's your degree in?
I'm a legal expert.
Oh, you work in the law field. Oh, I gotta watch out for you.
I'll lock your motherfucking ass up. But anyway, we're gonna move past that. That's why
talk about that 90s era.
When they start talking about that gunplay, I be saying, man, miss me with all that shit. I ain't because see, they got guns out this motherfucker that knock over a goddamn oak tree that's been standing for 50 years. So I don't want, and it don't take 2 ounces of pressure to pull the trigger on a gun. So that ain't no brave talk anyway. But my point is, Michael Jordan lost his father. So we don't know what the impact that had on him. And he was gambling. And they trying to say, or they said that, his father was tied into that some kind of way. Anyway, If he won 3 and then sat out 2 years, came back, got in a little shape, and then won 3 more, I've got to say he would have won 8 straight.
I sure
Because
don't.
he was in his prime when he stepped away. But that's just my opinion. But far as the GOAT shit, Michael Jordan, and y'all can put LeBron around about 7. You can put him at 7.
7? No, Matt, Wally.
Yeah, you put him around about 7.
Wally, Wally, you gotta stop, Wally.
No, I'm giving it to you straight.
You're not giving it to me straight. Because they're going,
who you got in front of LeBron?
Wait. Y'all remember?
You got to put LeBron down about 7.
Y'all remember the names he said was the first name he said was Charles Barkley.
In the city of brotherly love, it is a one-man affair. Charles is in charge. Each time he walks on the court, he knows the team, the fans, and the city are looking to him. He has had his moments. Dominated games. But Barkley's Sixers have never made the finals, and Charles may be feeling the frustration. At times, he has alienated his teammates. Sir Charles has carried this franchise on his back, but he too will have to shoulder the blame if the Sixers don't turn it around soon.
He said, the next name he said was Hakeem and Patrick.
10 years ago, Ewing and Olajuwon met in the NCAA championship game. Hakeem outscored Patrick 15-10 that night. But when the final score was tallied, Ewing and Georgetown had fulfilled their dream. A decade later, the circumstances are different, but each is again on the verge of a championship. The question, whose team will have the skill and not incidentally the heart to ascend to the vacant NBA throne? It begins tonight with this trophy and all it represents at stake.
This is the NBA on NBC.
Right? They said that. Then he also said David Robinson.
Shaquille O'Neal is perhaps the most imposing player in the NBA. In just his 3rd season, he has raised his game to great heights, leading Orlando to the league's best record. And against the elite big men, the 23-year-old giant has stood tall. But there stands one man O'Neal has yet to defeat, David Robinson. They have met 5 times, and while Shaquille has had his moments, it's Robinson who has reigned supreme. 5 meetings, 5 victories. Today, the Admiral leads his troops into Orlando with thoughts of yet another victory over Shaquille. You think Shaq will be ready?
This is the NBA on NBC. Today, it's the San Antonio Spurs versus the Orlando Magic.
90s players would dominate today.
Again, of course they dominate.
Whatever,
all those
back
players,
then.
remember all those dominating players. Remember, he didn't bring up nothing about what they could do. He just told you how dominant they was because again, he was reading off of an NBC intro because that's when he was watching TV. He didn't have a satellite.
Are those players garbage?
You didn't show Holy, bro. You didn't show.
Oh, wait, no, wait, I'm not done. Oh, wait, I'm not done. Why? I got more for you. Why you ready?
Yeah, but show me some Olajuwon because I mentioned him too.
I showed Olajuwon and Patrick. Remember, they had them going up against each other. But I'm gonna show you the real one because this is the real nostalgia. It's Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, and Michael Jordan coming back. Remember, you said he took 2 years off, but for some reason, that second year he was doing this.
Greetings. Welcome to SportsCenter alongside tag team partner Keith Olbermann and Dan Patrick. This just in, Michael Jordan has retired.
Yeah.
Really. Coming up in the next 60 minutes, a deja vu day in the tournament. A baseball manager calls replacement ball a travesty in all the NBA. But first, guess who? Baseball's lost, basketball's gained. It was back in January in Scottsdale, Arizona, when Michael Jordan, prior to his Arizona Fall League game, told me, don't even ask the question. You already know the answer. His basketball career was hermetically sealed forever. But during the next 20 minutes, Jordan spoke of nothing but the NBA, including how his old team would fare, why the Suns wouldn't win the title, and the outrageous salaries of rookies. 2 months later, and 9 days following his baseball retirement, Michael's hoop dreams were on the air once again. To Market Square Arena we go. The last Chicago player to wear number 45, Ed Neely. Michael, a little bit nervous, trying to live up to Ed Neely. Put his hands on backwards. He struggled early, trying to shake off the rust, the 18-month layoff, and it showed. Michael, outside, inside, couldn't get it to go. Then the patented drive. Michael, let's get a piece of it. Michael, 0 for 6 from the floor. Indiana, ready to play. Reggie Miller, the pull-up for 3. The touches. Yeah! Out of that, and he got about 10 of the break. Then the old Jordan would finally emerge. MJ the steal for Rick Smits. He takes it the distance. And he wanted to throw this one down in the worst way. Mark Jackson got out of the way. Pacers on the run. Mark Jackson and Reggie playing the two-man game. The Pacers would lead by as many as 18. Even in slow motion, nobody could block. More problems for Jordan. MJ on the drive.
No left hand. Look at that. No left hand, Wally. No left hand. Your boy had no left hand.
Come back thanks to Scottie Pippen. 19 seconds to go. We're tied at 92. Pacers.
Yeah, he was rusty, man.
And they looked at Reggie Miller.
Most people who know basketball understand that. Basketball is about timing and all that kind of
No harm, no foul.
In overtime.
That don't sound like
Goes inside.
Bush League. That's Bush League, Wally. You know that.
Advantage over Byron Scott.
That's 90s era.
Yeah,
I don't see no blood.
Man.
I don't see no blood.
You had to be tougher than era, though, man.
Jordan was in normal shape.
That was your
Pippen.
Pippen. Look at Pippen. Look at Pippen. Look what Pippen put up. Pippen put up 31 points while Jordan was out there bricking. Brick,
yeah, he had to get his shit back.
Brick after brick. Just brick.
He had to get his shit back, man. That's
what is this? What is the point of showing one game? His first.
I like that highlight because Keith Overman and Dan Patrick were the shit. They were good at what they did. They were good at.
Why don't you show that damn? Why don't you show that clip of LeBron?
Hey, Johnny, can I
wait a minute. No. I'm about to mute everybody because I got a GOAT James Kingdom member. Shout out to Ishmael. Thank you for joining me, Ishmael. What do you got on today's topic, sir?
Hey, I have a question. So about the media and everything. So there was no, there wasn't anybody that was like against Jordan in the media or anything. So was he like coddled or
baby? Jordan.
Won 6
Oh wait.
titles.
Hold on, wait.
Nothing
Let me
to
show you.
criticize.
Let me show you. Oh wait. Let me show you how coddled he was. You remember he brought up Sam Smith. Michael Jordan stopped talking to Sam Smith after Sam Smith wrote Jordan Rules book in 93. He actually wrote it in 91, but it came out in 93. Jordan stopped talking to him and wasn't friendly to him at all. Again, when Sports Illustrated told Michael Jordan to bag it because he couldn't play baseball, he no longer gave them ever again. It was known in the media, if you talk trash about Jordan, Jordan would not give you an interview or anything. Jordan he's a power. His smelly cologne sold. So all you had to do was put Jordan's name on it, and it was cash.
So we never got criticized? They didn't try to bring him down with the gambling?
That's not. No. Again. Oh, wait.
That's what Jordan supposed to do.
Wait. Hold on. Let me address Mac's gambling thing. Again, that was brought up by the New York media when the NBA was getting larger because Jordan was the star and the main star of the NBA. He was being tracked more than anybody. He was scrutinized like LeBron James. Bigger back then because they would really take pictures of Jordan. So they caught Jordan in Atlantic City partying the night before an NBA game that he played bad in. That was the talk. And then there was also other people who were known to gamble with Michael Jordan. Guys that were admitting that they would gamble and Jordan was into gambling big. And then obviously his dad got murdered. That's what I'm saying. But prior to that, they weren't really talking bad about Michael Jordan.
They wrote a whole book saying I won $1 million, how I won $1 million playing Michael Jordan in golf. It was a whole book about that.
Jordan had a reputation as a player wasn't a team player in the 80s. That was part of the negative media narrative.
No, again, it wasn't negative because again, the Chicago Bulls was a young team. Listen, again, I read the Jordan Rules book. Which Sam Smith was a beat writer for the Chicago Bulls throughout that whole era. So nobody knows more than Sam Smith, than any one of y'all. So I read the book, and within that book, what they were talking about how young the Bulls was. The Bulls actually got rid of a lot of veteran players that couldn't fit with Michael Jordan. And they brought in a lot of young players. And because of Michael Jordan's immaturity, you saw it in other players. That was common. Michael Jordan was immature. He didn't know how to lead a team. He didn't know how to talk to his teammates. These are not lies. These are
Jordan
not.
was also labeled a guy who wasn't a team.
But they
player.
also voted him MVP, all defensive.
Can I ask a question?
Defensive player of the year. All
But
of these.
the Jordan media doesn't criticize LeBron today. It's not our fault.
Before y'all go, I gotta make sure. Before y'all go, Ishmael, you got anything else, sir?
So I just want to say, like, I'm trying to understand because, like, there are just so many guys in the mainstream media over the years that has talked a lot about LeBron. Whatever, it's just like I'm trying. It's not in a sense of criticism. It just appears to be a sense of an agenda. Like you can go through, you can go through so many names: Jason Whitlock, Rob Parker. Even Stephen A. Smith. Of course, everybody knows Skip Bayless. I don't even know how to pronounce the guy's name correctly. Tony Kornheiser or something.
Kornheiser.
Kornheiser. Yeah, right.
Kornheiser's an old school one. He's an old school veteran. He's an old school veteran.
Kornheiser never shit that much on LeBron.
Shut up. I'm not. Hold on for a second. God damn. Tony. Michael Wilbon. So it's like it's just like you can have. It's so many names out there. And a lot of them they've made criticisms to things like LeBron James can't even be coached. It's like really, it's just like endless. And it's like, you really haven't heard anything negative from any of these coaches from what I know. And so it's like, it just seems to appear to be some type of agenda instead of actually journalism. So I don't know. And it just seems like from what I watch, from what Johnny had posted, it's a completely different type of ball game. It's a completely different form of advertising. It seems like they have more respect for players today. And
Back
LeBron,
in the day.
yeah, and LeBron, I know he's not the only one. Like every time you can click on something right now in mainstream media, and they're talking ill about athletes. They have no respect for any of the athletes. It's always
And
they have to have.
I got a question, Exposure.
That's a lot.
But that's the new media. That's the new media. That's not Jordan's media.
Oh wait, you guys don't get to cut Ishmael off. Ishmael.
I'm not trying to cut him off, but my question is related to what he's saying.
I know. Okay, but just give him a chance, please, Wally. He gets a chance to speak.
Okay, Wally. Is it a question for me? Is it a question for me? Are you trying to ask me a question?
It's a question for you, and it's based on directly on what you're talking about.
Okay, so Ishmael, you ready for the question?
Yeah, I'm ready. What's up?
Okay, go ahead.
But
Wally.
it's also for exposure too. I'm trying to figure out, and it's a head scratcher for me. How is it that you guys put so much credence in what a news reporter says, what a newscaster say, or what somebody writes in a funky ass book about an athlete, and versus getting it from the horse's mouth? I come from an era where we wasn't no damn carrier pigeons, and they say if a nigga bring a bone, he'll take a bone, right? A dog bring a bone, take a bone. Y'all put so much credence in what somebody says about an athlete versus you making your own assessment and drawing your own conclusion based upon what you read in a goddamn book. How the hell do you know what is written down in a book is the damn truth if you can't verify that it came from a reliable source, and the reliable source is the nigga or the person that they're writing about? That's my question.
Okay, I'm trying to
Nobody
think
understood the question.
I'm sorry.
I
What?
can answer it. I can
What'd you
answer
say,
it.
No, wait.
I can
What,
answer it.
Mac, hold on. What would you say, MacDeff?
He said
Go ahead.
He said no one understood the question.
I was bullshit.
I understood it perfectly.
Okay, well, I mean, like,
a dog bring a bone, he take a bone.
It's so many things that you can answer with. I mean, like athletes, in some cases they have to be mindful of the things like LeBron can't just directly just say things about Skip Bayless and every single thing that is addressed on the media. I mean, then if he did that, then I mean, like there will be more agenda put out there that say that, oh, he's sensitive, oh, he can't take any criticism. I mean, it's like you can't expect an athlete to address every single thing, and they have to be responsible of what they say. They can't just go all out like that. They are, and some people, they are like seen as role models, especially in today's type of era of basketball and sports. But nonetheless, it's just that the thing is, the issue with that is because some of these people may have an agenda, right? They get paid off saying things, and they have they're not liable. They don't have to take any accountability. They can go out there and say lies and spew a bunch of things and rumors and narratives, and then people who watch these commentators can actually believe in them. They actually believe in these things, and then they have no respect for the athletes. Like, look how the game is today when you talk about these athletes. So you look at Luka, you look at Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum is a champion. He's worked hard all his life in order to have this moment, and then when he's worked hard to have this moment, he's not respected as that. It's like it's gotten so bad that nobody even cares about the NBA Finals anymore.
Hey, brother Ishmael, with all due respect, brother, I don't mean to cut you off, but you ain't answering my question, man. You doing?
I'm trying to. What? Oh my God! I don't.
Ishmael,
Okay.
hurry, just land the plane here, and I'm gonna finish this. I'll be able to.
Can't answer my question, though, bro.
I'm gonna answer your question. Why? That's why I'm the exposer. Relax, bro.
Okay, go ahead, hey, Johnny. I wasn't.
Sure?
I wasn't 100% sure where he was going though. But
yeah, you ain't understand the question,
so
brother.
He asked, why is the words or the reports of these people considered so important to us? Why are we listening to the people firsthand information that they don't really have? Because we should be going to Michael Jordan for Michael Jordan if we want to know about Michael Jordan. We should be going to LeBron James if we want to learn about LeBron James.
What I'm saying is,
come on, Wally.
No, but I want you to get it straight, because my man Ishmael, he didn't get it. Why?
We got.
Why do you get it? Why? Because you mentioned something about you mentioned something about a book. You read a book about
Wally.
Jordan rules and this and that and the fifth.
Wally. You read a book to get your degree. You read to learn about politics. Reading is important. That's what makes us intelligent creatures as human beings. The fact that we can actually write down our thoughts.
But that's not the only way you can learn, though.
That was the only way to learn in the 90s. And in the 80s,
it wasn't.
When you
I'm trying to say, are you saying
you
like
got,
they
you
don't
got
matter
more information?
Wait
a minute.
Source?
You got more information in 1990s. Hey, wait a minute. You got more information in 1981 from the actual newspaper than you did from television. 60 minutes was not enough to give you everything that was going on in the world.
I can't agree with you. It
that's the facts. Because
it's not a fact. It's not a fact.
You gotta let me answer.
It's not a fact because you said it's a fact.
Wally, you gotta let me speak, brother.
But hold
it. Wally,
I gotta push back on you though.
You can't
it's
push
not
back
a
if I
fact
get
because
a
you said it's a fact.
It is a fact that reading is important. It's fundamental. That's
right.
a fact.
But that's not the only way you can learn.
Nobody said that. You asked why it's important.
Let him answer your question, Wally. You gonna go off on another tangent about something else,
I'm
right?
explaining why it's important. See, the NBA needs the media.
Talking about ABC.
How do you think we are going to learn about the NBA? The NBA is not a media outlet themselves. They need SportsCenter. They need a beat writer. That's why every team has a beat writer. Sam Smith, the gentleman whose book that I'm talking about, was a Chicago Bulls beat writer. We got background noise. Again, I got to mute all of you guys because it gives background noise, okay? Listen, he is a beat writer. That means he was on the planes and the rides with the team. Remember, they used to take public planes. They used to ride public. He was on the plane with the team. He has actual firsthand knowledge of what's going on a day-to-day basis on the Chicago Bulls. He wrote a book about the 1991 season, and he called it The Jordan Rules. And he basically documented everything that happened up to that 1991 season when they won the NBA championship. That's the point of the book. The reason the book was so controversial was because if you read that book, you saw a side of Jordan that was not shown in mainstream media. That's the difference, because Jordan is the darling marketing guy. He sold 1 million shoes the first week. Y'all remember that scene in New Jack City?
Can I push back on it?
Don't push back. I'm dropping knowledge right now. I am cooking.
How do you know everything that man wrote in that book? Don't scratch your head. Open up your ears. How do you know that everything that man wrote in that book to sell his book was the truth? Because your ass wasn't there.
How we know 9/11 didn't happen if you wasn't born in 9/11?
Hold it. We ain't talking about 9/11. We can talk about that, but that's not what we're talking about.
That's how you know.
Do you know?
History. Documented
How
history.
do you know
I'm a
it's the
historian.
truth?
I'm the best
How do you
at
know
it.
it's the truth when your ass wasn't there?
Because I'm exposing. You won't even let me finish. This what you
How
said.
do you know it's the truth when you wasn't there?
You wouldn't let me finish.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
Sit your ass down.
Sorry, Wally. You got to sit in the dugout. Because you're lying. You won't even let me finish my words. You asked me to express why these people's words matter. They do matter. Historians matter. That's their job. Sam Smith is a accredited, documented, and he has a degree in journalism. He's won awards for the stuff that he's done in journalism. He is one of the best in sports investigative journalism ever. He is an accredited, award-winning writer. That's why we can trust him. Because back then, your words meant something when you put it on paper. Because putting it on paper meant something. When I go on SportsCenter, like Stephen A. Smith says, and tells me that the finals appearances doesn't matter, but when it comes to Magic Johnson, his finals appearances over Kobe makes him better than Kobe. Then he'll tell you LeBron James is the next day, final appearances doesn't matter. Then go back on Thursday and then tell you the Lakers franchise is better than the Celtics because of finals appearances. You couldn't do that in the paper. Because that was documented. That's why putting things down on paper is important. Like your medicine schedule. I guarantee you it's in a book.
Oh my God.
So Johnny, let me ask you this about the
No.
media.
Again, I keep telling y'all when somebody's in the dugout, it's my turn to let them sit in the dugout. Because they don't let a motherfucker speak.
What the fuck you doing here? If you can't take it, sit your ass down.
Now, like I was telling you, y'all remember that scene in New Jack City when G Money was showing Nino Brown crack, and he said, man, people are going crazy for this. They're coming back at the store and back to back. That's how the media and basically companies saw Michael Jordan. Jordan was in a crack vial. They saw him sell 1 million shoes in 1 week. Sneakers were not even popular. Magic Johnson couldn't sell that many sneakers. Larry Bird couldn't sell that many sneakers. Dr. J couldn't sell that many sneakers. Michael Jordan was a phenom. So in the media, he was presented as such because he's representing my product. He's representing Hanes. He's representing Nike. He's representing Gatorade. They control entertainment and media. So Michael, the things that y'all saying that people were saying bad about Michael Jordan were things that were written in newspapers or in books, which most zesty Jeffries don't do. They don't read. We already know this. They don't know how to count. They don't know how to read. They're deadbeat fathers. They're criminals. They rob each other for shoes. We already know this.
Sit your $5 ass down before I make change. You fucked up big time. You're incapable of running this shit.
This is why Friday Night Exposure is necessary.
Right. Okay. Wait. So I have a question for you. So
go ahead, Brandon. You got all kind of questions for me, and I got all the answers because I'm the exposer.
Okay. So
Friday Night Exposure.
Man, you like to talk all, man. You like to do all the talking.
When you critique.
Okay. When you like to talk all, you don't know what the fuck
you like that, Wally. You like that, Wally. You know you like that, Wally.
Anytime you believe everything that's written on paper.
Wait, so when you critique
Jordan's
leadership, there was nobody. There's nobody who left the Bulls
that said you graduated from college.
Kyrie Irving left the Cavs because of LeBron. Kyrie Irving left Cleveland in part because of LeBron's shitty leadership. There was nobody who left the Bulls because of Jordan. Not one player.
How do you know that? How do you know that, Brandon?
First of all, you said you had a fucking question for me. What was the question? LeBron left Cleveland because Cleveland was a horrible franchise. Why didn't Cleveland sign LeBron James, Chris Bosh, and Dwayne Wade, who were available in the 2010 offseason, Brandon? Can you tell me that? Answer that question.
Yes, because Chris Bosh told LeBron he preferred Miami to Cleveland. But the point you're missing.
Why wouldn't Bosh go play
in Cleveland?
Why?
No,
so
Miami.
So you're telling me that Bosh
Miami's
would rather
a more
play
appealing city than
Cleveland. So are you saying that Bosh would rather play in Miami without LeBron if LeBron would have said I'm staying in Cleveland?
Yes, Bosh said he was not going to Cleveland. He told LeBron that.
So then, what does LeBron have to do with anything? It has nothing to do with LeBron. That means Cleveland sucks. The franchise can't even bring in Chris Bosh. They can't even bring in Dwayne Wade.
You're not.
But
I
Johnny,
didn't.
Chicago sucked before the Bulls dynasty too, though.
You're not listening to anything I'm saying. You're not even responding to what I'm saying.
Because you didn't ask no question. What's your question?
Exposure, you never answered my question, bro.
I did answer your question.
No, you didn't.
Oh, wait, Wally had a question. You don't got a question, Brandon. Wally, what did I not answer?
You never answered my
I
question, bro.
I told you they're important, Wally. Wally, they're important because these are.
That's not the answer to my
job.
question.
That doesn't answer your question. They're
No,
professionals.
I said, why do you guys? Why do you put so much credence in what they have to say?
Because
and you
they
don't
are
talk?
accredited. They have the credentials. The NBA
How you
gives
know
them
what they wrote is the truth?
Because the NBA gives them credentials.
That don't mean what they wrote is the truth.
What you mean? The truth is.
How do you know it's a lie, Wally?
You don't
How you know? That's my point. That's
no,
my
you
point.
don't know.
Homie.
No. Oh, wait,
Whoever said that,
just because you
that's
can't prove
my
it a
point.
lie, that doesn't mean it's not
Whoever
true.
said what that young man just said,
Bro,
that's
y'all
my
both
point.
have different opinions but
How
have no
do
facts
you
to back
listen
it.
to the
Wally,
question,
you can't
Soul?
say that, but you don't have no facts to back up your opinion.
Listen to my question.
Wait. No. Listen. If this man said that they.
How do you know it's the truth?
Because Jordan did punch Steve Kerr.
Okay, we can confirm that.
Mm-hmm.
But you said you wrote it. You said you read a book.
Yes.
All right. If you read a book,
yes.
How the fuck do you know what you read in the book is the truth if you didn't get it?
Because the Chicago Bulls said it was true.
If you didn't get it from the
Chicago
horse's
Bulls
mouth,
said it was
who
true.
is Michael Jordan?
The Chicago Bulls said it was true, and Jordan said it was true.
Who the fuck is the Chicago Bulls for the organization?
Wally, bro, you gotta relax.
Can we please
That
move
is
on?
crazy.
Can we please move on? This is a pointless
What's
argument.
crazy?
Wally.
Hold on, let me. Can I please
crazy
ask
because you don't
questions?
understand.
Wally, B.J. Armstrong said that the book was true. Horace Grant said the book is true. Stacey King said the book is true. Scottie Pippen said the book is true. Michael Jordan said the book is true. Tex Winters said the book is true. Jerry Krause was so upset about the information that was in that book that he wanted to actually restrict the media from ever coming inside the Bulls facility.
Right.
He wanted to trade whoever was giving out that information that ended up in that book. That's how truthful that book was. Jordan was so upset about what was in that book that he stopped talking to Sam Smith. It's proven that whatever was in Jordan's rules books were facts.
Bro, it's a pointless argument.
Yes, a pointless argument. We actually
let me ask this question real quick about the media. So let's say the media crowned Michael Jordan a darling and crowned him the GOAT. As far as we're saying, okay,
let him speak.
Let's say they did, right? He didn't disappoint. With this new media today, you cannot be mad. You cannot be mad at what the media did, which was real journalism back in the day. Then all of a sudden, this is just TV personalities talking and giving their opinions. If they give a bad opinion about LeBron James, Skip Bayless doesn't run my opinion or rank on LeBron James. I watch the game. I don't listen to Skip Bayless. If somebody has to say something, go ahead.
Wait. No. Let him finish. Let the man finish. Continue, Matt, please. I'm sorry.
All I'm saying, if the media, they can portray Michael Jordan as the GOAT, they can say this, that, and the third. To the fans who watched the games and watched the finals and the playoffs, he didn't disappoint on the narrative. When we watched that, when we went up to the 2000s and Kobe was next, they disappointed with Kobe. They used to write horrible stuff about Kobe. The media turned on Kobe Bryant, and we all know why. Then the media, the new media, they turned on LeBron James as well. But this is not the narrative of LeBron James and with Skip Bayless and all these haters of LeBron. Don't deliver our opinion as basketball fans in the community on what we think about LeBron. I don't listen to the media to give my opinion about LeBron. I watch the games, just like I watched the games. The media didn't make Michael Jordan the GOAT for me. I watched the games. That's all I'm saying. The media is the media, but the fans are going to be the fans. If you could watch the games and have your opinion on that, then that's cool. The media don't drive nothing.
All right, so you done, Matt?
So can I?
Wait. Just wait. Listen, I'm going to bring back up Wally. I'm going to bring back up Brandon Katz. We're going to let Twin Man go for his last words. We're going to let Gregory go for his last words. We're going to let Brandon go. And Brandon, you got to be short because Wally, I'm going to let you end the show with the last words as far as it gets. You guys are all comfortable with that. Please don't cut nobody off. Make it very short because I have to end the show. So let's go with you, Twin Man. What do you have to say?
So y'all just heard Matt Def say the media does not influence your opinion. The media told you Jordan dominated the 90s, and Jordan was dominant in the 90s, and Jordan dominated an era. Well, the last time I checked, according to the media, your era begins when you start making the playoffs, and I believe Jordan started making the playoffs in the 80s. That's why I sit here and say he didn't dominate. Don't cut me off. He ain't dominate shit. Everybody ate on his watch. The media narrative that Mac Def is going with is that he dominated the 90s. By that logic, anybody who won a goddamn championship dominated. So I don't know why we keep on sitting here saying he dominated. No, he got his ass busted through the entire 80s. No one really saw those games. But when it started going national in the 90s, Mac Def even said it himself, we got to see the playoffs and the finals. So if I'm only getting positive news coverage, and you're only seeing my best performances, why wouldn't your opinion of me be I'm the best ever, especially if the media is crowning you the best ever? So to sit here and say they didn't influence your opinion is bullshit. That's number one. Number two, to sit here and pretend like the media hasn't had it out for LeBron James since he came in the goddamn league is just a fucking lie. From his teammates, you have entire journalists making careers off of talking shit about this man, but we want to pretend like the media doesn't influence people's opinion. I don't understand why we just can't tell the truth. You literally regurgitated an argument talking about he dominated, even though he got his ass whooped. We literally have people who continue to spew the media narrative.
That's facts, Twin Man. That's fact. Good job, Twin Man. Let's let Gregory up. Thank you so much, Twin Man. You have a great evening. That was a great job by you. Gregory, any last words, brother, please?
Yeah, I just want to say this. So your era doesn't necessarily begin until you win your first championship because you got to prove that you can do that first. That is the highest pinnacle achievement that you could do on a season. Then you got to prove that you could do it again and again and again. It's not just like what you have to go through in the struggles before, like in the 80s. He proved that he could do it in the 90s, and he proved that he could do it consistently. And as far as like LeBron goes, LeBron's a great player. That is absolutely true. I'm not a LeBron James fan, but you got to give him credit for his greatness. But at the same time, you have to understand that he's being held to the standard of who is perceived as the GOAT. And admittedly, you got to admit that the LeBron James fans are in the minority. So he is being held to the standard of who people perceive as the GOAT. And unfortunately, that is Michael Jordan. And if people don't feel like you've done enough to surpass the GOAT, and this is in any sport, Brady got the nod over Montana because he did things that people unanimously believed is better than Montana. So in order to be the GOAT, you have to do things to persuade people that you are the GOAT over that guy that came before you.
All right. Any last words? That's it, right? That's all you got there, brother?
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's Gregory. Thank you for joining me on a Friday Night Exposure. Let's bring up Brandon Katz, the star of tonight's show. What you got for me, Brandon? Go ahead. Get your last words in, please. Make it short so that I can get Wally in. I want to hear what Wally has to say as well.
So, you know, it's interesting when people talk about the past because a lot of these people just look at the past with bias. And so when Jordan was playing in the 80s, there was absolutely a narrative that Jordan couldn't win. He wasn't a team player. And Jordan got criticized heavily when he lost to Detroit. The reason Jordan was viewed as the GOAT in the 90s is he has more MVPs, more first-team Defensive Player of the Year awards, and he won 6 titles in 10 years. Jordan's the only player in NBA history in the post-merger NBA who won 6 titles in 10 years. He dominated an era in ways no other player has. And when Twin Def says the media was negative to LeBron, that's a lie. The media was very nice to LeBron when he came out of high school. They said he was going to be one of the greatest of all time before he played a game. LeBron only got negative coverage when he went to Miami. And the reason LeBron got negative coverage when he went to Miami is LeBron was viewed as one of the greatest of all time. He was on a super team, and he choked against Dallas and struggled in the finals repeatedly. Nobody criticized LeBron until he went to Miami, and he was on a super team, and he still repeatedly came up short. The media tried to make multiple players the GOAT after Jordan retired. Iverson, Wade, others. It didn't work. The media can only start a narrative. They can't finish it. Jordan started and finished the narrative that he was the GOAT by winning 6 titles in 10 years. But Skip Bayless was never that impactful with the way people viewed LeBron because of the point that GOAT James himself made. Everybody's watching the NBA. They're watching games all day, every day, all week, every day. Regular season, playoffs, FIBA, All-Star game. So people's opinion of LeBron is not based on Skip Bayless. And LeBron has his own people in the media like Shannon Sharpe anyways. People's opinion of LeBron is comparing him to Jordan. He doesn't measure up. He's choked repeatedly. That's not a narrative. It's a fact.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, y'all know who that is. That is Wall Street Brandon, straight out of Colorado Springs, Colorado. Thank you, sir.
Chicago.
We'll let Wally go ahead and finish it up. Wally, please represent Michael Jordan fans better than the rest of these guys. Thank you for joining me as well, Wally. I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, man. You are the man. I'm gonna start with this exposure. You never answered my question, but I'm gonna give you a pass until the next time. So we're gonna table that. But let me tell you something. This is the head scratcher. In the 80s, you had the Pistons that won. I think they won. I think they might have won 2 championships, or they won 3 championships. I'm not sure. I got to do my research, but I do know that the Celtics won 3 championships. I think in the 80s. So that's 2 different franchises, right?
Mm-hmm.
That Michael Jordan matched with 1 franchise. He went 6-0, and those 2 franchises won championships, and I think the Pistons might have just won 2. So if you add 2 and 3, that's 5. So Michael Jordan surpassed their accomplishments with respect to winning championships with 1 franchise and could have got 8, right? But I have to do my research on that. But
where you gonna get that research from? Are you gonna read it? You better not read it from a book.
Well, you got to. I ain't mixed up with that, brother. Because let me drop this on you. I dropped it on you the first time, but it went over top of your head. So let me drop it to you.
I'm 6'4". Ain't too much going over my head, including your whack hook shot. I'll block that hook shot. Continue.
I know you're gonna block it, but you know what they don't do? They don't give out master's degrees, brother. Okay, so we're gonna table that. But anyway, yeah, because
wisdom of Wally only comes from Wally himself. That's the only place to find it.
And see here, I'm in a hell of a category though, because when you get a master's degree and you played basketball at a high level, right? That's a feather in my cap. See, so I can tell somebody how to get some money. See, I ain't. Hey, look, I ain't hit a lick at the white man spot since 2012, Joe. You dig what I'm saying? Okay, but that's another topic. But anyway, I'm going to leave on this note for all of LeBron James fans in the house. He number 7. Damn good motherfucking athlete.
Who's before him? Who's the 6 before him, please?
The 6 before him?
Please.
Okay. You got to go with I'm gonna go with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Michael Jordan. A lot of people ain't gonna agree with this one, but he number 5. Bill Russell, right, from the Celtics. And the last one gonna be in my book, because I like the dude and he kind of rough, Hakeem Olajuwon, and then or and I know this ain't fair, or Kobe Bryant and LeBron. There you go.
There you go. Okay. Shot side. Okay. I'm surprised you don't got Wilt there. That's very suspicious.
I like Wilt. I like Wilt, but you know what? Wilt was dominant, right? But he couldn't win shit, man.
It's hard to win against Bill Russell.
Let me say this to you. I'm gonna give you a good example. If you got Kobe Bryant and you got Shaquille O'Neal, if they could have matured as young men and went somewhere and had a real good dinner and sat down and hashed out their differences, they would have established themselves as an empire over there at the Lakers. But they were immature, right? Ain't no way in the world you're gonna have the supporting cast that Wilt Chamberlain had and couldn't dominate with respect to championships in that era. You know what I'm saying? He had a hell of a guard, the logo for the NBA, the white guy. What's the white guy name? Exposure. Jerry West.
Jerry West. Yes, Jerry West.
All right. He had
Elgin
him.
Baylor. Hal Greer. He had Hal Greer. He had who else?
He had a hell of a damn supporting cast, and he couldn't win. So that means he had some flaws, man. When you can't win, you got flaws, bro.
But the league would change the rules on him in the middle of his career.
Don't make no damn difference.
How? They never did that for no one else besides him and Mike.
They changed. Now you don't know basketball. They changed the rules with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and he went to the sky hook.
No, but that was in college.
Don't make no difference.
No, we're talking NBA, bro. We're not talking about college.
They changed the rules, man. Changing the rules, change the rules.
They never had a dunking rule in the NBA, Barkley. Come on now.
They changed the rules on Jabbar, and Jabbar said, "Okay, I can't do all this dunking on these people. Let me get something they can't stop." He went on, worked on his game, and hit him with the sky hook. See what I'm saying?
I got you. That the sky hook was deadly.
And that's what I'm gonna do to you, man. I'm gonna put the sky hook on your motherfucking ass because you don't know no goddamn basketball.
Riley, trust me, you know I know basketball. That's why you were more than glad to show up and be on the Friday Night Exposure.
And you know what?
And you know I can talk it like none other. You already know.
And you know what? You say you did a lot of reading, but you ain't answered my motherfucking question either. Hey, look.
Riley.
I'm gonna get up with you though, man. I appreciate you letting me come up, man. And I know the fellas they thought I'd be cursing too much. I try to control myself.
It's free. It's Goat James Kingdom. We not as restrictive as Lamont, little pony behind little. You know,
Lamont all right. I got to call Lamont. I called Lamont, man. I want to tell him something. But I appreciate you letting me up, man. I couldn't come up all the time because my mouth. I had surgery on my mouth. But
that's what happened when you get old, eating all them steaks and them baked potatoes.
Nah, man, it was something. But nah, man, I don't really be eating that much because I can't. You know, a lot of my buddies, man, that I played basketball with, right? Man, them niggas big as I don't know what. And because when you playing basketball, you young and shit, you running and jumping shit. Man, you got to change your diet, man. You can't just be eating everything in the grocery store.
Well, you guys were tougher back then, though. You guys were tougher back then. You guys were drinking beers at halftime. It was kind of
different. I ain't never do no shit like that.
But you know what I'm saying. You're athletes, like you say. That's your fraternity. That's your era. You got to take one for the team.
You do. I'm gonna tell you something like this. You do have a lot of guys that, with respect to, and this is a feather in LeBron James cap because I don't know how the hell he doing it. He's playing basketball for the Olympic team as hard. I don't think he want to lose. Because he don't want that on his resume. He playing hard as shit, man. And my thing is this, for his body to be holding up. Well, they say he spent $2 million or $1 million on his body. Yeah. And that makes sense. And you can see it because for a human being to still be playing with that type of intensity and that hard, man, I gotta give him credit for that. Because basketball, your body deteriorates, and you usually lose when the injury, the injury that shuts you down is the one that get us all, and that's the Achilles tendon, right? All of them get that. Kevin Durant he gonna have to bail out because he's struggling with that right now. Isaiah Thomas, Kobe, a whole lot of them, they get cracked with the Achilles tendon because you can't take. But he's still moving and grooving, man. So whatever regimen he has, he got a real professional, and he holding up, man. I'm impressed with that, to be honest with you, because I played and I know what type of pounding. Man, after every game, you got to put that ice. Sometimes
they gonna get on you for your words. You know what? It's not your cuss words. When you say stuff like pounding, they gonna be getting at you, Wally. Now, I know that's some new stuff to you. That's
that homosexual stuff.
Yeah. They'll get on you.
I don't get down like that. I don't get down like that.
You gotta say pause after you say something like that.
On some real shit. If you come at me with some shit like that, I might have to look. I have to pull out my boxing skills then, and if that don't work, we got to go to the 2 ounces of pressure. I know that motherfucker gonna work.
Thank you so much, Wally. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, be good,
man.
brother. Hey,
Listen,
stay safe, my man.
I will, man. I appreciate you, man. Again, that is Wally Lancaster, man. He is a legend. He's played the game. He talks the game. Even though he likes Michael Jordan, it doesn't matter. That's what we do here in GOAT James Kingdom. This is what we do on FYF Sports Debate. We let people speak. We do this all the time. This is nothing new. This is the Friday Night Exposure with the Exposure. Y'all can catch me every Friday right here on the GOAT James Kingdom platform. So y'all make sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, become a member of the channel. You can also follow us on other platforms. FYF and GJK is on YouTube, Facebook, IG, TikTok, Twitter, Discord, Twitch. We're all over the place. So please go ahead and sign up to our channels. Go up to become a member. It doesn't hurt to become a member of the channel. Support what Lamont does. Support what we do here in GOAT James Kingdom, because we are just a bunch of basketball fans and we only talk about the game and we do it like none other. If you really want to catch me again, I'll be live Sunday noon Eastern time, right on the GOAT James Kingdom show with my partner, B. Lee, the sports analyst. I'm the exposer. He's the sports analyst. We go live every Sunday noon Eastern. We've been doing it now for well over 2 years, and we're going to continue to do it. This week, we're going to have another great discussion. We talk the GOAT debate. We actually allow the GOAT debate to happen in GOAT James Kingdom. You're not going to find a GOAT debate nowhere else like you find it in GOAT James Kingdom. So this is what we do best here. So y'all make sure to check us out every Sunday noon Eastern time where we talk the game, and y'all can go ahead and enjoy a Sunday afternoon. But tonight is the Friday Night Exposure with the Exposer. And every 9 p.m. I go live because I'm the Exposer. First, let's start off with Gregory talking about Michael Jordan and how much he wins and the domination of winning. Again, Michael Jordan is not the most winning player in NBA history. If you want to say his era started in 91, that's fine. He had a nice era. But there was other players who had great eras. And mind you, Jordan didn't have no comp in his era. Bird had comp with Magic. Magic had Bird. Wilt Chamberlain had Bill Russell. LeBron James had Kobe, Tim Duncan, Stephen Curry. All these great players that he's played with. He has played in the greatest era ever. He's played against 40% of the players that ever played the game of basketball. And majority of them are the best players to ever play the game of basketball because the better players have played in more recent years than in the 1900s. So to Wally, I answered your question, brother. You must read. Reading is fundamental. Read a book, nigga. That's one of my favorite songs of all time. Read a motherfucking book. Open up a book and read it. You should be reading books every day. Every month, you should have a book in your possession that you said that you read. I had a whole bookshelf of books that I read. And I don't like fictional books. I like actual, I don't like non-fictional books. I don't like fictional books. I like non-fictional books. That's what I do best. And Brandon, you keep coming up here saying the same nonsense about LeBron James this, LeBron James that. You can't say Jordan is great without mentioning LeBron James. I guarantee it. Because everything you're going to say about Michael Jordan will be Bill Russell's career. It will be someone else's career because, again, I brought y'all back to the 90s. I showed y'all how the 90s was. Y'all took a journey back in time with me. I showed you the birth of the Zesty Jeffries. I showed you all of this. Oh, look, I got Low in the building. Look at that. Matter of fact, let's bring in Low, because shout out to Low, because, you know, if Low shows up, I'm going to get some. Shout out to Low. Thank you for joining me, Low. Let me fix this up right quick. Appreciate you, man. What's good, brother? Thank you for joining me.
What up? No, I was gonna be quick. I was just gonna because we're gonna be on earlier, but I got caught up doing something. And yeah, the whole concept, like, because I was here earlier when y'all was sitting here yapping about the the TV and all the media reporters and the writers, et cetera. Like, bro, y'all have to like stop with the shenanigans, bro. Back in the day, they're genuinely, they just were not like. There's no same type of media coverage there is right now. So there's absolutely no way that y'all are watching anything at whatsoever with any level of attentiveness that would come close to what's actually happening right now. There's just not. It's literally impossible. So I like this argument of like what people may or may not have done or how they used to communicate and talk about things. No, bro. Even the way that we even discuss certain players right now in the 90s, God know for a fact if that shit was happening right now. If it was happening right now, it would be y'all the way that people would be discussing about like Malone and Stockton. Like I tell people all the time, there's no way that two players who are either the best or second best at their position could go that long without ever even making the finals, let alone having a losing record in the playoffs, and that we would not be looking at them in a completely different light than we do right now. There's just absolutely no way. The way that y'all discuss Harden would be the same way that y'all would discuss Moses Malone, especially John Stockton. There's just no way.
I mean, yeah, but that's what we would tell him because again, the whole point of the show was I took him back to the 90s. I think you're like in your early 30s, am I correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I took guys back so you can see it, and I tried to show them how games were not on television like that. You guys were not watching the games. I had to bring up a TV guide because they don't know about TV guide. Do you know about TV guide?
Yeah, I do actually.
You see what I'm saying? So if you look at the TV guide that I brought up here, and you can see what's on television, there's like 30 channels here, brother. Like that was what was on TV. So when NBC took over the NBA and it went national, that's the only way we would get nationally televised games. We weren't getting West Coast games. So we barely saw Stockton and Malone. We barely saw the Sonics and the Lakers. You see what I'm saying? Especially the Lakers, because at that time they lost magic. They lost their aura. They didn't have the Showtime Lakers in the 90s, throughout the 90s. You see what I'm saying? So we didn't get a chance to see that because NBC's slate was Cheers Monday night, Bill Cosby Tuesday night, Golden Girls, you know what I'm saying? Like that's how their slate goes. So they didn't have no basketball game on at no 7:30, 8 o'clock. And they definitely were not showing no 10 o'clock game. So that's why, and I was even showing them highlights, and I was showing them how the intros and the way they presented the NBA games to us on NBC is what created this whole Zesty Jeffrey nostalgia with the 90s and how everybody's considered great no matter what. They could talk great about Reggie Miller, like you said, they talk great about Stockton, but it's all, like you said, it's all narrative based. They are going off of the little tidbit of information that was available, like you said, because it wasn't like a whole mass amount of information available to us or any one source place to go to. Like I can tell you, it was ESPN Sports Center or NBC Inside Stuff or the NBC games. That's all you had. And if you had cable, you were watching it to the TBS or TNT games then. So that was the whole premise. But everybody agreed with you. It was the argument was how it should be perceived. How should we perceive the way the media covers the game today compared to how they were covering it back then? So that was the argument.
Yeah, I just don't understand like what's the even. I don't understand how people can debate this. Even if you were alive in the 90s, bro, you would have to. The only way I'm ever gonna even listen to somebody and their information about the 90s is if like you were born in like the early 80s or 70s, because some of y'all come up here and y'all are like 6-9 years old in the 90s. Like there's no way none of us right now as adults will have conversations with 6-year-olds about what's going on right now in the NBA. So you think I'm supposed to take your thoughts when you were 6 years old from 30 years ago serious? No, bro, no one is going to sit there and do that, let alone what's going on right now. So I don't understand like why anybody thinks that their recollection of when they were 6 years old from back in the 90s is going to be an accurate depiction of what was going on. No, bro.
Exactly.
No. And also, let me say this as well.
Even me in 95, when we were bringing up some stuff about 95, I was 14. Even at 14, bro, there's not that much I can tell you. Like I can tell you about the game. Yeah. Go ahead.
And then even when we got into the 2000s, for whatever reason, every single time I hear this conversation we be having, when we get to the 2000s, I swear these have to be the most well-off, richest black folks I've ever heard in my life, because everybody apparently had satellite. When I was growing up, I vividly remember when satellite start hitting people's houses. Bro, satellite was a luxury. That was something that you used to call people over to the crib and sit there and flex how many channels you could get. That was not something that everyone had. That was like something out of every 10 people you may have known who had satellite TV. Satellite TV was not a common thing. It just wasn't. The reason why people had boxing parties back in the day is because there was only one person who had satellite, and everybody had to go to that one person's house and watch the game or watch the match. That's how satellite was, bro. This idea that every single time I had this conversation, everybody's talking about how they had satellite. That's crazy, because it was like literally one person. It was one.
No, I brought up the example, right? Right now, like 12% of Americans make $100,000 as far as an income per year. But you meet those 12% of people online all the time. They'll tell you all the time. You always meet them. Same thing with the Bulls. Oh, I'm from Chicago. All of a sudden now, all of you Michael Jordan fans, all of y'all are from Chicago now, and you were watching WGN. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it's like you said, there's no way. And I remember back then, because I was old enough to remember, like you said, when Mike Tyson fights were coming on. Yeah, they used to pay. We used to have to pay. It was like you used to get money. You used to pay to go to somebody's house to watch the game. Yes. And no, trust me, not too many people had satellite. Less than 5% of America in the early 90s had satellite. And even with that, you still only got just the regional channels. So that means if you were in Miami, like where I'm at now I can get the channels where you're at on the West Coast. But it was still NBC, ABC, CBS. It was just the West Coast CBS. It was just that, you understand what I'm trying to say? So there was no extra channels. If you had HBO, it was still the same HBO. There was no HBO 2. No, you understand? Like, there was no stars. None of that shit existed. We gave them everything, Lo. Like, we talked about Michael Jordan, right? We showed the Sports Center highlight when he came back in 95 for that game against Indiana. You know, he went 7 of 28. He was horrible in that game. If that was today's media, the next day people were saying, should Michael Jordan have returned? All we would have been hearing for the next 24 hours was how bad Michael Jordan played. It would have been, you understand, it's not the same. After that Sports Center highlight, you only got the Sports Center highlight again at 12. You got it at 1 o'clock, at 2 o'clock, at 3 o'clock, at 4 o'clock. It was the same highlights.
Yep.
You see what I'm trying to say? So you didn't get the game fed to you like how we get it fed today with all the extra narratives. So that's all it is. And that's why we were saying that they had the luxury back then to watch the game at its greatness without the bull crap of Skip Bayless. While today's guys like you didn't get that chance. You don't get a chance to say, you know, how good. Like, now all of a sudden people are making fun of Jason Tatum's jumper. Like, he's been shooting like that for 6-7 years.
I ain't gonna lie.
You just realized it.
Yeah,
you just realize he shoot like that. I mean, he's missing, but I'm saying, y'all just, again, and that's because he's on a slump, right? He started in the late playoffs. He went on a little slump or whatever, but he's always been a good player. I mean, he's one of the best players in the league. But again, it's the little narratives like that we get. Now, all of a sudden, you heard Sports Fluent said LeBron's the greatest player in the NBA because he's watching all the Olympic games. Oh, he's the greatest player in the world. That's what he said.
I have a different depiction of what happened over these last 2 games, because I think KD's been the best player on the team in the last 2 games. But
he's been good.
Yeah, long story short, I just wanted, because I've been trying to get this point across to people for like 2 to 3 years now, where I just like, there's just no way. And anybody, if y'all really speak to people who really, really grew up at that time, because I came to this conclusion because of my uncle, because I asked my uncle about Stockton and Malone, and he gave me the generic answer, and he paused for a second, and he thought to himself, he said, but to be honest with you, I really didn't watch them because they weren't on TV until like late in the playoffs. And that was a very genuine conversation that he was having, because most of the things that he was saying about basketball revolved around either Michael Jordan or Dominique Wilkins, and that's because he grew up in the East Coast in Atlanta. Like, Dominique Wilkins is who he watched, and that makes sense. But, bro, you're not going to tell me that you have an accurate depiction of, like, Mitch Richmond and Chris Mullin and whoever was on the Clippers and Reggie Miller and John Stockton and David Robinson.
Clyde Drexler.
Like, bro, Gary Payne. Y'all don't have accurate depictions of those players. Y'all just don't have them.
Did your uncle sound anything like this?
If you got any competitive blood in you, come and play. If you don't, you just try to get it over with and go home.
But Jerry Sloan's Jazz refused to die. Instead, they rose to the occasion. And in Game 5, in hostile Seattle, they delivered an intense, gut-wrenching effort, battling for every point, contesting every play, overcoming not only their opponent, but a history bereft of such heroic stands. For the Sonics, the triumph that seems so certain now appears tenuous. Do thoughts of past failures fill their minds? Can the unthinkable really happen again? Utah seeks to muscle a Game 7. Seattle hopes for a Game 6 celebration. With the season hanging in the balance, they do battle again tonight.
That's how he sounded. That's how he sounded.
He didn't sound like that, no. But I'm be honest with you, I actually think that is a better way to cover the NBA.
Yeah,
I agree with you. Like over the past 15 years, it's been nothing but like we start off maybe discussing the stats and the highlights, and it goes immediately into what did a player A or team A did wrong, instead of just acknowledging the greatness that is a display like on a game-to-game basis. And every now and then it may pivot to like some praise, but for the most part, it has been like ultra critical, and it's just been a reoccurring theme for older players to get on national media and just criticize players to nth degrees, to the point where, and I think this is the reason why hot take culture isn't as strong as it was 10 years ago, because I think the fans and people at large are starting to like catch on to like things that people are saying. But I actually do think that's a better way to what you call it, to I guess
it was right. You're right, because again, it's about the greatness. We always tell you this, what we like in GOAT James Kingdom, to show the greatness of the game, the greatness of a player. Even like they were saying, even with the Jazz supposedly struggling, they didn't say they were choking. They were just saying, hey, can they find the resilience? Can they show how great they are? Like we known, because again, they were a great team. You're in the playoffs. So you understand what I'm saying? They won. They can win. So that was how the game was introduced to you. So like you said, imagine being 6 years old watching it. Imagine being 9 years old watching that. Imagine being 14 years old watching that. And that's why Wally was asking why you let these people influence you. You're going to be influenced by these people. They talk all the time. We know this as content creators. We influence it. That's why people want to shut us up. That's why people don't want GOAT James Kingdom on FYF, because they think that we're going to get too much exposure. But all you're going to do is get exposed by the exposure on a Friday night exposure. So it was great having you up, man. You got any last words, though? You want to plug in anything? You want to plug in any new stuff you got going on?
Yeah, because you got to wrap it up, right?
Yeah, I got to wrap it up, brother.
Yeah, just quickly to Brandon, what Brandon said about me and my criticism of Larry Bird, or my criticism of really any old players. I only criticize players that I have gone back and watched. It's the reason why I'm extensively on fucking John Stockton and Karl Malone's head, because I've watched them more than really almost any player in the 90s, probably more than even Michael Jordan. It's because I went back and watched it. And my criticism of Larry Bird only extends to the things that I have watched. And as a sidebar to Brandon, I probably watch more Bird games than you have. I mean, probably, I know I have, because it's my job to do so. I sit here at home all day and I just watch basketball games. I show Lamont and them where to go find old basketball games. You can just go and get them and buy them. I know for a fact I've watched more than you have. So anything I'm criticizing, I'm saying it's because I have watched the games. I've watched them. That's the difference between you and I. And that's the difference between you and everybody else here. Because every single time you talk, we all can tell you haven't watched the games. It's like very clear and evident to us. You haven't watched the games. But shout out to y'all, man.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you, though, man. Yeah, man. I appreciate y'all. Know where to find Low. He's all over the place. It's Legend of Winning. What's the other show? Low Post channel.
Yeah, Legend of Winning, Low Post, and then Foot on the Line.
Yeah, and then you got the playback stuff as well. You can catch him doing the playback where he's watching games as well. So I appreciate you, man.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, yeah, scratch everything else. This month on playback.tv, they're hosting a slew of old games, like great games that you can just watch on demand immediately. So again, if you want to watch the games, there are platforms out there that are giving it and making it accessible to people. But I know that many of you all don't watch. Y'all want me to believe that now 50-year-olds who didn't watch it back in the 90s at 55-year-old they start watching on YouTube. That's not, bro. You have a job. You don't.
Hey, like I told Wally, he don't even remember when he's supposed to take his medicine.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, y'all think I'm gonna believe y'all sitting here watching 2-3 hour games at 55, bro? Stop, bro. You didn't watch it. You never going to watch it, and that's fine.
And I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna I don't really like to watch old games because like I already know what's gonna happen. It kind of takes the thrill, suspense around it. But like you said, being that this is what we do now, I don't mind taking my 2 or 3 hours to watch the games. Because like you said, if you got time to put on the game, you can watch it. Because I am a basketball fan, especially games I've never seen, right? So I'm getting more knowledge of it. And you've helped me out because you showed me where I could find NBA games. What I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna tell Lamont to send you my information. I would love to reach out to you on a business level so you can help me do stuff like that, find the stuff and be more and as finding these games and things like that. So
I might put it in private because I think I give it to Lamont, but I'll let you know.
Yeah, don't put it in private chat. Just do through Lamont. Just through Lamont. We'll do that through Lamont.
Yeah,
all right?
yeah, Lamont puts them up here as well. And we see that y'all, it's like 300 people in here now. It ain't the same amount of people sometimes watching those old games in here.
Never.
Bro. So let's stop.
No, it's not. They're not. Matter of fact, they talking about WGN. None of those Chicago Bull games I watched was from WGN. It was all Sports Channel. So y'all are all liars. They were not watching the game.
That's the other thing I want to say real quick. WGN did not become nationally known until like the mid to late 90s. When they were starting to first become national, they were exclusively in certain cities and states, but that's it. They were not national all the way out the gate. They slowly started to become national throughout the 90s, and then eventually they became nationally wide, but they weren't immediately national. No, they were not.
Yeah, we touched on all that, so y'all can all go back. Like I said, I brought y'all back to the 90s. I brought them back to the 90s where they were smoking cigarettes in restaurants. We had roll-up windows. We had Astro vans. That was the 90s. I took y'all back to that era to where y'all can talk the game. So I appreciate you, little man. Thanks so much, brother. I'm gonna let you go, man. Thank you so much, brother. It's been great, man. Again, y'all, this is the Friday Night Exposure with the Exposer. I'll be back next Friday night to do this again with y'all. I like doing this. This is fun. Again, you guys make sure to subscribe to the channel, all right? Subscribe to both FYF and the GOAT James Kingdom platform. We're going to be back again next Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, but we're also going to be live on Sunday noon Eastern time. Excuse me as I'm losing my track of thought here as I'm trying to get up out of here. It's been a great show. I want to thank everybody that showed up. Shout out to all of you guys that came up on the panel. We appreciate you, gentlemen. Again, this is the GOAT James Kingdom platform.
You have now been exposed by the Exposer.
Y'all have a great night. Peace and blessings.
My calculations are correct. When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're going to see some serious shit.
Watch this.
Okay, relax, Doc. It's me. It's Martin.
No, I can't. Just sent you back to the future.
Oh, I know you did send me back to the future, but I'm back. I'm back from the future.